fire.
Desire, turn me up.
Jump, like this, jump, put your hands on the wall like this, jump, I just jump like this, jump, put your hands on the wall like this, jump, jump like this, jump, put your hands on the wall like this, jump, I just jump like this, jump, put your hands on the wall like this, jump, jump like this, jump, put your hands on the wall like this, jump, I just jump like this, jump, put your hands on the wall like this, jump, like this, jump, put your hands on the wall like this, jump, I just jump like this, jump, put your hands on the wall like this.
Damn, Zion, this fire.
wanted what's a black grand national. Fuck being rational, give them what they ask for. It's not enough. Few solid niggas left, but it's not enough. Few bitches that'll really step, but it's not enough. Say you bigger than myself, but it's not enough. I get on their ass. Yeah, somebody gotta do it. I make them niggas mad. Yeah, somebody gotta do it. I take the G-pad. Yeah, watch a nigga do it. We survived outside, all from the music, nigga. What? They like, what he on? It's the Alpha and Omega, bitch. Welcome home. This is not a song. This is a revelation. How to get a nigga gone. Teach you a man, baby. I don't understand, baby. Pay your bill and make you feel protected like I can, baby. Teach you something if you need correction. That's the plan, baby. Don't put your life in these weird niggas' hands, baby. Whoa! It's not enough. Few solid niggas left, but it's not enough. Few bitches that'll really step, but it's not enough. Say you bigger than myself, but it's not enough. I get on their ass. Yeah, somebody gotta do it. I make them niggas mad. Yeah, somebody gotta do it. I take the G-pad. Yeah, watch a nigga do it. We survived outside, all from the music, nigga. What? Hey, turn this TV off. Ain't with my type activities, then don't.
Really, that's all that's on this playlist? That's crap. Hello, chat. Hello, Alex. How you doing, Alex? I only wish I knew what the fuck being rational. Oh no, that's because I was playing TV off. That's right. Who's next up on the playlist? Ironically enough, July 4th is my affiliate day celebration on Twitch, of all things. It's crazy. My mother's birthday coincides with this shit-ass platform and its goddamn celebration. Twitch, I mean. Anyways, today is my mother's birthday, so I'm stuck in the house. I'm cooking. I'm going between rooms. It would mean a lot, chat, if you were to tell her happy birthday. I'm going to tell you that she'll appreciate it, even though she won't probably be able to communicate it in her own special way. I consider it a gift that I can give her. Make myself jump to the nursery site and then reinforce to that player's mission. Oh, managed to get VIPs for Twitch. Now you need to get assistance to Hero for 3. You'd be surprised how difficult that would be naturally on its own. I'm gonna stop this loop for a second. You'd be surprised how that is actually difficult. Getting 3 consistent viewers on Twitch in the past probably was easier simply through the format of having lurkers, but active, communicative chatters, that's actually somewhat hard. You shouldn't at all look at your position as a tenable thing. For now, when you're broadcasting to Twitch, assuming you're also broadcasting to another platform as well, just pretty much accept it for what it is and try to have fun with the platform. Don't let the gamified system of achievements pigeonhole you into following analytics and numbers.
Mission preparation aborted.
It'll make everything else feel suckier.
Allied destroyer coordinates received. Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed.
Yes, indeed, they are here with base loadouts. Fuel lower levels into this thing is 25. Okay, that's cool. Welcome, Botman.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Helldiver Montgomery 4 to the fight. Incoming horde.
Calling in a hell bomb.
Orbital inbound.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
This is a very untenable situation. Hunted from every direction, the only safety is to run either into the enemies or run into last cover fire. Not exactly an advantageous situation for reinforcement. We're going to do it anyways.
Objective
Stun pod on landing. Deal with the pack in front of you and around you. That is not a great position for a support pack. We're cornering ourselves to the corner of the map.
Calling in reinforcements.
The reinforcement was already in the air before you pinged. Be patient. We need to fight our way out of this hole, starting with the Shriekers in the air.
Helldiver, you are moving outside the mission area.
We went outside the mission zone. That's why this position was not great. We need to get out of the corner of this map.
Reinforcing.
M4 leading the charge. Follow me. With the use of stun pods, we can drop in the middle of enemy territory.
Sending in an eagle. Bugheim spotted. Prepare to exterminate. Requesting air support.
Don't lead into the inside section at O3. Whenever you're dealing with a charger, try to make them charge into a building or a platform and make them stun themselves.
Sending in an eagle.
New mag. That's called democracy.
Forward momentum. Unfortunate. Forward momentum.
Calling in reinforcements.
Don't dodge back into the pack unless you can trust yourself.
Requesting air support.
Throwing. Never mind. Now we're back into the center.
Dropping a pin. North, 100 meters.
How did he drop back there? No, he was pulled here. S2, you're still stuck on the bottom of the map. I can move back around to retrieve you.
Tagging map.
Move back towards this
100
pen.
meters.
I'll try to make my way through the pack to give you a clear way out.
Marking location. Follow me! Our resolve in the face of tyranny. Heavy.
Requesting orbital.
That is an inadvisable orbital 380. I'm only going to be able to sit on the outside of this area and make the outskirts safe for you to move. You're going to have to find your way to me if you don't get destroyed by it. If you had been patient and allowed me to help you with clearing that Bile Titan from the position I'm holding, you would not have need to throw that. That's 2 direct hits to the Bile Titan.
Democracy's finest.
Make your way to my position. Now follow me.
Democracy! Weapons high! Maintain your sector of fire! Weapons ready! Reinforcing! For the glory of Super Earth!
Come on. Last reroad. We need to move, S2.
Requesting backpack.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Requesting air support! Team reload!
Last canister, S2, I need you to run towards me. You're letting the pack dictate your movement. Never do that. I can't go anywhere without bullets to cover you if you're holding supply pack. Team reload.
Requesting Walker!
That lag? That might be lag. No, just randomly stop moving. Okay, we're gonna have to do it this way. Montgomery 4 is out of ammunition and does not have the ability to reload Coilus, protecting S2 and escorting him to the rest of the pack.
How'd you like the taste of freedom? I need a team reload!
It's no use shooting at the Impaler arms. We need to find the Impaler body. But I cannot destroy the Impaler body because I cannot get a team reload from you, S3. S2, excuse me.
Calling down a
Dropping
support
auxiliary recoilless. This is ridiculous.
weapon. Get some! Get some!
As soon as we join the pack, splitting off.
Throwing grenade! Mag's empty. Freedom spread yet further. Extract when ready. Requesting sentry! For prosperity! How about it?
Sending in an eagle.
Tagging location, southeast. Have a taste of democracy!
Why does it keep doing that?
Calling in reinforcements.
Okay. Starting escape pod.
Requesting air support.
Sending in an eagle!
Orbital inbound.
Ow. Check your fire on grenades. Data complete in 5 seconds. Incoming horde pack. M4 ping. 252 2 170. Moving to auxiliary pin. Throwing additional Gatling.
Calling down a sentry!
Why did you just assassinate me, Squidlocks?
Reinforcing.
My head was not in your way. You popped your turn trying to panic attack what was behind us, which was armored enemies that you wouldn't have had the shot for what had to have been one type of shotgun if it wasn't a breaker, and you executed me on the spot after I pin turned and shot down the Hulk directly next to us. I mean, I can drop my octaves and I can just start sounding like normal, and I can just remove you from the friend list despite the fact that I've already covered you on stream in my own chats. But you don't learn if I don't tell you things. Brother, this is chill. That's why I asked you, why did you execute me? I mean, I can get real nerd, I can get real rude, but real tap-like. I know it's your 4th game. You can see your level. My entire chat wants to know why you're executing me and then being irrational.
Calling in reinforcements.
Save your sarcasm. YouTube.com/singleplayercarl.
Ready to liberate.
Twitch.com/singleplayercarl.
Reinforcing.
Kick.com/singleplayercarl.
Point me to the enemy.
TikTok.com/singleplayercarl. And X.com/CaramelCajun Broadcasting. I am streaming live on 5 platforms right now, and an audience size of 244 people split across 5 platforms are watching you fucking being angry as shit at me because you can't just simply explain why you executed me. I know the answer, because you were unsure what was behind us and you didn't think about what you did, but you executed me on the spot. Now you're just being annoying. You probably don't see it that way, but you are. You have played in my mission 1 month and 2 weeks ago. 4 lobbies. I have carried you for 15 missions. You don't remember, obviously. So it was clearly my mistake putting you on my friend list. Let me correct that problem. Have fun by yourself. Disconnection errors. I love disconnection errors. I love this ISP. They're so nice and don't fuck ever all the time. Disconnection errors. You even broke the Kofi. That's crazy. Yeah, it came up. That didn't solve the problem. And we're back. That's probably the biggest disconnect we've had in a while. However, deal with the scum that is in front of me. Wipe it off my boot. We'll be back in a second once I stabilize the connection. To answer the question, does Super Earth have a 4th of July? They do. It's called Liberty Day. They put Liberty Day presents in a bonfire, and children fish the presents out of the Liberty Day bonfire. It's the most metal shit you could fucking imagine, bro. And little does that person know that I am broadcasting to over 200 people on 5 platforms, and they unironically demonstrated the reason why most people are getting annoyed and tired, and also are trepidatious about the incoming players coming through the capacity of content. It never finalized me getting rid of this person. There we go.
Destroyer has joined squadron.
It's probably why I was crashing. It couldn't register what was happening.
We must
Welcome,
act.
Alex. Microphone and no microphone. This isn't a single-player game. But instead, I am still single-player Carl. Conundrums. Aren't they, Cephalox? Cause we've been bouncing, bouncing, bouncing. Yep, because it was disconnected for so long, it actually disconnected the other sides of the platforms. So I have to reboot the X stream. That's cute. So here's a list of things that you need to understand. Number 1, you're playing a team-based game. You guys boxed yourself into the corner of the map, then completely ignored every call to get you out of danger. Then tried to argue about you literally executing another diver because you chose to turn around with a breaker and blow their face off when they're already covering your backside and trying to keep you safe from the Hulks, the Chargers, the Behemoth Chargers, the Spore Chargers, and the Bile Titans, as well as the entire infield that's in danger. Thirdly, I'm streaming on 5 platforms with an audience of 200 plus. You tried to quote the numbers of the people who are casually watching on a holiday on YouTube to try and justify being angry. Then, at the same time, you then didn't actually check those connections. And then fourthly, you went to the chat room of the person who had brought you into their missions. You were on camera on tape in my lobbies before. No problem then. Now you have a problem now, which means you are the problem. And then you go to my chat room to bitch about the problem after a disconnect because my internet's dog shit, because I have a shitty provider. That is a hard get back, my friend. Have a good life. No one will be seeing your chats again on my channel. You are the reason why people do not like Helldivers 2. You're the reason why people do not like multiplayer games. You are the reason why people are annoyed and tired of individuals like yourself in the lobbies. You don't know how to behave. You don't know how to take blame for yourself. And you certainly don't know how to play. If somebody's calling for you to give a squad a reload and they have an empty canister for their backpack and their in-hand slot, and you're holding a supply pack, you should probably be giving them ammunition. At the same time, you probably shouldn't argue with a broadcaster when everybody can see the evidence. It's there. It's in the broadcast. You literally turned around and executed me. Then you tried to argue about it. Then you tried to be smug about it. Then you went to the chat room to try and argue about it. Not very smart. Not very bright. But it's okay. You have your emotions. It's alright. We understand. Your emotions are more important. Your hours against my hours, but I have more hours than you. So that's my hours against your hours. Unfortunate. Now get the shit off my screen. At what point in time did I ever play in the capacity of a single-player game? Literally every single move I made and every call-out I made was for the benefit of the squad, not for myself.
Where to join your fellows in
Seems like you need to play by yourself. Spend more time in the game. Spend more time playing the game. Spend more time playing the game and actively understanding how to play the game. Then when you're diving onto maps as a reinforcement diver, you can then tell me what I know. But you're probably not going to be able to communicate to me anyway, because if you show up on my other platforms, I'm going to ban you there too. Not in the mood. Not my mother's birthday. Everybody gets 1. And I gave you 5 chances. 5 chances. To just say, you know what? I'm sorry. I executed you, bro.
Hellpods primed.
Anyways. Microphone or no microphone, Alex? It's your choice. I know you're still new at this, Alex. It's fine. It's progress, not perfection. No, are you using your microphone or not? Well, you haven't used it yet. Or I can't hear you. One of the two. Okay, you're at level 5. What do you have access to? Yeah, we'll figure that out when we're out of this menu. What do you have access to? You'll have access to airstrikes. You'll have access to minigun. You'll have access to oral precision. You're level 5, so you should have access to at least 3 forms of emplacement. You're wearing Democracy Protects, so you at least have access to Democracy Protects and extra padding. This is fine. We can work around this. What's a tool that I can bring that you can use? You won't be able to do it inside of the loadout screen. Wait until we're on the planet. You have a hand slot, you don't have a backpack slot. Supply pack.
Test.
Now I can hear you.
Test. Okay, so it does work.
I'm wrong. I'm 100% wrong. 100%. 1000%. Excuse me, being called okay.
Well, I'm kind of hearing double because I have you on stream, and so let me mute that real fast. Okay. It's been. Oh man, still getting a bunch of stuff and medals from like other claims, so. And my wallet is so small that it's not letting me get all the medals and such. So, what I unlock is what I got. Actually, I currently have equipped the Knight SMG. I do have the Liberator Concussive. I also got the STA SMG. I do have the Breaker Incendiary. Accelerator Rifle, and the Jar Dominator. There. Are we fighting bugs? I feel okay. We are fighting bugs.
He's standing around for nothing. Okay.
Okay. So.
Yes.
I have access to the Incendiary Breaker and the regular Breaker. They gave everyone the Accelerator Rifle. I got the Jar Dominator, 3 SMGs, the STA 11 SMG. I have the Knight, the Defender. I have the Diligence Marksman Rifle. I have the Liberator Concussive and the regular Liberator for weaponry.
In this situation, you're on a conquered city, terminid planet, which means you're going to be dealing with the normal deals of a planet, plus the hecticness of running on city streets. Your best tools are going to be something to deal with an anti-tank option. So, one of your eagles, probably your Napalm Eagle, can be changed into a Scavenger Eats rocket, expendable anti-tank rocket. You can either use the expendable anti-tank or the expendable anti-tank commando. It's a difference between 2 side rockets or a rocket attachment that will have 4 laser-guided missiles. Because you won't be able to deal with a Hulk on your own. You'll have to attach yourself to me. Shoestring.
Okay, so swap out
the Napalm. That's your 1 in your 4th slot. The furthest slot on the right.
I had the...
Because I don't believe you currently have access to the orbital rail cannon.
I have Precision Strike and the Gatling Barrage along with the HE Barrage. But,
For the
only 2 defenses I have is like the Machine Gun Sentry and the Gatling Sentry.
So you don't have a option that tells you the expendable anti-tank.
I don't have that. I have the las cannon though, and like the given SWAS launcher, but that's like about it for support weapons.
Okay. So what you're going to do is you're going to have an anti-infantry loadout, which what you have there is perfect, based on what you have available to you. Your arsenal will grow over time. You can basically you brain what you have that can fill a role you need to fit. There aren't official loadouts in this game. You experiment and you figure out what works, but you're going to be taking what we call the Heavy Siege Engineer. You're going to be running a emplacement heavy setup with at least 2 machine guns. Those machine guns specifically are perfect. You can then have a medium to heavy option, which will then give you the ability to deal with heavier units with heavier armor, but you're not going to necessarily be all that perfect to work against most of the elite enemies in any faction, let alone the ones in this faction. But should you have the ability to get explosive attachments and armaments, you will be able to at least fend yourself off for a little bit to survive long enough that I can assist you. And with an Eagle airstrike, you'll at least have the ability to pepper a battlefield if you can see them ahead of time and master throwing your ornament, so that you can be able to destroy them at a distance. Otherwise, your job is basically to kill any freestanding unit that does not have the ability to resist your penetration value at all times on the planet in 360 degrees. So whenever you feel threatened, you bunker down with your turrets and you try to hold your position either in crouch or in prone, and you try to clean the field as much as you possibly can, so that it then enables other divers, as well as myself, to support you. So I'm bringing down my attachments that are designed to deal with heavies, and I'm also bringing down in my 4th slot a supply pack. That supply pack goes into your backpack slot. That's your quintenary slot. Primary, secondary, tertiary, quaternary, quintenary. So the quintenary is your backpack. Your quaternary is your supply weapon in your hand, your support weapon. And then your tertiary, secondary, and primary is your first weapon, your secondary weapon, and your grenade slot.
Okay.
You probably don't have a lot of boosters. You should just take the boosters that you have, and I will pick.
I don't have any boosters. I only have this one. Okay. I'm only level 5, so I don't have any of the stuff.
Okay, that's fine. What's the best thing we could bring if we only have one? This is a nuke nursery inside of a cityscape. It's
should I wear? Should I run a different armor?
No, you don't have to. Unless you have something that will give you grenades, no, you don't have to.
The increases stats medkit, extra padding. What is it? Servo assisted, that's throwing range.
Yes, that's the throwing range of your orbitals
protects.
and grenades. Right now, your best armors are going to be probably medkit, engineering, and democracy protects to stop you from hemorrhaging should you get bled out.
Alright, so I'll just run democracy protects then.
Okay.
Since I don't have any of the other more beneficial armor sets right now. Alright.
Launch initiated.
It becomes instinct over time, so don't worry about sucking.
Just crash.
Everybody sucks it first.
Allied destroyer leaving squadron.
Just relog back in the game. It'll give you a choice to reconnect to the instance.
We shall fight in the streets. We shall fight on the sidewalks. We shall fight in the intersections.
I'm still loading in.
Mm-hmm. It's either loading in or you're
throwing a fit.
Yeah, it's either loading in or you're currently stuck in a reinforcement loop. If it doesn't change after a minute or so, close the game and then reconnect to the game, and it'll give you an option to reconnect to the last mission squad that you were with.
Alright.
Dropping a pin.
I scheduled a fucking call with my ISP to have a technician come out Sunday, because these disconnections are getting fucking ridiculous now. I do not like Mediacom. I really do not like Mediacom as a company. Shit players I can deal with. Shit internet, that's my trigger point.
Sending down sentry.
Unfortunate.
Okay.
Follow me.
It just kicked me back to my orbiter. Alright, hold on. There we go.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. When you drop down, just start following me.
Warning, you are leaving the mission area.
Follow me.
Oh yeah, the siege soldiers.
Backpack inbound.
We call them blueberries.
Yeah. Right.
This is where you're gonna... Yeah, there you go.
Move out the way. Alright. Calling the Gatling turret.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Flash reload. Our citizens
Oh no!
depend on you for their safety.
Gatling.
Fire in the hole.
Terminate outpost purged.
Calling in reinforcements. Sending out an SOS. New mag.
Reloading.
Start slowly backing up.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
My stuff's still on cooldown.
It's fine. We're going to let the turrets do the job and create space.
Calling down supply.
Now that we've... Well, technically but it's not your fault. You did the hard job, which was holding the pack at bay so I can control the holes. Now that we've destroyed this heavy nest, this is where we then strip it and hold space to give other divers that are reinforcing into the mission a chance to drop on planet into a safer situation. That situation normal. Snafu would be situation all fucked up. So, with a Bile Titan ahead of us, we let the rocket turret do its job of taking shots at it, and we clear the space so that they are able to drop down into the situation, while you keep dealing with the targets that you can deal with. Which is that Bile Titan right there.
Now up, right, left.
Your settings are probably different than mine, so you're probably using the same keys that you used to move to type in your orbitals. There's a setting for that. For now, just manage. Yeah, just for now, just manage. Now, you have a special loadout with the supply pack. If you press your 5 key, you will be able to reload yourself, and if you press on top of me, you'll have the ability to reload me. That is the purpose of the supply pack. Now, you accidentally used too many, so now you're empty. So now, you need to go over to the supply canister, and these boxes, if you pick them up, will reload directly into your supply pack.
Oh. Okay.
So, the way that it works is that a normal canister reload is usually half requisition. Half of the stems, half of your diver's full total of grenade, and usually the full capacity of the primary, the secondary, and, depending on the backpack slot that is being held, the majority of the ammunition to the backpack, as well as the reload of the full backpack supply. To a supply packer, every time you pick up a supply pack, you're supplying yourself and you're reloading a canister into the backpack. So you get double effectiveness out of a supply pack. So right now, you're operating the capacity of a heavy assault unit. Your job is to reload the team after every major engagement so that you have the rest of your ammunition available. So, whenever you're working capacity with another diver, when that diver needs it, you would reload them. Most of the time, for now, because you're learning your battle IQ, you're going to be doing it in a refill situation. In these combat situations, you just need to play by ear. So, whenever you need to be reloaded, and you know you're down on everything, you're out of stems, you're out of grenades, you're running low on ammunition to the point where you have nothing left, that's when you give yourself your supply pack by pressing 5. Whereas in most situations, you're going to be reloading the diver, so you directly supply them, which should be your interact key, which by default should be E.
Oh, biotech. Well,
That wasn't fast enough.
that's fine.
So, in a firefight situation like this, if we were on a desert planet, which would not be a conquered city, because this is a conquered city, we would have a high hill advantage against these bugs. We could be able to hold enough attention where one diver could be able to hold their attention and keep them at a manageable...
Come on, game. Really?
To be able to keep them at a manageable distance away from the units. I know that you are dead. It's kind of hard for me to be able to bring you out when I'm having to move away from something.
Game froze.
It's okay. It happens. We'll work it out over time. Just do what you can to get back into the mission.
Ready to liberate.
It's very difficult to be able to drop you back onto the planet when I'm already being chased stage 3. Pinging quickly doesn't make it easier to bring you back.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Okay.
Tagging location west.
Look at me. Look at me.
You back.
Come on. Look at me. Look at me, bitch. Look at me. There you go. Now take it in the mouth. No. Don't turn around and kill the blueberries. Look at me.
Reloading.
Don't bleed out. Last direction was this way.
Reinforcing.
Okay.
Requesting air support. Calling down a sentry.
Ladder station.
Calling in reinforcements. Requesting sentry.
Sucky.
I got the terminal.
Allied destroyer leaving squadron.
I have to trust that Alex reconnects in a timely order.
Reinforcing. Throwing supply beacon.
Sending down equipment package.
That's not Alex.
Calling down a support weapon. Requesting tac pack.
Gas me shot the gas. 100 degrees in the opposite direction.
I'm on it.
Turn. Turn. Click.
Sending in an eagle.
I overturned.
Calling in reinforcements. I'm on it. I got the terminal.
Mission map updated.
Fire in the hole. Orbital inbound.
Allied destroyer joining
Really?
squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
The smartest idea you have is to throw a napalm directly on top of ourselves in danger close environment. As he's jumping into the map. It's going to be a while till these Xbox divers have good leadership.
I didn't realize they already had it. I thought they still had to wait.
This player base has been ransacked by Sony, bad decisions, and horrible chaos divers that have absolutely no mindset of how to play the game and no battle IQ. There is very little leadership, and of the people who are there, most of those players abandon games and they come back with absolutely no understanding of what community is. So, they have bad leadership, and most people only look at it as a meme, not actual as a community game, as a live service. So they have little to no leadership, little to no person that really takes the game seriously enough to understand that it's not my hours versus your hours, it's our communal effort. And every single time somebody actually has an impassioned conversation, they mistake it for anger and then do the same thing that all players do, which is, "What's blood yapping about?" That's not leadership. Which is why most people actually ended up stop playing the game. Not because it's not fun, outside of the usual excuses that they give. I am being dragged under a spore charger. But because if they're not able to have, what do they phrase it as? If they're not able to play in their version of a movie, then the game's bad. And if they're not invincible at all times, the game's bad.
Yeah, that's fair.
Calling down a sentry.
Most times when people ask me that question, the conversation never gets this far, and they're like, "Bro, you too serious, bro, it's just a game." And then when I suggest to them, "Okay, log off immediately," suddenly they get very angry. Then they understand exactly what I'm talking about.
Reinforcing.
Holding position.
That's called democracy. Requesting tac pack.
Calling support attach.
Calling down a support weapon. Tagging map. Southwest. Close. Tagging map. Southwest. 100 meters.
We need to start with the closest objective.
Yeah, I'm not even sure where the heck it is.
All three nurseries are triangulate around each other. But we ended up in a situation where one of my viewers got disconnected because, of course, the internet connectivity still has issues, even now. And then the three of you dropped in.
Oof.
This way. That's a pack.
Get some! Get some!
Setting up in the street. So, in totality of my answer, yeah, they don't really have leadership. There are people who know how to play the game, and there are people who treat it like wacky woohoo laughing hours.
Yeah, that's true on that one.
By nature, I'm a reinforcement diver. I spend most of my time inside of other people's operations. I have seen every kind of error and mistake a person can make in the game, by nature of playing the game for as long as I have. Even I sometimes put the game down and walk away from it, and I did for an extended period of time until I was reminded to return by my chat during the Siege of Super Earth.
Yeah, that's fair.
But since then, almost every single problem that could be a problem with the game has been patched, fixed, changed, or is being addressed at a later date, even including the redundancy of the Super Earth Edition packs for War Bonds. But people just keep telling them this game sucks, you shouldn't play it.
Grenade!
Alright, this thing's about to blow up.
Determinate outpost ability.
Good job.
Thank you.
I was fighting for my life there.
There's a bug breach right next to me while I was doing that.
Yes.
Luckily I had gas though, so they were pretty distracted with themselves.
I needed that last container before I moved. Now we can move. Let's move towards them. Really, all of the problems with the game that exist at all times, it's the same as every game. It's not the game, it's not even the systems, it's the people. I hate the people that play the games that I play because they play the game incorrectly.
It's true. Most people don't play games correctly. Or how intended, at least.
Well, that's something that you can debate about, right? What's correct? Correct is successfully winning a game. Well, what successfully wins? Using anything that works. Well, if you use anything that works, if your tactic and strategies are relevant and are effective in the situation where they are, then that's winning. But winning, in most people's cases, is having fun. Well, the way that I have fun isn't necessarily the way that somebody else has fun. And it's not even on, like, cosplaying or role-playing. If I load into an attachment where I'm using stun pods, real story, by the way, if I load into a game where I'm running an attachment of stun pods, and I drop into a mission with 3 established people that must obviously be IRL friends, and then they start bitching at me saying, "Oh my god, bro brought stun pods! Man, at least the fire pods would kill you when you drop!" And I tell them, quit your kvetching, I'm literally playing the mission. I bring what works. And they start doing the thing that all players do, which is, "Bro, come on, all I said was one thing!" And they're still typing, as I'm doing an entire objective by myself. Can't exactly say that that's teamwork.
Fair enough.
So then obviously, fun is somewhere between I put in my maximum effort and I'm trying to do everything I can to carry a squad. Since it's not a MOBA, I don't have to worry about the contingency of playing in a skill level because we're fighting against a machine. At the same time, tactics are tactics, strategies are strategies. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And you get down to the point where the question is, did the loadout work, yes or no? Now we're just debating about whether or not you like the strategy.
Yeah.
Me, personally, I don't like the fact that people will go out of their way to make up some bullshit because they're not capable of saying, I just don't personally like it. Because most of the time, ever since they changed the... Oh! Unfortunate. Ever since they changed the rules on what happens when you kick a player out of a mission, when they realized that they couldn't grief people anymore by getting them to do labor and then kicking them out so they cannot receive mission rewards or the samples they work to fight, but instead were kicked out into a separate splinter of the mission, which then dictated them to be able to run another squad off of a squad. Ow. Why did I walk towards that knowing it was going to explode? I'm retarded. It's because I'm yapping, chat! It's because I'm yapping! Don't worry, Alex. We'll reconnect you at some point. Just wait until the mission ends. At some point, the players decided that the funniest thing they can do is whenever they have a disagreement with someone, is to basically victimize them by trying to leave them in the worst situation possible, instead of just actually, being social in a video game that is about connecting to lobbies and being a part of the same community. Since this is effectively a space D&D campaign being ran by Arrowhead.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Dropping a pin. Northeast, 100 meters.
So right now, since the Super Earth battle, most of the missions, plural, most of the missions have been bug divers yapping about bot divers, yapping about squid divers, yapping about reinforcement divers, complaining about chaos divers. That one will bleed out. And somewhere in between everyone's collective complaints, not realizing that Johans, ever since he moved from the CEO position to the head of creative, and he moved to the new CEO position to fill the C-suite, has been fixing the game over time. because they're so used to having designers that don't care about video games that they just bitch about the state of things and then go back to playing games like Dead by Daylight, which have horrible developers that will actively watch players that play their game get raped on the street at bars and then bury that shit like nobody knows that shit goes on. So then ultimately, there is no real community amongst players. Because if they get mad at a player, kick them out the lobby, and then continue like normal. Which, that's fine, but then when you have enough people doing that enough times, nobody trusts anyone.
Yeah, that's true.
I've learned to try to meet people halfway. And in meeting people halfway, getting them to understand separate perceptions, I've learned that there are just some people that they don't care. They want what they want. They say fuck everybody else. And like I said earlier, their hours versus my hours. They care about their gameplay, they don't care about everybody else's gameplay. Because they're in the mindset of play your life, play your game. But much like when that saying was started back when MOBAs were popping, there is no your game. We're in the same lobby. We're connected to the same instance.
Fair enough.
And players are extremely resistant to leadership.
Do what? What was that last part there?
Players are extremely resistant or resilient or defiant to leadership. Defiant's probably the better word.
Yeah, that's actually very true.
Obviously, leadership is not yelling at people, but they come up with a plan, a person decides, yeah, but my idea was funnier. It's like, okay, it was funny, but now we don't get any of the samples that we came back with on the mission. That was a horrible toss, but the stun kept him still. Sport charger.
Thank you.
Drill's exploding.
You have served democracy well. Extraction awaits.
Follow the outskirts. I face planted. Died! And ultimately, at the end of the day, especially from the position of a streamer, which usually makes these things actually difficult, because then they feel, the opponents, the players in question that are the negative ones that make the player base toxic. And I don't mean that I disagreed with them, therefore I find them toxic, because I can trick people into being on my side because I'm the least combative one, therefore I'm seen as the nice one. But actually toxic, caustic when you talk to them, you can't have conversations with them. The toxic players are...
Yeah, I know somebody like that, and I do not play games with him anymore.
Yeah.
For that very reason.
Those players end up being the dominating voices on places like Reddit, because Reddit itself is a toxic cesspool. And so...
yeah, very much is, actually.
There's no way to usually meet people halfway, because, especially from the position of the streamer, if you're broadcasting while it happens, the natural reaction of that person is, you call them out on something, they then say, what's bro yapping about? Bro, shut up and play the game! You try to get them to understand, I'm not trying to mock you, I'm not trying to use you for content, I'm telling you something that's for your benefit. They then go to your chat, and then they demonstrate the reason why most people don't play online video games anymore, except inside their own friend circle.
Yeah.
I was talking about this the other day with my chat room on my call-in show, where basically the internet has gotten way too mean. It's not about seeing eye to eye or even understanding where the other person's coming from. It's about biting the other person's head off and dominating the conversation so that only the people in relevance to that side, know what the other person's talking about, gatekeeping the information, and basically making a game out of keeping people in the dark.
Yeah.
I don't know how many other games the three of you have played, or everybody else in my chat has played, but at least for the people who have watched me broadcast, we all remember what happened to me in Once Human. For context, in a season of Once Human, the very first season when the game released, on the first episode edition that they have as a season, I believe is Encounter Manibus, there was a group of 35 people that dedicated themselves to stream sniping and harassing me daily. The leader of this group got it in their head that if they just told enough lies about me and used the what's bro yapping about tactic to confound situations on a daily, that they could create a metafiction about me and my personality so they could get people to help harass me and then use my stream as a jumping off point to launch his own career. For about 70% of the time, this worked only because they were unwilling to actually do the extra step and look into the stream and see what I was talking about. They just took people's word for it.
Yeah, a lot of people seem to be lemmings anymore.
It's, I would say laziness, but honestly the right word is apathy.
Yeah,
It's not
fair enough.
it's not their problem, so why do I care? I just was told that he's a bad person, therefore I'm gonna treat him like he's the problem. Because, lol, why can't he just be normal? It's the pirate software effect, if you know anything about that drama currently going around. Although, I can say 100% in the case of Stop Killing Games, he did that shit. On purpose. But before that, there was a situation in what was called OnlyFans. Only fans, but it's OnlyFans. Hardcore PvP, hardcore PvM and PvP. World of Warcraft server ran by Soda Poppins and other contingency members of One True King and the Hoggers and WL community of Twitch. Basically, streamers that are known for other broadcast games like Tyler One of League of Legends, basically taking a vacation by playing another video game socially. Basically, streamers playing games that they normally don't play.
Yeah.
In that event, Pirate Software was being fucked with by a League streamer by the name of Yamato's Blade, who was, at the time of OnlyFans 2, the #2 left-hand enforcer of Tyler 1, who had fought against Soda Poppins to become the lead of the guild. Because basically, they put a new player in charge who was coming into World of Warcraft to increase excitement for the game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In that event, Pirate Software was getting fucked with constantly by the smaller streamers because this, like, 4 5-figure Andes versus 2 3-figure Andes. Maybe even 1-figure Andes. Andy being the word that Twitch users call for normal people. So, big streamer versus small streamer. Smaller streamer harasses bigger streamer. He got fucked with so much that created the crash out that everybody's heard about.
Oh yeah, I even called it, I forgot.
Comparatively, in my situation, I experienced something equivalent to the same thing, but it was 100% being done to me. So, imagine you log in, day 1, to the game. Nobody knows anything, the game is fresh. The game is designed to be social. Everyone in the ship. The game is designed to be social. Instead of interacting socially, imagine a group of people randomly decide to start a joke of deciding that you must be a rapist. I'm figuring out the easiest way to, like, put into frame how it was done. They decided you were a rapist. No evidence, no proof. They just decided. In Once Human, the game is calculated to locked servers that are at maximum 65 days of play. In those 65 days of play, you are locked to that server. You can't go to other instances. Oh no, that player crashed. So, the same group of people, about, I want to say 200, 500 people in a server, the same people, the same users, the same players, you're playing with them, you're trading with them, you're doing raids with them, You're socializing with them, you're building communities, which are hives, and you're building, effectively, clans for combat that are called warbands. For the equivalent of 3 months, people would never stop harassing my stream. But when I finally got the leader of this group on camera to actually debate what he had done, he did the equivalent of saying, "Nah, you're schizophrenic. In fact, you made up your family. You don't have a wife, you don't have a child." Despite the fact that my wife and child have been on camera. Liking content, out and about. Instagram official. Videos of me at his birthday. Videos of me at his second birthday. Videos with the extended blood family. Everything. The exact instant that the moderators, that they were just trying to keep the peace. It wasn't a question of, he's right, you're wrong, he's right. It's just, they're keeping the peace. And they don't know that this is happening. Because, you know, I'm not expecting them to, like, consume, at this point, 160 hours of streamed content. Because I was streaming 6 to 16 hours a day. They finally hear and see the level of toxicity that's being said. And they're like, oh, now we understand why you're so upset about this. They gave the person the lightest punishment. That person 100% would rage quit the game. Because they never built community amongst themselves. The community was harassing me. The community was not playing the game. So eventually, because they didn't like the system of Once Human, and they also just got distracted with other games coming out at the time, they eventually quit the game and gave that person the permissions to their territories. And then that person tried to cheese the hardest content that was available at the time, believing that he knew what he was talking about, and then rage quit the game entirely. And that is, over and over again, the reality of most live service games, with the exception of those that are basically dress-up fighters and booty fighters. So the First Descendant doesn't really account here, and Once Human doesn't necessarily count here, except in PvE servers and PvP servers amongst the people who you don't know. But basically, they joined the game, they got mad at people in the game, they tried to behave the way that they normally do inside of MOBAs and Battle Royales, and they crashed out and they quit.
Yeah. Some games you just can't play like that.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, it's been good, fellas, but I'm actually going to have to get off here.
Okay. Have a good day, sir.
But if it's alright with you, I'll go ahead and actually send you a friend request, as it's pretty fun.
Okay, no problem. And you can be able to check me out on any platform at Single Player Carl. I'm Single Player Carl on all platforms. Caramel Occasion on Twitter.
Okay, I got you.
Almanac.
I'm guessing it's just the same name that you've got here, Mr. Random.
No, it's Single Player Carl on all the other platforms. This is just my my Steam my Steam ID.
Okay, I got you. Alrighty, then I will see you later.
Mm-hmm. Have a good day, sir.
You too.
Mission coordinates locked. Allied destroyer has left squadron.
They don't make them like that anymore.
Engaging orbital thrusters.
And now that we've had a positive interaction, now we're going to be stuck with players that do not appreciate things like we had earlier. Fucking... Anyways, welcome back, Alex.
Trying to see if I can get better audio quality.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
So right now, our goal is to try to keep you inside of a mission long enough that you can exfil out of that mission. So let's see here. But that loadout before, it was really difficult to manage because where I normally have a normal attach, I did not have a normal attach. And now you have the recoilless and the eats, so you're good. That setup's perfect.
What about the you know what? Hold on. Do I...
Do
I need to have the recoilless or the anti-tank?
It would be better if you changed your first stratagem back to what you had it. When you bring down support packs that come with a quaternary and quintenary slot for the hand and the backpack for the support weapon, you can't wear a backpack at the same time. You can use the eats because the eats doesn't require a backpack slot. It only requires you to call it down and use it where you need to, and you'll be able to call it down every minute.
Okay.
So if you bring the supply pack, you will basically have a supply pack that you can't use except for your own additional attachments. Because you need the support backpack slot in order to be able to carry that supply pack. Otherwise, I have to carry your support back. Now, I can do that, but since I'm bringing my own recoilless, what's going to end up happening is that your supply pack will basically be dropped on the ground, and it'll be basically a one-off additional supply package carry. So, you'd be able to bring it for another person, but you wouldn't be able to utilize it directly for yourself, unless that person was only using a single one-handed weapon. So basically, think of it like a two-hand slot. Your backpack occupies one hand, your support weapon that comes with the supply weapon supports the other hand. If you have a backpack and an in-hand weapon, you can't use an additional backpack slot unless you change what's carried in your hand as well. Because the recoilless...
Oh, right, because the recoilless comes with its own back. Alright,
Yes.
let me swap out then.
Yes. There's a way to use two-handed backpacks, and that's basically you bring another weapon to support that weapon. So if I was to bring a spear and to bring a recoilless, I would change from the recoilless to the spear and back again when necessary. So basically when that runs out of ammunition. But if I was to do that, I'd actually be using something that's more centered towards controlling an entire area field, which would be more like this. Because an airburst rocket launcher comes with enough ammunition that supports clearing out normal enemies because it's an anti-infantry weapon, whereas the recoilless rifle is an anti-tank weapon. An anti-tank weapon that is meant to be reloaded over the course of a mission. An expendable anti-tank rifle is instead meant to be a off-swap. When you're in a situation and, oh shit, I'm stuck between reloads, you throw down the... The internet jittered for a second. So, the way that the EATS works, which is what we call the scavenger rocket. Fuck. No! All back in Carl. I hate disconnections like that. Oh my god. And now we must wait. Son of a bitch! Don't you bit Mediacom, chat. Never get Mediacom as a company. I'm begging you, chat. Never get Mediacom as a company. I'm begging you. Don't do it. Their service is so ass. Their service is so ass. Fuck. Now we wait, chat.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
Welcome
If she
back.
had Comcast, you wouldn't have this issue.
I'd still be depressed. So, where normally a two-handed backpack, such as the spear or the recoilless, would be used as an all-over-the-mission choice, the expendable anti-tank is a disposable option, as is the commando. The anti-tank has the advantage of being a 1-minute cooldown timer, whereas the commando has 103, but it comes with 2 additional rockets inside of it. So you have the ability to guide those laser-guided missiles towards an object, and you can immediately use it alongside another weapon to support the use of being against elite infantries. Whereas a normal attachment that is meant for anti-infantry, such as a one-handed option in the case of a anti-materiel rifle, or a stalwart, or a heavy machine gun, or a machine gun, or a railgun, or a grenade launcher, which is more likely to be paired with the supply pack, or a additional tool alongside emplacements. That is usually where the one-handed comes in use with a backpack, because the backpack slot is not filled. So you don't have to worry about needing to have a backpack slot, because the backpack slot is now properly taken up for what it is needed. And when playing in a unit full of people, when a unit takes the supply pack, they don't have to take the supply pack for themselves, they can take it for another person. So, in my mission, I gave you my supply pack from one of my stratagem slots, instead of you having to play your life by loading out only the stratagems that you needed to operate in a mission. And that's the tech. There are different types of backpack slots. Some of them can be automated turrets in the form of the guard dogs, but assuming a normal loadout, normal meaning it deals with what you're going to expect to fight in a mission, you use the expendable anti-tank, which we call the Scavenger Raven, and the Commando, which we usually call the Buzzard, to support a backpack and support weapon combo,
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
so that you can be able to manage without needing to stress the remaining 2 support slots. So, for example, if I wanted to run something that looked like this, and this setup would be functional only for the smallest targets. So everything that is in an anti-infantry unit between light, medium, and heavy penetration. The grenade launcher would be able to deal with medium penetration. Well, correct myself before I say that. The explosive effect of a grenade launcher against the normal contingency of enemies would support medium armor penetration for direct hits. But the explosive damage of a explosive grenade would be able to deal up to damage that would effectively kill a target that would be resistant to heavy armor penetration if it has weak points that are susceptible to medium armor penetration. Whereas if I was to take something like this would only be able to be used by another unit, because that supply pack I could not carry alongside the backpack of the additional air burst. But if I was to take a setup like this, then this setup would be functional, because when I run out of ammunition inside of one support pack weapon, or I die and I'm reinforced to the planet, my other weapon can now be drawn out to the field. You see what I mean?
Alright. So I've just got to get to that point where I have to get the stratagems.
Yes.
Noted.
Some strategies don't work unless you have the tools to do them. Some of these, they are locked behind some, very small number of the stratagems are locked behind acquisitions to some war bonds. Most of them are only locked behind levels and locked behind requisition slips to buy them over time.
Okay. Well, I need samples and such,
Mm-hmm.
so I can upgrade my ship.
Mm-hmm.
So let's do this.
Yeah, so, based on what you have now, that setup is basically perfect. The machine gun can be supplied by the pack. The Raven will be able to scavenge whenever you need it to drop to kill an anti-tank unit if I'm not nearby you. Granted, you'll still have to wait for it to drop in and come up so you can pull it. And the turret will be able to support you so that you can be able to reload yourself in between reloads and deal with packs. So now let me use my actual setup. And in this situation, for safety,
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
we can be able to do armed resupply pods. Last mission I was using stun pods, which gave you breathing room whenever you dropped back down to the planet. It would CC any normal enemies around you. For this one, we're going to go with armed resupply pods. Eventually, you'll get access to boosters. Your first booster you'll probably get access to is Hellpod Spaced Optimization, which is the one that looks like a key card. For now, you just need to get any booster so you can put it in your slot, so that your 5th slot on your loadout, which is the booster slot, isn't empty. We'll talk primaries and secondaries at a later time, once you have more to access. For now, you have access to the Senator, which is going to put down heavy armor piercing, and you have a Dominator, which is going to give you medium stagger, as well as rocket explosive capacity against normal armored enemies. You're more or less good to go. As long as you have an expendable anti-tank or a commando, you'll be able to deal with heavies in your mission. Heavy units are any unit that is not susceptible to anything lower than anti-tank, which Spore Chargers, Chargers, Behemoth Chargers, and Bile Titans. You'll know them when you see them in a pack. Everything else is susceptible to light, medium, heavy. Technically, bugs are always susceptible to light armor. Because the amount of bullets you put into the object dictates the amount of damage you're dealing. Whenever you're getting deflection shots, when it tells you that your weapon is bouncing off of an object, that means you're doing no damage. But when you're getting yellow when you're getting normal white hit marker lines, that means you're doing about 33.6% of your normal damage. Because it's being reduced. So, when that happens, you just have to put more bullets into the target. So, let's take the head of a normal attachment in a field unit, which is the incoming Titan. In a Titan pack, you've got a Bile Titan, surrounded by smaller infantry units. Those smaller infantry units will usually have a unit commander. And that unit commander is going to be responsible for trying to kill you. It's going to have soft targets, and it's going to have hard targets. The head of a normal commander is effectively a hard target, because he's technically medium armor penetrating, as is Hive Guard. So these units that are surrounding us, these Predator Strain targets, they are light. Those things over there, the Hive Guards that I just marked, they're medium. Their front plate will be resistant to damage. But, because my weapon is medium armor penetrating, I go straight through them. So instead of having to aim underneath myself, I can aim towards their head.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Requesting sentry! Calling down a support weapon. Requesting orbital strike.
And then, for Bile Titans, chargers of all varieties, they will deflect all bullets, no matter what.
Found a sample.
I got the truth. Not today! Requesting sentry! Fire in the hole!
And that's how penetration works. Because that penetration value basically dictates why you can't always take the same setup in every mission. So when I attempt to shoot this Spore Charger, the only way that I do direct damage to him to immediately kill him is by preferably putting a rocket either in his body or putting a rocket in his face, which will immediately make him explode, because that's a non-death effect. And with this Impaler, when he lowers his head into the ground to extend his impaling arms, if you look at him, you can see that that fleshy bit is exposed, right?
Yep.
That fleshy bit is actually light armor penetration. That's its weak point. But its weak point doesn't expose until he opens himself up. So, as long as you keep shooting at him, you can't do damage there. But when he drops his head, now you can. Some enemies were designed around the philosophy of you need to have this weapon in order to deal with them, which would be the Chargers and the Bile Titans. The Impalers, which came alongside the Escalation of Freedom, were designed in mind to give players actual options greater than I must take this loadout or else to deal with their scenario. And over time, once you have access to better equipment. Better is the wrong word to say, but I can't find a better one right now. When you get access to more variety of equipment, you'll begin to realize the shortcomings of certain equipment pieces and the advantages of certain equipment pieces.
Calling down a sentry. Last reload.
And by normal capacity,
Calling down supply. Calling in orbital strike.
you'll slowly begin to get more experience with your arsenal to know the strengths and weaknesses of each weapon. Because, outside of certain circumstances, there is no such thing as a weak weapon. It's not weak, it's just not suited to the situation. So, your current attachment, your supply pack, it will always be relevant. Your anti-infantry option in the form of your Gatling, while it has a longer cooldown time than the normal machine gun turret, it can be able to put down an infantry attack like that. So with access to my turret and the armed turret and the additional attachment turret, these Gatlings lock down this platform without us having to use our equipment. Because the turret is doing the work, instead of our main hand guns. Let's move. Following M1 pin. On me. As you begin to learn situations, you learn the number one rule of Helldivers, which is there is no score for the highest score of kills. You deal what you have to get the mission done. Certain situations, you will have to kill everything that's nearby you. Other situations, you only need to be able to deal with as many units that are relevant. Certainly, in many people's cases, that's not exactly the most fun thing to do. Killing everything is fun. Basically, it's the same conversation I just had with the last guy before he left. But, if we're talking actual relevant data, it's less about what's fun, and it's more about looking at it like it's a puzzle. If you're missing the necessary pieces of the puzzle that enable you to answer the question, as much as it is a multi-choice question, when you don't have certain things, so when you don't have an answer, you will see the sheer difficulty that some missions will bring you. And because every mission is different, what that looks like changes, depending on what is actually necessary. So in this mission, because this mission type is different, inside of a dominated city, you need close quarter combat tools. That means more of the pressure of your weapon is going into your main hand equipment. Your primary, your secondary, and any bullet capacity weapon. So your machine gun. Or in some missions, such as defense missions, for high asset protection,
Oh, brother. Alright, I need to catch up.
don't worry. In other mission types, such as large asset defense, your emplacements will be doing more relevant damage than your normal weapons, with the exception of the grenade launcher. Because the grenade launcher, especially for bugs, will basically operate as an alternative to your grenade slot. So, where normally you would have up to 6 grenades, or 8 or 6 depending on the loadout of what grenade type you're using, the grenade instead replaces itself with cartridges. It's about 25 to 64 grenades, depending on if you are just using supply pack or not.
No!
Watching sentry! How about a nice cup of liberty?
It's okay. Everybody accidentally domes a diver every now and again. The important part is that you didn't do it on purpose.
I did not mean to do that, I'm honest. I hate doing that.
Yeah, it feels bad. That's how you know that it's an accident.
These controls are fucking me over. I hate mouse and keyboard.
It's possible to make whatchamacallit work. You just have to remap it for a second and then test it to a mission. Give them a second. They're in combat.
That's fine.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Ready to liberate! Calling down a...
We need to move to this position.
Yep, definitely need to get out of here.
This way. On M1.
Reinforcing!
Because realistically, even though Helldivers is a cooperative extraction shooter, it is very much knowledge-based. Because the first time you do the mission will be the last time that you'll be completely ignorant of what is required of you in the mission. If you play the game the way that the guys before, Acer and myself, were discussing, where basically you don't care about anything other than the way that you play the game and whether or not you're having fun, whatever your definition of fun is. That type of fun will dictate the way that the game will be affected by you and your loadouts. Fuck.
Alright, and then towards you then. Fucking stalker. There's samples where I was.
Affirmative. Calling in reinforcements.
We'll go back. We'll get back to them at some point.
Requesting sentry.
LiDAR station.
I hate that I'm using up the lives. I don't like that at all.
It happens. There is in fact a booster that increases not only the amount, but also the
Titan
speed at which they come back once they hit 0.
Reinforcing.
While you shouldn't try to spend too many lives in a mission, you will naturally just end up burning through lives if a situation calls for it. Sometimes people make mistakes. Or in that situation, sometimes we get domed from multiple directions because our turrets are spinning in multiple directions. No matter what the logic is, it just happens.
Watching advanced weaponry.
It's half the reason why they gave us lives. They knew that it was going to happen. That's why it's progress, not perfection. You can, in fact, reduce your lives if you play perfectly, but the goal is not to play perfectly.
Requesting sentry!
Main objective nearby.
Storm happened.
So over time, you learn to see the pitfalls that will happen in a situation, and you try to be preventative rather than
Liberty dispensed.
restorative. Because a single ounce of prevention is better than a cure-aid.
Sample collected!
Then again, there are some people who would have an opinion that I'm too much of a hard ass and take things too seriously all the time, despite the fact that I am a very unserious person.
Engaging terminal!
It's just that there's a time when it's time to be funny, and there's a time when you have to consider that the best choice is to try to prevent as many mistakes as possible.
Dropping a pin.
Incoming horde.
50 meters.
Because a lot of the times,
Calling down a
you'll start to notice that a lot of preventative measures actually starts with being forward-thinking. So, this pack that's about to come up to us, I can see them coming on the map. And at the very least because, ow. At the very least because I am not on a map that has bug spores, which is a mission condition. You'll learn more about those when they happen. Technically, they're happening right now. I just haven't explained them to you yet. But because I can see them coming, I move myself into a position where we then just immediately start dealing with them so we can begin doing the escort mission. And then, as we deal with them, we juggle the conditions of that mission alongside the problem that we're dealing with, which is multiple units causing problems in control over the operation area. And then slowly over time, it becomes second nature, and you don't have to talk about it. Or rather, once you fully understand the concept, the philosophy begins to use the techniques of Jeet Kune Do to fill in for space. So, once you understand the concept of how to lock down an area, you will never need me to explain to you that we need to lock down an area. You'll just naturally start locking down an area by yourself. The same way how before I said, for now, you'll have to work with what you've got. Because the game was naturally meant to escalate you towards Super Helldive. I wasn't even thinking about it. I just play on Super Helldive. And where, in a normal mission attachment, you would have me lower the difficulty so that you can be able to operate at that capacity. Once you get to the point where you no longer need to have the settings turned down, you'll just naturally play at the level where all you need is a scavenger rocket and a dream. You get what I mean?
Objective complete.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
And before anybody in the chat asks, yes, I'm saying it for your benefit as well, as much as I could say it for my own benefit and the benefit of the other drivers in the mission.
Oh no.
Dropping. Reinforcing.
You okay?
Terminate hive structure destroyed.
Mission's normal.
Calling down a sentry.
I've got the samples. It's okay.
To the enemy. Their lives
Do we share the samples that we pick up, or
Yes.
is it just something we can? Okay. Okay. Cool.
Every
so people
diver-
can't just grab them for people.
Every diver can have their own separate container of samples, but all samples will be collated at the end of the mission. Consolidated at the end of the mission into the full take-back. So, whenever you pick up samples, that another diver dropped because they died, you're carrying your own unique sample container. And if you die, the samples that you were carrying drop into your death carry. And they then can pick up that death carry, and the samples that were inside of your package get added to their package. And so on and so on and so on. And then once we exfil onto the plane, once a diver enters the ship, the samples that they had get permanently saved into death storage, into mission completion storage. So rather than dropping it if you die once you're on the ship, the samples will then be saved by the system as long as you don't disconnect. And you will receive them at the end of the mission, as well as any other additional samples that you would have received as a reward for high-value asset travel. And what that means is any confidential sample selection, any tool that would have required you to bring back something like the body of a living larvae, or the confidential data on a Auton head, or any information that will require you to bring, I don't even know if there's an attachment that exists for the Illuminate. If it doesn't yet, they will eventually soon in the future. You will bring that in your hand capacity, the same way as bringing back an SSD container to be delivered to a cache. And then, by delivering that cache, you will then get an extra exfil of supplies, which is usually 2 super uranium samples, which is your purple containers, and 4 rare samples, which is your orange samples. There are also boosters that will enable enemies to drop samples in the mission, as well as a booster that will give a 25% chance for you to find an additional sample of any type when you pick up any sample at any time. Probably based on feel. But that is effectively the common logic behind that. Most of the time, any person can grab samples at any time, but if you're operating with the scout standard, you'll have a person who's responsible for picking up the samples and moving them from body to body, so that a mission can move smoothly. This person is what we call the scavenger, or the scout. Most of these classes are made up based on the name of the armor that you're wearing in order to make the strategy work. Scout unit, engineer unit, heavy engineer unit, mobile siege engineer. Basically, the name describes the role. In this mission, I'm working in the capacity of a wet work operative, or a heavy demolitionist. My job is to lock down a site, and whenever we need to hunker down, to supply the space for all divers to hunker down. Your loadout would make you a siege engineer. Your job is to keep the wet work going, and supply ammunition to the other divers, so they can continue doing their job. L4 would also be a siege engineer, but he would be sentry heavy. So, as an emplacement engineer, all of his loadout is designed around holding down a singular point. A flamethrower to hold corners, a Gatling to control heavy space, and an additional machine gun, which is going to usually deal with aerial units, or assist with the destruction of other aerial units, assuming that a diver doesn't already have what F3 is carrying, which is a main handbreaker incendiary, which shoots out tracer rounds. And F3's unit would make him a light aerial assault unit, or a light infantry unit. His jump pack enables him to fly, and with that flight capacity, it enables him to use his heavy machine gun, and in any situation where he feels too threatened and needs to lock down the space, he immediately throws out his napalm barrage to immediately create destruction and havoc that we then operate inside the chaos of. Which for most people gets them killed, but the logic is, if the enemy cannot be able to walk on top of us, we can then be able to control our space, gain distance, and then cover each other. So I'm naturally following L4's position to cover him, while we retain safety from the overhead barrage. And with our bullet capacity weapons, he and I cover each other's sixes, and give him breathing room, so that we can wait out the barrage, so it deals with the enemies in the infield. And then, after we find ourselves together as we have, we then work from this corner outwards to get to extraction. If one man goes down, we pick his samples up and keep moving. If that man goes down and he has an important piece of equipment that we need in order to survive that situation, going towards extraction, then that man pulls out that equipment off his body. So let's say we're in this corridor. There are enemies in front of us and you have a machine gun. If we need to push through that hole, you then become responsible for pushing through that hole that F3 is currently clearing through with his weapon. Because another tool that he serves the capacity of, because he has a shotgun, is he is the point man. So, as the point man, he is the first point of entry and breach, and you're his support. Your bullet weapons enable us the ability to move around the battlefield. You punch holes for the pack that is immobile, who doesn't have the ability to go airborne. F3 creates a hole for the pack because he can go airborne, and pincers from the other direction to control the havoc in the field. And as an experienced diver, I pick up the slack where it's necessary.
Ugh.
The overall idea is that every diver has a job. It doesn't matter what you call that job. They work in the capacity of that job, and they get the job done. It doesn't matter what weapon.
Heavy, northeast, close.
It doesn't matter the situation. In fact, there's actually a Marine Corps standard that describes this exact attitude, which is any environment, any weapon. Hence, why I don't give advice to people about what weapon is best in slot at all times. What we have in this situation is what we have in the situation. If we had other weapons in the situation, then obviously we would use other weapons in the situation. Since we do not have other weapons in the situation, we use what's on hand. And it just so happens that we have everything necessary to deal with the situations that are on hand.
I was trying to make a mad dash up here, Jesus Christ!
Once you get skilled enough, you'll be able to do what I'm doing, which is basically giving callouts while actively paying attention to the mission and looking at the chat. Ouch. Some people, they can't talk while they're thinking. Sometimes even I get stun locked while I'm thinking. But eventually...
I just want to put down another turret, Jesus Christ.
Eventually, once you get to where I am, it'll be after years... Well, not years. This game hasn't been out that long. It's only been out for a year and a half. Once you get to where I am, or where they are, everything that I'm saying to you will make sense in your own way. Because obviously the biggest complaint that everybody has, even horror has, is, Carl, you give too much information and you're too dense. But I'm not even talking about complex concepts. I'm just talking about the overview of the idea. Sure, I'm using the words that I designed and wrote down in my handbook on how to explain it to the Xbox players when they get here, and that'll definitely be in the video.
If they haven't already been watching.
But everything that I'm saying is the basics of the game. Whether you be social or not, you still need to be able to do the job. Once you can do the job and talk, that's when the social aspect kicks in. And then at that point, we clinking and clinking and zhushin, and everybody's having a fun time. Because at the end of the day, every Helldiver is bound to the same creed. I call it the Chaos Creed, which is all divers or no divers. Meaning, either every diver gets back on my ship, or we're staying on this planet until we finish the mission. Since we're all alive, and we've completed the mission, at any point in time, we can leave. And in these situations, This is when you can emote on the motherfucker.
Loading.
And as it is my mission, I'm responsible for being the last man on the ship. Therefore, as long as we're still in the danger, I have to hold my post to make sure you can get on the ship. Also, the timer already started for the shuttle. You need to leave.
Coming.
So earlier, when I was talking to the guy about true leadership, we don't have players like me in the game. If we do, they're either playing a different game, or they're not really using their microphones. And if they are using their microphones, they have the mentality of being casuals. Because everybody starts from zero.
Everything.
Well, not everything. I think we missed this. Yeah, we missed the support pack. Not the support pack. The escape pod. But it's fine. It was on the outskirts of the map. Because ultimately, Alex, everybody starts in the same place. We all started from level 1. Granted, some of us started in the breaker or kick off my ship meta era, but we all start from level 1. Increasing your knowledge of the game is the first step. You can't increase your knowledge if you don't challenge yourself. But at the same time, working at your level and meeting you halfway is the goal. That's what I was basically talking about with the other guy. You have to meet people halfway. If you meet somebody halfway, then you don't have problems. Sure, it might be a different way to play the game, but when a squad functions and works because of necessary leadership and every diver being able to pull their weight, this is where the game really opens up and becomes fun. Because once you open up to capacity for fun, then there's no longer the need for the inability to be upset. You are able to have casual fun with other players.
Allied destroyer coordinates received.
Let's see. I'm still working on Steeled Veterans.
Yeah, don't worry. When you play through operations, you'll slowly gain all of your medals. A completed operation successfully is at least 30 to 35 medals in a single operative mission at the highest difficulty.
Mission coordinates.
That's why I left the hardest mission for last. With this is an eradication swarm mission.
Engaging orbital thrusters.
So, to summarize in a very short TLDR,
Orbit.
Helldivers is not just about how you play the game, it's who you're playing the game with and how they make it possible for you to play that game as a team. A good leader makes a good environment. An informative and instructive leader that is a authoritative leader and not an authoritarian who barks commands and never takes responsibility for their mistakes makes for an environment where you can learn. An environment where you can learn is an environment where you can grow. And when your body gets bigger, your mind will flower. Because it's late to learn. Because knowledge is power. And I like power. Hail democracy. I thought you were going to make up the content from yesterday. I literally, in the middle of doing that stream, Horror, forgot that today is my mother's birthday. So I pushed it to, I believe, tomorrow. I'm taking it as a social day. Plus, I've been putting out way too many shorts. So if people are waiting for something to watch, they only have to go to TikTok and to the YouTube shorts for something to watch. Granted, I know, for you, that's not necessarily the content that you like. What it is, what it is.
Actually, hold on.
Holding. In the upright firm position.
Firmly give me that.
Okay, so a little bit of a brief about an eradication terminate squad mission. This is basically a wave-based mission. The timer doesn't stop until we kill the last terminid. technically I mean wave timer, doesn't stop until we kill the last Terminid. It fills the bar from 0% to 100%. We can be assailed by every enemy type that is current to the planet. That's why you see them loading out their green emplacements. For you, that is basically good enough. And then the rest of us will be able to deal with the packs at our leisure. It's probably something like that. And then, just in case. And this. And ready.
Hellpod launch
So, over time, you'll eventually meet players like the ones we're currently with. For their credit, they are new people. I maybe have seen one of them randomly at different times of day, because I know I recognize the name Link the Dank. Not in any, like, famous sense, but in the sense that I've seen this player before randomly when I have gone reinforcement diving. But whenever you're playing with players like this is when you're truly playing Helldivers.
The enemy has corrupted our metropolis long enough.
The less that you have to struggle against the activities of another diver, and the more that you're actively cooperating in an environment where you're truly enjoying playing the video game as a team. That is when you're truly playing the game.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
I heard the Biotitan, but I don't see the Biotitan. I see the Biotitan, but I don't have a full angle. I missed. You appear to be lagging from my angle. There you are. Impaler in the outfield.
Reloading. Calling down a support weapon. Heavy. Ammo.
So far, so good. This is a new arena. I haven't played in this arena before.
Oh, that's incendiary mines. I'm gonna get away from that.
Yes. Actually, that brings up a relevant point that I didn't even think about. Sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes, you're going to get players in your lobbies, whether you're leading or you're following another player, that are going to have an irrational hatred of different loadouts. One of those is going to be mines, of any type. They just don't like them.
Right.
Whoops. That Gatling sentry, careful.
Noted. Oh.
Very bad.
Don't worry. Don't worry about it. Crouch. Here. I mean, that works too.
Requesting
Stuff is still on cooldown for me. Oh!
Calling down a sentry.
So basically, the reason why our mission feels so, quote, easy right now is because there are 3 experienced divers that know exactly what they're doing and know how to play around the actions and choices of other players. This is not going to happen all the time. You have to enjoy this while this lasts, Alex. I wish alt-tabbing didn't always force me to propel myself forward.
I had a reason blood. Thank you, though.
I was going to try.
There's a thief voices out there, too. Careful.
Noted. Throw that down there.
That's the mission. Sometimes we're going to go poor from accidental deaths from civilians and blueberries. That naturally happens. On domination cities, sometimes you have to expect to be poor. When you're near on Super Helldive, money is not an option, is not an issue. You'll hit 5k to 50k before you realize it. And also, when you're in good situations like these missions, you can also emote on a motherfucker.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Reinforcement budget depleted. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Pretty much, through teamwork, all things are possible. Unlike Balatro, where through money, all things are possible. There is a quality of the game where the more time you have spent inside of it, the more potential you have, and at least in terms of super credits, assuming you don't want a super sample farm at levels 1 through 3 on top of a bug planet that is either a snow planet, a jungle planet that has at least workable terrain, or a desert planet that is not a conquered and dominated city, it is possible for you to be able to play as though skill and opportunity matter more or less about how well you played rather than the weapons you brought. Because having a full arsenal of every war bond doesn't mean shit when you only have 7 slots to work with. 8 if you count your body armor. 9 if you count your booster. So far, what do you feel is the thing that is most challenging to you right now, Alex?
Welcome back. Well done.
Right now, it's just getting used to the game.
Okay.
I have to get used to how the controls work first, and then they'll be figuring out strategy and speed, because it's remembering all of them at the time, because sometimes it's like I get the left and right mixed up.
Good luck out there.
Okay. So to solve that problem, I know you said you want to use your controller, so this would be the time for you to plug
I'm using
that
it
in.
right now.
Okay. So on your controller settings, you're going to have to go to your inputs, and you're going to have to probably change your bindings. So inside of your binding window, underneath stratagem, there's going to be a button for opening the stratagem list and for changing the buttons that you press to input your stratagems. You're going to want to change...
Oh, it's on D-pad.
Okay. So, that at least that's functional. On keyboard, we had to change them from our input buttons on WADs and QWERTY to our directional keys on stratagems. Control is the standard list open. Then on the open list, you type with your left-right hand on your arrow keys while holding down your directional buttons on WADs. Basically, you free aim and you allow your mouse to lay wherever, and you type them in quickly to the point that you can input your inputs with only 1 to 2 seconds of input. And for this, Stratagem Hero is basically the good way to train this. So, not accounting for Stratagem Jammers on Illuminate missions, or Stratagem Jammers and Scramblers on Automon missions, the input for every stratagem is the same. It is static throughout the game. So, as you're experiencing there on Stratagem Hero, mastering putting them in with controller is slightly harder than doing it on keyboard. I'm gonna let you play that round, and then I'm gonna show you, and then we're gonna go into the next mission, okay?
Oh God.
Yeah. Right. Now let me show you.
Oh my God.
I'm not very good at the perfect bonus, but the idea is that you need to understand the shorthand on how to put things in. So I'm going slightly faster than I should be, for the purposes of when you put them in properly, you get a timer bonus that carries over the time to the next round. You're kind of in the way of the screen right now. Back up a little bit. There you go. So, the idea is that you want to really understand and learn your base stratagems. That's your blue stratagems for support. Understanding your base support stratagems, the ones that you'll have difficulty struggling with, is your emplacements. Reds can be hard. Blues can be simple but complex, meaning some directions can be as simple as up, down, left, right. Some can be up, down, left, right, left, right, 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 left, right, up, down. Some can be up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, or up, 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 or up, up, down, down, up, down. So, mastering putting in stratagems is first a question of being comfortable, and then is a question of familiarity. Sometimes they're more easier done than others. But, to show the difference, let's do a planar operation. So, rather than going into Altenburg and continuing with the city operations, I'm going to take you to the desert part of the planet, which is going to take you to an open field mission on a peacekeeping operation. And you're going to see the difference
Mission coordinates locked.
in how we plan for one versus the other.
Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters.
I'm filled with bees. Bees with bees. On bees with bees. That friend request is pending. I guess that player had to get off immediately.
That's fair.
Eh.
I need more freaking. I hate that we need so many green samples, but okay.
In the beginning, you will. The first gateway is going to be the amount of common samples. Then the next gate is going to be the amount of super samples. Then the last gateway is the amount of uncommon samples. Rare samples are the final gate. You might even have gates from acquisitions and requisition slips, because money's necessary to unlock them too. Because everything is unlockable to you, you're going to basically be gated by those commons. Hopefully my internet don't lag again. Also, while I'm doing that, let me go to the kitchen real quick. I need to take the vegetables out of the oven. Food's ready.
So we have. Okay, so there's a mechanist there.
What about here? Here? 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 What about here?
Okay.
Here?
So, there are different mission types, and there are different mission types amongst different missions. This is a blitz mission. All mission types have, at standard, either 15 minutes during a full breakdown, or 40 minutes for a full planet operation. In a blitz mission, that time is cut down to 12. Hard set number. It's the same every time. On these missions, at least for the Terminid, the blitz mission wants you to destroy what is their factory spawner. That spawner is basically the bug holes. So, the goal of a blitz mission is to move through the terrain as quickly as possible and dealing with the units as you need to, at liberty, so that you can get your job done. Now, this is where the grenade launcher setup that I showed you before comes in handy. The grenade launcher is going to close the bug holes. The backpack is going to supply you your grenades. Disconnecting. No! I was for half a second. I can back out of the mission and give you a second to do that. Do you want me to do that? Alex?
Allied destroyer
Oh, no.
left squadron. Hellpod launch suspended. Orbit synchronized. Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Orbital thrusters.
I love my internet. It's so great. I love that literally it disconnected for a half second and it knocked them out of the mission.
Test.
Yes, you're reconnected.
Allied destroyer has
So it still
joined
happened any
squadron.
fucking ways. Kappa. So, if you have the money to buy the grenade launcher, you can go ahead and do that. I was asking if you wanted me to back out of the mission so you could do that.
Okay, because I was looking through the things and see what I could get before I joined in.
Mm-hmm. So, blitz mission. Because the capacity of the mission is asking you to run across the planet and destroy as many bug holes as possible, the actual goal isn't to kill the enemies. It's to destroy the bug holes. With Illuminate, it would be their hyperships. With the Autons, it would be their factory procedures. So, the supply pack is designed to enable, should you bring one of the two types of grenade launchers, the equipment capacity to then destroy the bug holes as quickly as you can. It's not the only thing that does it, but because the grenade launcher is one-handed, it is an option. Another option is an autocannon backpack. The autocannon is considered explosive, so one shot in the hole equals one closure, the same way that one grenade in the hole equals one closure. The reason I'm pushing you towards the grenade launcher is that there are species of bugs, just like there are units of Autons and Illuminate soldiers. For the purposes of closing bug hole missions, the biggest enemy you're going to face is going to be the bile strain. The bile strain is the small little puffy cockroach-looking termitid bugs, the ones that are green and the ones that also are sand-colored. Those are bile spewers and normal nursery spewers. They usually require being shot in the head in order to properly kill them. However, the ripples along the sides of their bodies are very susceptible to explosive damage. Anything that is susceptible to explosive damage takes 100% extra damage explosive force from the weapon in question. So, by having a supply pack and a grenade launcher, this leaves you two spaces to then get the rest of what you need as your equipment pack to then kill the enemy. So now, you're basically completely immune, air quote immune, to danger as long as you have your head on a swivel. This then leaves you 2 additional lines left to take whatever else you feel you need to take in the mission to get the job done. Now obviously, like we talked about earlier, this leaves you 2 slots that then enable you to worry about what is most dangerous. The basic standard of what's most dangerous to you at this point is your anti-tank option. But you can't take an anti-tank option that's going to occupy your back slot. So, this is where the discardable commando and anti-tank rifles become in handy. The Raven and the Buzzard. The Buzzard will give you 2 extra shots at the risk of extra cooldown time. The expendable anti-tank will give you 2 commandable rockets on this mission, where now we introduce you to the concept of mission briefing. The environmental condition is giving us orbital fluctuations, which is increasing our strategic cooldown time by 25%. So the normal loadout time is actually being controlled dynamically. Before, the anti-tank would have been down in 60 seconds. In this mission, 25% of 60 is 15. So now it's 75 seconds. Before, it would have been 105 for the commando. Now it's 128. These difficulties now control what you bring down in the mission. Because if you depend on your stratagems too much by bringing down things such as eagles and orbitals, and even emplacements, you take the power out of your hand. And now you're at the mercy of your cooldown timer. Whereas if you put your faith in your supply pack weapons, dumbfire or smartfire, you put control in the hand of the player, and now the diver is controlling the demolition force rather than the automatic AI of the unit. That doesn't mean that you don't use orbitals or you don't use eagles. It means you use the right eagle for the right situation. And because this is a blitz mission, that means anti-infantry and anti-tank options. Now, the mortar is fine. I'm also taking my Raven, and I'm going to take something like the gas strike. It's already a low cooldown time item. It's 80 seconds in total. Normally it'd be shorter. So since we only have 12 minutes, we tailor our loadout to give us the greatest amount of time to cover what we require. And we also make sure that we're safe, and we can also cover our other divers. So we don't just do what we want, we also plan around other people's choices. If we was just a normal casual lobby, and we were, quote, playing our own lives, they would be responsible for bringing their own attachments, and we would just go off of whatever it is that we need to go off of. But in this mission, since I'm leading the lobby, no diver is left behind or left stranded in my mission. Looking at our additional loadouts, your main weapon is fine, as is your secondary pistol. That pistol is going to probably be your primary pistol between that and the Senator until you actually get other options, but it doesn't mean that it's shit. It's very good for bugs. You're basically, with that setup, not going to be harassed very often by light infantry units, because they're not going to surround you very often. Compared to their setups, and mine, 2 of us have grenade pistols. That's going to be our primary way outside of our normal weapons on closing bug holes. The other 2 units, they have what's called thermite. They can throw it at a heavy unit, and that heavy unit, namely the anti-tank units, the Chargers, and even the Bio-Titans, will be susceptible to them, because it's a Helldiver used option. They throw it at the target instead of waiting for a machine to do it for them. And then, of course, the Senator. It's a very quick...
What's the range on the mortar, if I don't mind asking?
150.
Because if I could just set it and forget it, that's all I need to care about. Because I'll just bring something else in that case.
Until you're at the 5th attachment for the loadout, yes, you set it and forget it. Once you have access to the module that allows you to target an enemy, and it then targets that marked enemy for destruction, you basically have little to no control over it. The best that you can do is you can do the forest fire technique, where you can plan a controlled destruction of a forest fire. And by that I mean, you control the zone so that the target will only deal with what is furthest away from you. So, whenever you throw down a sentry, you want the sentry to focus on a certain target. That target, on its first drop, depending on how destructive it is going to aim at the target closest to it. With the exception of the flamethrower, which requires a certain amount of distance away from the target so that it activates the fire. So, let's say you threw down an autocannon sentry, the anti-tank option comparative to the rocket. That autocannon, if a small bug was on top of you, would aim at your body and blow you the fuck away, because it doesn't see the diver. It only sees the bugs. Make sense?
Yeah.
So, on first drop to a mission, depending on if the hostile AO is full of a target-rich environment or not, you will throw down your necessary support weapons if you need them. And then you'll get working on the nearest optic to us. We landed in between two hives, so naturally we're going to flow in the direction of L3 to cover him since he landed inside the cityscape. This cityscape, unlike the last cityscape, is actually a smaller city. These are blocks. These are technically new. They were added alongside the inclusion of the Illuminate as a operant zone type. These can be difficult to operate in, but basically think of it as a street sweeper. You aim
Drop the hell bomb in the center.
Copy. You aim in the direction of the enemy, and you blow them the fuck away. But when you're using your grenade launcher, be very careful when you choose to do that. You can and will blow away your fellow divers. Trigger.
Alright, I'm gonna just set down this mortar then.
Mm-hmm. So there are elite units in this area. One advantage that you have with the grenade launcher is you're not what I called married to the option. You can be able to fill in time where necessary and throw out what you need as you need to do it. But for the most part, because we are designed for closing the holes, that doesn't necessarily mean that we have all the equipment that we need to deal with the elites. This is where you start getting into close quarter operations, where you need to now learn how to walk around enemies. You kill the enemies that are in your way. You don't just kill every enemy everywhere. Holes are closed. Retrieving samples and fragging out.
Reloading.
Now,
the credits.
Stuck hole. In this situation, had I been in the alternate universe where I lived that situation, we close the hole, and we get all the divers out of the situation as best as possible. If the diver is not able to be retrieved out of the situation, then instead, we kill as many units as possible and re-retrieve his corpse. Ow. Not your fault.
Has super credits in it. I couldn't get them though. I only opened it.
Sweet liberty, my leg.
I want those.
And right now, what we're currently experiencing is the very common experience, which is the reinforcement train. Selected. Which is what happens when you're trying to get something out of a situation, and you're trying to not botch what you have going on. So right now, I could end up causing a reinforcement train if I tried to go back inside of that area to recover my grenade launcher and my supply pack. Right now, all we need to do is we need to crit these enemies out to where we can actually deal with them. And this is pretty much the situation normal of a blitz mission. It's in the name. It's not carefully stroll over the planet and have 40 minutes to complete an operation. It's a blitz.
The mortar's gonna be a minute. Okay. I'm gonna grab this expendable.
Use it up.
There's a Bile Titan behind us.
Reinforcing.
Thank you. All my gear is expendable, so I can get thrown anywhere.
Ah, I'm dead.
See more bug holes to the north and go for them.
Objective critical strategy. structure destroyed.
Oh, hold on, it's not necessary now.
Tagging location.
LiDAR thing.
If you can get to it.
Cancel that.
So now that we've moved out of the cityscape, we've taken the problem that was being overwhelmed inside of the city borders, which is usually just bad. Being caged into a city means that you can't get out the city streets. The run away and then reinforce selves and then deal with the problem after regrouping doesn't work. By the natural condition that we can't control where we are.
Calling in reinforcements.
So, we move out of the city, which now gives us the ability to actually deal with bigger enemies in the field and give ourselves time to breathe. As well as to go back.
If you want it.
Requesting air support. Requesting jetpack.
As well as being able to go back over ourselves to find equipment that other divers dropped. So even though I can't get to my grenade launcher, I pick up his grenade launcher.
Another step towards galactic
I situate myself back towards the vehicle.
liberation.
And now we have fast recon.
East, 200 meters.
Ow. I just realized that those were stalkers. I apologize, Alex. I thought you were going to jump into the vehicle, and then I realized what you were being chased by.
Yeah, I didn't realize it either. It's fine.
These are specially elite enemies. You learn about these over time, and you will learn to hate them like all of us do. Yes, they feel like bullshit, and yes, they are designed to be unfair. It's a long story. Actually, no, it's a very short story. I just don't have time to explain it in the middle of a blitz mission.
5 minutes remaining. I repeat, 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Clear the area around the car.
Bug hole, northeast, 100 meters.
Fuck.
Well, that bug hole makes that not an option now.
Yeah, it's just fun.
Firing gas strike.
Alternative plan. Frag out.
Northwest, far. Sending in an eagle.
Burning to death. Being able to retrieve our samples for this mission is not going to be a likelihood in this situation. Start tossing us towards the extraction point.
Well, I did. Yeah, it's fine. It's just the mobility options for me are not really great.
Yeah, you don't have jump pack yet. It's okay. Philosophy of game design from the position of the guy who made all of this shit difficult for us in the first place when he designed it is an entirely separate conversation. However, while I'm dead. The long story short is once upon a time when the game was originally being launched, one of the game designers who was responsible for basically buffing and nerfing everything in a way that he did, designed the game to be difficult for no other reason than to make you feel like you earned the privilege to succeed. Aww. You should be able to reconnect in a second. Unless it's me crashing again. Let's see if we can do this. back in.
Calling in reinforcements. Bugs, southeast. Ready to liberate.
Yeah, samples are not happening this mission. Oh well.
Requesting air support. Requesting advanced weaponry. Calling down a support weapon. Requesting air support. Requesting tac pack. Calling down supply.
Sending down equipment package.
Calling down a sentry. Sending out an SOS. Calling in orbital strike.
Super destroyer leaving low orbit.
I might not make it back if I got all the samples.
Ray.
Bugs. Bugs, north.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Have it taste of democracy. Throwing grenade.
I didn't see that guy.
T-minus 1 minute.
I dropped 10 common samples and some others.
Bag's empty.
Diver Dan!
Diver Dan is here.
Wait,
GG's, good luck, I gotta go. Believe in you.
Have fun.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone. Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone. Pelican 1 approaching pickup. Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
Ow. Okay. Well, that process. I'm gonna go bring food. Be right back.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Another victory for the right side of history.
Allied destroyer has left squadron. Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Air quality. Passable.
Basically, wait while it's a little hotter. Fuck. Okay. Somebody come back in. And we wait. What was the last thing I was saying before he's disconnected? I was explaining what happened to the weapons. That's right. Where art thou, dear Alex? Oh, good. Panda's back. I am heating the last pieces. I guess Alex isn't reconnecting. Or he needs time. Anyways, I'll be right back.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Automatons are not living beings. They are weapons, hell-bent on our destruction. And how do we defeat a deadly weapon? With an even deadlier weapon. Requisition yours today.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Terminids, unthinking monstrosities who want nothing more than to kill and eat every last human. And every last human includes your family. Don't let your family get eaten. Enlist today.
Democracy conquers all.
Okay. Now you're back. Other guy left,
Yeah, finally. I had to restart my game.
Yeah, it happens. Okay, so. See if he'll rejoin by inviting him. So, where I got cut off and you got your game clicked off. In order of what I was saying, that unit that was attacking you, that is what we call a enemy tactical asset unit. Every faction has one. That is the Terminids, and it is called a Stalker. It is one of the two primary enemy strains that make up the Terminids. There is the Bile strain, which is the Spitters, and there is the Predator strain, which controls the normal ground infantry that crawl at us.
Allied
Those
destroyer
enemy
has
units
joined squadron.
are designed as stealth units.
Engaging orbital
Their job,
thrusters.
when a pack is alerted, is to spawn 1 to 5 units and hunt down the Helldivers on foot around the target AO of its operation hazard, which is the Stalker layer. So, it plays a game of hide and seek, and it hunts the player until it kills them, and then it continues hunting the other divers until it kills them, and then stays on the field and continues hunting the diver until they kill them. So, it has Nemesis logic, or Mr. X logic, however you want to call it. Its job is to walk you down like Jason Voorhees and kill you. Your only defense is to notice that they are in the field and prepare yourself to fight back against them, because you will not be able to run away from them fast enough. They are faster than you. They are faster than you. Their normal opening attack is to push you, knock you down, and then cut the shit out of you when you've been put on your back.
Personnel must submit weekly urine sample by 0400.
We'll talk about the other ones when we encounter them. but currently the MO is on a Terminid planet, so Terminids. They are the most annoying unit, and they come from an era of the game
The Galactic War
where the game was balanced around being impossible. Not by the players, but by the game designer. We don't know what game designer it is, but let's call him Neil. Neil, the game designer for the creative, unlike Joel, the all-seeing, all-knowing DM of this galactic player board, had the philosophy that divers shouldn't have the ability to have tactical assets to struggle around and with. He believed that every single mission should have been a ground-pounding operation comparative to an open live firefight between two factions in PlanetSide 2. Hectic, chaotic, orders being shouted back and forth. Ultimately, hell. They designed it to be like Starship Troopers, which is to be hell. When Johans took over for creative, the game stopped being about overwhelming the player and started becoming about tactical understanding and knowledge of your environment. That's why with the group before the other guy logged off, I explained that the time when you're really truly playing Helldivers is when you're playing at the max capacity of that squad, and that squad fully understands what their jobs are.
Managed democracy calls for aid.
Because the difficulty of the game is now balanced around working together as a team. If even a single individual is caustic to the environment for the team, the mission becomes 10 times harder. Because if they don't check their fire and they just fire blindly at all times, even people who have been on my live stream before and have been in my squads before, like that guy who decided to then run to the live stream chat to try and tell me about how actually it's not a single player game, despite the fact that my channel's name is called Single Player Girl. That person creates the attitude that all multiplayer games are plagued by, which is, I can do what I want, I play the game my way, I play my game, you play yours, despite the fact that's not how the game works. Because in Johans' design, which is the original CEO, who is now the head of creative, the way the game actually works is it requires divers working in sync with each other, somewhat enough that they can complete a mission. Stratagems where they need to be, the stratagems that you need, not the stratagems that you want, unless the stratagems that you want can serve the role of the stratagems that you need. Not about having the right breaker set up of breaker, railgun, in leg meta, or you're getting kicked off the ship, but instead doing what is necessary for the squad to function, and allowing new players to have the space to learn, because they don't have access to every tool in the game. This causes more problems than you can ever fucking know, bro. Whether it be altercations verbally or it be gameplay issues with what a person took on a loadout, you will see and hear every problem you could possibly see in the game. And dealing with it over time basically means having the space and capacity to forgive small mistakes and calling out the large mistakes. Because that's what kills the unity of a group. Usually after a mission, you'll see more players drop off that mission like flies because, oh my god, I can't stand this person, I just need to leave this lobby. Even though the person in question might be a reinforcement diver that's literally calling out a mistake that is probably so frequent to your gameplay that there is no way for you to correct it without you actually realizing it's a mistake. It could be as simple as a person tried to put a turret on a high dive point and all of the bullets are going into the street instead of into the enemy. How can they know unless they actually pay attention to what they did as a mistake? It's not like you can instantly fix the problem. But people are so resistant to communication, and they're also even more resistant to leadership, like I said earlier, that this is then the core problem between players. Fortunately, that was the hardest mission. Now we have 40 minutes.
Mission coordinates locked.
Yeah, I died on trying to get out.
It's okay. It happens.
Engaging orbital thrusters.
So,
I didn't have enough time.
Orbit.
It's okay. Whenever you get kicked to your own shard of the mission, as long as the mission objective is completed, you'll get out. You just won't get samples when you do. So overall, The biggest thing that
Actually, no.
The biggest thing that you'll have to learn from the loadouts of your missions is that you'll have to figure out and manage how you like to deal with your enemies. Some players deal with their enemies differently. I, for example, am a full fan of the spear. However, the spear has basically a little over 66% less of the ammunition of a dumbfire recoilless rifle. Both of them deal with anti-tank problems. Technically, the Wasp is also anti-tank, but this is not the kind of anti-tank that you take inside of the Illuminate mission. Or, excuse me, that you don't take inside of the Terminate mission. This is more a Illuminate answer, or an Auton answer, than it is a bug answer. Because bugs mean swarms, and swarm means crowd control. And let's try something like this today. So at the very minimum, whenever you take whatever loadout you want, you always have to remember to think about the anti-tank option, especially when you're dealing with bugs. It doesn't matter if it's a red stratagem, it doesn't matter if it's a green stratagem, it doesn't matter if it's a blue stratagem. It just matters that you have an answer. One that you can depend on. One that's reliable. So basically, based on your setup right now, your most flexible slot would be your mortar strike, because you don't have an anti-tank option, unless you get thermite. I am assuming that you don't have access to thermite.
Yeah.
No. So you'd have to switch out whatever you think is your better infantry option for the weaker infantry option to then put on an anti-tank option.
I had the regular guard dog.
Well, yeah, that's fine. So you can have the guard dog, and then you can have your scavenger eats as your anti-tank option, and then have your mortar for dealing with groups when you have to set it and forget it. And then you have your 120 mortar for your orbital stratagem when you want to bombard a zone that is basically held down by a medium or large bug nest. The rest of us, the two of us, we are set up for whatever it is that we want to do best. I'm usually always the standard tank, so. In fact, do I even need to wield this gun anymore? It should be fully uploaded. Yeah, this is fully upgraded. I can change my weapon finally. Woohoo! What do I want to use? I want to use a submachine gun. Let's use the knight. Which means I can now switch this for that. And for now I'm going to keep my impacts. And now we can go. Whenever you're ready. In your time.
Launch initiated.
Womp 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 womp. So, basically, assuming that that was your first Blitz mission.
Yes.
The general idea of a Blitz mission is to try to stay alive as long as possible to close at minimum the necessary amount of bug holes to complete the mission. Technically, that's the goal of every mission. Complete the mission objective. Because exfiltration is an option. It's not a requirement. There is no promise that you will get off this planet. The only promise that you have is that you complete the mission.
You are the best of the best. Live up to your name. Live up to freedom.
Automatic burst fire. Let's try getting used to that. So, figuring out what you best wish to take to deal with missions will take a little bit of time of learning. But in general,
Calling in an eagle.
whenever you see these green fuckers, basically understand and assume that you're dealing with an enemy that's very annoying. Because they are a bullet sponge if you don't kill them in the head. But anything that is a impact concussive grenade usually deals with them. So, in this mission, we have secondary objectives, primary objectives. Primary objectives are always listed in orange, but mega nest situations, or nest situations like the one we're currently inside the area of, will also be lit up in orange.
Calling in an eagle.
Here comes the cavalry.
Heavy, wet,
Backlash got me. Up. Biotide's still up.
It was going to bleed out, but because he decided to turn his head in our direction, I decided to put him down. More about that when we're outside of this mega nest. First, we need to close this mega nest.
requesting sentry.
B3's down. Coming to you.
How'd you like to take for freedom? Sending in an eagle.
Administering freedom.
Going down a sentry. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Oh god.
Requesting sentry. SOS! Eat this!
Another one bites the dust.
Ugh.
Good. Good placement of your mortar. It's doing exactly what it's supposed to.
Yeah, it's fair. I don't mind that. I'm just trying to live. I need resupply. Needs resupply though.
Supplies, southeast.
Alright. I got 2 more grenades. There's still 1 more hole somewhere. Oh god, Charger, please, please.
He ran into a wall. Oh no.
Hold on. Oh no. That works. Thanks. 25 more seconds before the
Requesting sentry. Requesting air support. Get go.
If only I could tell where the goddamn hole is. It's not immediately obvious.
I'll on the other side. Calling it into the mortar.
Calling down a sentry.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver.
Have a taste of democracy. New mag.
Allied destroyer leaving squadron.
Oh no, he crashed again. He was right. This is the other side.
Mag's empty. You will never destroy our way of life. How'd you like the taste of freedom? Mag's empty. Throwing grenade. New mag. Reloading. Requesting sentry.
We need to naturally put the distance here.
Requesting air support.
That's one way to deal with it. Break line of sight.
Calling down a sentry. Found something. Sending in an eagle.
Unleashing democracy.
I wonder what's causing this crash for him.
Fire in the hole. Calling down a sentry. Found something.
Mission is progressing. Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Sweet lip.
Killed myself by not hitting my stems faster.
Reinforcing. Tech pack inbound.
We're gonna need to look at your graphics settings to figure out what's timing you out, Alex.
Democracy has landed. Calling down a sentry. Package acquired. Requesting sentry. Dropping package. Calling down a support weapon. Requesting sentry. Package acquired. Dropping package. Requesting air support. Package acquired. Dropping package. Nailed him.
Main objective nearby.
Mag's empty. Package acquired. Dropping package. Requesting sentry. Mag's empty. Dropping package. Calling down a sentry. New mag. I got the terminal.
Liberty dispensed.
Engaging terminal. 1 Bravo. 2 Alpha. 2 Bravo. I'm on it. Marking location. Never mind. Heavy. I got the terminal. Engaging terminal.
2 Bravos not engaged.
Going down a sentry. Objective located. South. Bug outpost spotted.
One step closer to mission completion.
Aiming in an eagle.
That's what we call danger close. Fortunately, G2 is able to move out of the way of that.
Terminate outpost purged.
Rare sample collected. Standing in an eagle. Calling down fortifications. Calling down a support weapon.
Decent.
Calling down a support weapon.
Take liberty.
Helldiver lost. Sending replacement. Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Joining the fray.
I love when my internet breaks, because now I'm going to have to backtrack at some point to get that shit.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
Marking location. Requesting advanced weaponry. On my way. Engaging. I'll take it. Calling down a sentry. Thank you. Calling in a hell bomb. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Dropping a pin. North. 50 meters. Reloading. Hell bomb armed. Clear the area.
I'm assuming you've not done a LiDAR station yet, Alex.
No, I have not.
Liberty dispatch.
So there are two parts. There's the tower, and there's the console.
Sub-objective in your vicinity.
First one. North.
The tower has to be aligned. It's probably going to be your arrow keys that moves it. The target has to
Yeah,
be...
I'm trying to figure out. Am I going right, Roy?
Eventually.
Requesting air support.
Stop.
Engaging terminal.
Back again. Good.
Mission map updated.
It will have a requirement for a direction that it needs you to point the object in. It's usually meant to be a call and response two-man objective, but this objective can be done by a singular person by listening for the call out from the station when it clicks into position.
Tagging map.
It makes a noticeable, distinct click when you hear it. But there are sub-objectives that require you to work on doing something with a console. So whenever a diver is controlling the console, you can run past them and do whatever that secondary objective requires.
Alright.
Requesting air support.
Oh, well, I fell off the map.
That happens.
Requesting sentry.
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
Calling down a sentry. Sending enemy.
I didn't realize that how that clip was structured. Otherwise, I would not have done that.
Calling in reinforcement. Mag's empty. Throwing grenade. Tagging map. South. 200 meters.
It's still on cooldown.
Requesting air support. Requesting advanced weaponry.
That station done though?
Calling down.
Yes, the ladder station's done.
Okay.
You can tell when
Then we're heading to C3.
Yes, we're heading to the ICBM. Correct.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Whoever did the siege didn't call out orders, so this has to be fired blind. More about that at a later time. Good hits.
Requesting air support.
Okay. Do you have any idea what's causing you to crash, Alex?
No.
Neither do I.
Hatch is opening. Our doc should have been up by now.
Calling down a support weapon.
If there's ammunition inside of the guard dog and the guard dog's not firing, it means that the guard dog is locked onto a target that it hasn't stopped acquiring yet. So, you have to put him back inside the backpack by pressing the F5 key or the equivalent on your controller. So, a bit about barrages. Barrages are inaccurate fire strikes. The idea behind a barrage is everything in that general area, not specifically that thing in front of me on that spot. Because it's a 120, it's small enough that it probably will kill them. But it's designed for destroying something that is an area of effect, like a bug nest. If you throw a barrage to destroy an entire field, remember back in the cityscape where I said that napalm barrage's design was to fuck everything over an area of effect, and then we get the fuck out of the way?
Yeah.
Getting the fuck out of the way is usually required with a barrage because it is uncontrollable.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Whereas this Eagle strafing run, in front of me where I throw this object, it will affect what I'm currently shooting at. So when I throw this at those biospheres over there, the barrage is going to collapse on top of those biospheres, because it's what we call a walking barrage. There is an orbital walking barrage by name, but this strafe run is a targeted barrage from the Eagle. It comes down quickly, it has 5 uses, you throw it in the direction of the enemies that are currently oppressing you, and they are going to die.
Requesting sentry.
So basically, for the units in which it is relevant for,
Reinforcing. Heavy. Southeast. Close. Start.
the barrage
Requesting advanced weaponry.
is designed to destroy units that are immobile or lack high mobility. Just like emplacements like this rocket and that autocannon. Gatlings, same concept.
You'll never destroy our way of life.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Most orbitals and Eagles for mobile options. Some that need bombardments at long, medium distance. Some that need a long-range bombardment that allow us to create a target AO that we can operate inside of safely. But generally, barrages, the 120, the 360, the 360 napalm, the walking, all of these barrages are meant for open, wide-scale fights, where you can see the direction the enemy is coming from, and you can bombard them down the direction in which they are running to you.
This is Pelican 1.
Had I had a walking barrage earlier while I was being chased, I could have been able to set it and forget it in the direction of that enemy, and walk straight towards the objective without having to break line of sight.
Preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Because I didn't have that, I needed to wait for my cooldown for my Eagle to return, so I could at least thin out the horde, and then with a smaller herd following me, break line of sight so that they would stop following me across the map.
Gotcha.
So I'm not telling you not to use it like that, but what I'm telling you is what's going to happen as an effect of throwing it. It's not like I can read your mind all the time. Usually players will use a danger close callout such as Eagle flying high, danger close, which tells you that whatever it is, it's an orbital or it's an Eagle designed object that's going to drop on the target zone, and danger close means it's going to happen close enough to you that it will kill you if it hits you. But usually it's going to be name of stratagem flying high, area operation relative to our position. 120 Eagle flying high. Napalm barrage flying high, danger close, back up. Not many players like using their microphones, so they're not going to give those kinds of callouts. But your warning is usually the red line. But by the time you see the red line, red lines come from destructive orbitals and Eagles. It's too late to get out of the way. Small callouts will usually buy the diver enough time to live.
Welcome back. Well done.
As long as they don't die from whatever just happened. That's usually enough. There's not usually a promise that's enough. Jesus Christ, look at that fucking recoil bounce. Let's put a fucking foregrip on that, please. And
okay, let me.
That's a long way to 21.
Should I finish out Steeled Veterans, or should I just
You can
focus on the Helldivers mobilized?
You can pick a round. You can pick a round.
Alright.
If we were all free-to-play players and you only had the ability to choose one direction that you could take your items in, you would have to worry about filling out the direction of the items that you have available to you. So, you would unlock the majority of the original Warbond. Then, you would pick up as you needed. You would fill them out, and over time, you would eventually get everything. But you can buy your immediate power with your medals where you feel like it. So, if you feel like you'll get more power from the baseline mobilization warbond, buy the things you need inside the mobilization warbond. If you feel that you'll gain more power from an additional warbond, you can expand out your use of warbond as you need it. So, when you look at your acquisitions, for me, there are 7 warbonds I don't currently have access to. Of the ones that I have access to, inside of those warbonds, there are options that are actually useful tool materials for the field, such as Incendiary Impacts, or the SMG-72 Pummeler, and your 100 super credits, which are usually inside the lines of most of them. The original Warbond pack will have some that are 100, and then we'll have some that are 50. And then cosmetics, emotes, victory poses, body armors, helmets, capes. The capes, the helmets, don't matter. The body armor do, because that's your octagonal slot, your armor piece. But your stratagems, your main hand weapons, your secondary hand weapons, your grenade tertiary slot, that is actually important. So, if, for example, inside of Steeled Veterans, you want to get flexible reinforcement budget, or the G10 Incendiary over the SA-32 Dynamo body armor, if you feel that the body armor is what you need, get the body armor. If you feel like the Dominator, which I know you already have, is more important than the Incendiary, work your way into the bottom of page 3 and buy the Dominator. And then go back to the base Warbond, should you not already be all the way down on the bottom of page 10. And just unlock it over time. You go at your pace. You have a maximum capacity of 250 Warbond medals. You're not going to ever have an overstacked cap of Warbond medals. You right now have plenty of things that you can unlock. My chin is itchy.
Is there anything else I should be buying? I'm tempted to buy the rover.
You don't have to use the fast recon vehicle, but it works when you need to go across a long distance on a planet and do it in a short amount of time.
I mean the guard dog rover.
Yes. The guard dog rover is a laser rover that doesn't require extensive reload. You can use it. It is a different type of beam. The normal guard dog is bullet. The rover is beam. The dog breath is gas. And the canine unit is electric. Please stop pinging. So you pick up and use whatever it is you feel like you need to. How do I supplement this weapon?
Give me that.
Probably something like this. Problem is that doesn't put a hole inside of the other. It probably, maybe honestly, is the spear. And then this. now that I've actually completed that weapon, I can take this body armor off now. Come to me, Juggernaut, my beloved. Or rather, this. And then this. And then this. And then this.
Hellpod launch initiated.
Oh, did you ever get past the initial tutorial missions?
Inside of Iron Brigade?
Or Iron Brigade?
Yeah. I think I did. If I didn't completely, there's probably only one mission left.
There's only two. Then you get unlocked access to multiplayer.
Probably still that one that is still left there.
Alright.
Requesting air support. Found something. I'm out.
Oh, there's stems here. And grenades.
That is a reload POI. Many of them exist across multiple planets in different ways. That happens to be one that has a reload of stems, grenades, and other things. However, we need you over here.
Coming.
Heavy. Northwest. 50 meters.
Whoa.
Reinforcing.
Eat that, nerd. Alright, sending down the mortar.
Heavy. Northwest. 50
There's
meters.
Impaler in the pack,
Requesting orbital
and another
strike.
Bile Titan.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Heavy. Northwest. 50 meters.
What?
I'm out.
What killed me?
If I had to take a guess, it'd be Impaler arm.
Bug outpost destroyed.
Mag's empty. Objective located. West.
Tactical asset near your position.
Requesting sentry. Requesting air support.
We need to regroup.
Yep.
I do not know whose idea it was to throw our reload container into the direct center of a heavy nest, but what I am going to say is that that play only makes sense if we have stun pods. Because it appears that the reload pieces are inside of the structure, so we can't even access them. So we need to run to the LiDAR station and buy ourselves some time and cover, since it appears that most of our anti-tank options are expendable anti-tanks.
Terminate hive structure destroyed. Mission map updated.
Calling down a support weapon. Sample collected.
Come on, give me the fucking support.
Calling down a support weapon.
No, you're not firing that, bud.
Okay.
Some kind of biotype by myself.
I saw. You did good.
Got a sample.
Objective nearby.
How many grenades I got? I got 2.
Sending in an eagle.
Enemy tactical asset within
That
threat
is a
range.
great site. It usually contains common samples and at least one grenade pack, which is what I just picked up. We're also on the edge of the map, so be careful. If you walk outside the edge of the map for 10 seconds, you'll be marked as a creator and you'll be bombarded by automatic Hellfire rockets. They are a special type of bombardment that specifically are designed to kill a Helldiver.
Hellbomb armed. Clear the area.
Objective near your position.
Sentry's ready in 2.
Stop.
Objective completed.
You're walking to the range of an active hell bomb.
Sample.
I didn't know.
The sound. He told us that the hell bomb was prepared and to clear the area, and then we could hear the sound of the hell bomb charging. You didn't notice the sound. Probably because you don't know what the sound sounds like. Experience-based. Now, this is a 2-man locked door, also known as a friendship bunker. These cannot be opened unless you have 2 units at the same time pressing down on both sides. They are a 3-man, or rather a 3-shelf storage container. Level 1 storage containers are supply drop pods, or lifeboats. They have 1 item inside. The second one is second tier storage containers, which are actual ship-designed storage containers. They have 2 shelves. 1 item, 1 shelf, 2 items, 2 shelves. Because the bunker requires 2 people, that is a tier 3 shelf, and thus 3 shelves. Plus some additional equipment and attachments. Armor, weapons, requisition slips, warbond medals, super credits.
Hive structure destroyed.
These things are jammed. Alright, swap it to the gun. I'm gonna save my ammo.
Usually, whenever you find a friendship bunker, that is usually a chance to reload while going from POI to POI, which is technically the intended way to do reinforcements and to do supply drops. So I'm going to tell you what usually happens, and I'm going to tell you what actually is supposed to happen. What usually happens is, if a diver has a loadout that is very ammo hungry, that diver, if they're playing their life, is going to get into a situation where they're going to think, oh shit, I'm running out of ammunition, but there's no POIs around. Well, it doesn't matter. And they're going to drop...
Objective near your position.
Well, that destroyed his ammunition. They're going to drop the ammo container on top of themselves because they want to resupply. They're doing nothing wrong, right? You remember that the box has 4 boxes in it. Say yes.
Yes. I'm sorry. I'm focused.
I know you are.
Eh.
So, if a single diver calls down a 4-box reload, and they aren't in control of a ammo resupply box as a backpack slot, that diver has deprived their squad of their reloads. So when they end up in a situation that I'm currently in, where I have 4 grenades, no stems, on a quarter life running from a Bile Titan, it naturally means I'm going to die. It was also not helped by the fact that I'm being immediately pinged, and I can't see where I'm going. But I'm just going to ignore that, because I'm in teaching mode. Whether or not my grenades were not impact incendiary, but were instead thermite, we ultimately end up with no ability to resupply ourselves, because any of the equipment and any of the necessary tools to reinforce ourselves are gone, because they were poorly used.
Democracy has landed.
It's not about calling out blame. It's just, we need something and it's not there. So in this situation, inside of a closed bug nest, finding your way back to your samples is primary number 1. Since I'm pretty sure, somehow, one of you found the uranium supply, and I somehow reinforced that uranium supply into my own cache, and we now need to go back and get those uranium supplies. Because getting the super samples off the planet is the most important thing right now. So off drop, you're going to drop with at least half of the ammunition that you need. I drop with 5 grenades because I have a 6 grenade capacity. You drop with half stims because we don't have optimization pack.
Requesting air support. Calling down a support weapon. Dropping a pin.
And for what it's worth, because you now have ammunition, you can deal with the situation that you were in, or you have now found yourself in, rather than being at the mercy of whether or not you do or don't have the ammunition to fight. Sometimes your primary runs out of ammunition. Sometimes your secondary runs out of ammunition. Sometimes
my aim is off. I don't have any steps to fix it.
Don't worry, we'll find our way to you.
Give me the guard dog.
I can get you a guard dog. We're also gonna resupply here. So, that's what usually happens when players play selfish. They pull out things when they want them, not when they actually need them. Even though a full supply pack free ammo was going to always give them 50% of half of everything they have.
Calling down a sentry. Calling in orbital strike.
And you pretty much have to flow with going off of vibes.
There you go. Alright, I was about to shoot him too.
Now what's supposed to happen is when a player knows that they're in need of a resupply, they're going to call out that they need resupply, and they're going to resupply once they're all grouped together. Since there's 4 cases, there's 4 Helldivers. The fair cover is usually 1 case per Helldiver. Sometimes that does not work out. Sometimes you need a little bit more. Because the reason you're calling down resupply is that you're out of grenades and you need to close bug holes. And your only options to close your bug holes is your grenade slot. This is where body armors become important. Where units like myself, that are currently carrying around a complete anti-infantry setup, are designed to create space in the field for the rest of you, so we can get the job done. Assault units. Get in, get out, kill everything on the way doing it. So, while it is possible to be the one-man army reinforcement diver that drops into a mission and does everything themselves and proves that they are the best player ever, remembering that you have a team is the all-important thing about the resupply case, because I believe the standard reload time on a resupply drop is 3 minutes. 3 minutes, 10 seconds. It does get infected by mission operant cooldowns, such as stratagem cooldown increases. So,
watch out, grenade!
When you think you need ammunition, and you can't find a POI in the field to reinforce your equipment from, you have to think really, really hard. Because if you know your equipment can't handle it, you shouldn't force yourself to try and work off of it, if you know you can't do it. That's a lot of biotitans. I'm pulling the heavy leader units away from the nest. That leaves the 3 of you to be able to get your job done in there.
Accosted by freaking shriekers.
If you don't have the ability to aim at them to kill them, hit the deck, you will be able to avoid their head swipe attack. They're trying to behead you.
Commander.
Machine gun attached going down. Guard drone attached going down. We're on the back. We are on the edge of the battlefield. Be advised. So that's an orbital laser. We call it the Finger of God for short.
I hit Biotype, but it's still alive. It's still alive for some reason.
You have to do a direct hit into the mouth in order to do a one-tap kill. Some weapons, like the spear, are designed to angle the rocket in such a way that it will have a likelihood to do a one-tap kill, but it does not always get guaranteed. Instead, that Bile Titan is now in a state known as being bloodied. A bloodied elite unit will slowly begin to die over time, instead of dying immediately, which means it's in its swan song phase. It's trying to find an enemy so that he can kill it before it dies. If it does not succeed in doing so, he is going to faint and die on the spot.
Oh, no, no, water, please!
All enemies that are not medium-sized, or rather, all enemies that are at minimum medium-sized, have the ability to have a bloodied state. Sometimes it just happens. Sometimes it's the condition of not doing a direct hit on the body part that would cause a direct kill. For Chargers, that's basically not hitting them in the head. For Bile Titans, that's not hitting them in the mouth. That's really the only ones that actually apply glancing rules, because they have to be direct hits in the mouth. For everything else, usually they are affected by explosive damage modifiers. So as long as you hit them with the explosive portion of a projectile's damage radius, the explosive force will usually be enough to kill them.
Tagging location. Throwing grenade!
The only rule about this that is different is thermite. Thermite is a radial explosion that attaches to the body. Technically, two of them. Thermite and the urchin. If it's sticky and has spikes in it, that's the thermite. There's another one that's dynamite, but dynamite's not thermite. You just throw that one out and then it explodes in a giant explosion.
Heavy, southwest, close.
I'm dead.
Reinforcing! Rolling down a support weapon! Requesting orbital strike! Heavy, west, close.
Come on, you bastard. There you go.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
We're currently being surrounded in all directions. We cannot stand here forever.
Fire Titan incoming.
Blitz rules. Find the bug holes, start closing them.
Requesting air support!
Unfortunate. As you were aiming at that Bile Titan behind me, you didn't see the Bile Titan that's directly behind you.
Okay, I don't. Just pincered here.
You have to run through them. Bile Titans don't kill you by just simply making contact with you as a physical object in space. Their arms have to crush you. You can run through their legs. In the direction of combat. That is not where you should have thrown us.
Heavy, east, close.
Two of you are going to have to try and drop on top of them to crush them. I'm going to continue closing holes. I'll explain why he should have thrown us over the ridge and towards the bug holes in a second. Unfortunate. Okay, now that I'm dead. So the reason that toss is bad. Throwing bodies at your feet creates a reinforcement train. We died. We don't have our attachments. Throwing us at the feet of the horde where they're configuring means that... ... I put myself in the same situation twice. It means that, because we dropped in the same situation, where we're running from what we're trying to kill, and we don't have the tools that we just had on death, we now don't have the tools to fight back, and we then kill ourselves again. And then we drop ourselves at our feet, and then we die again. And then we drop ourselves at our feet, and then we die again. And then we drop ourselves at our feet, and then we die again. Never drop Helldivers at your feet unless you know the situation that you're at is safe.
Package acquired.
I'm moving far enough away to be able to bring S4 in safely while carrying out the protective asset.
Calling in reinforcements.
Tactile league roll.
Calling down a sentry.
That was a batch spray.
We're down to 1 body. Once that timer, or rather once that count goes to 0, the reinforcement budget goes onto a timer. I believe the standard timer is 2 minutes. Or 1 minute 30 seconds. It's one of the two. There is a booster that makes it come up shorter as a flexible reinforcement. There's also one that allows you to add an additional, I believe, 4 to the counter for a count of 24 extra bodies. But once you hit 0, it goes onto a timer. If you die during that timer, it does not drop your body as a expendable reinforcement. It counts you as dead. If it happens during going off planet, you're counted as orbiter has left orbit. Because the orbiter is what sends down the reinforcement budget.
Northeast. Close.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way. Outpost cleared.
Meganus is secured. We need to get out of here. Go to extraction.
Tagging map. Southwest. 300 meters. New mag.
Way ahead of you. Oh, I'm out of stims. Oh, I'm dead. There's no way of surviving that.
You're not dead. Stay calm. Play out the situation. Unfortunate.
Yeah.
If you always assume that you're dead in every situation unless you know for a fact that that answer is a dead end, always play out the situation. You can surprise yourself.
I was literally running into more bugged, and then the Sentinel.
Yeah.
Deploying support weapon.
Sometimes that's the case. In this situation, it was just a bad direction to run in.
Tactical asset near your position.
Requesting air support. Package acquired.
We do not have time to do this, C3. We have dead bodies on field. Well,
Additional reinforcement funding approved.
I made the call. He decided to play his life. So, this is what
I'm not gonna.
It's okay. Don't worry. Just play it out. So, this is what we call situation snafu. Situation normal, all fucked up. In this situation, what matters most is emergency procedure. We have rare samples in hand, we have common samples in hand, we have a high-value asset in hand, and we have super uranium in hand. With no stratagems left, our main mission goal is to get the fuck off the planet with our samples. We did a lot of work, we don't want to lose them. Because he apparently was salty about it and decided to leave, which is cowardice in my eyes. A Helldiver, or divers plural, not calling people out, just speaking openly, put themselves in a position where we have lost enough lives that we have the inability to do something about it.
How much time do we got left?
I can't tell from where I am, but if I had to guesstimate, we're in the back half of the 20, probably 10 minutes.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
15 seconds until fresh reinforcement.
That's fair.
What was I saying? Oh, yes. So, samples are at stake, and additional rewards, because samples are additional rewards, are at stake. In this situation, being irresponsible with our lives is the worst thing that a diver can do. It just so happens to be that that's what Carney chose to do. It doesn't matter whether it's because the diver didn't pay attention to their surroundings. It doesn't matter if it's because the diver didn't concern themselves with whatever, blah, 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 blah. Getting in and getting off the planet and leaving with the samples that we worked for is the main operant goal. Anything that prevents us from doing that is griefing. Not because I say so, but because if we can't get off the planet with our work, and all we succeeded is the base mission, we're getting half the value of our effort. In these situations, all you can do is play out your life. We have 10 minutes. So.
Charger! Charger! Charger!
Sending out an SOS! Package acquired! Say hello to the mob!
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
In this situation, the most important things... Please tell me these are them. No, they're not. So you must be carrying them. In this situation, the most important thing to recognize is who's in control of the main lion's share of samples, which I have to assume is you. Otherwise, they're somewhere down on the floor.
Die.
Do you have the super uranium?
I had a rare sample.
So no. Don't worry, I know where it is. So, in this situation, the most important thing is to locate the super samples.
Requesting all Helldivers to enter the extraction radius.
Recover the most important thing to get off the planet, which would be the egg that I'm currently carrying with my one-handed main weapon. That's why I'm able to do this. And getting the fuck off the planet.
Additional reinforcement funding approved. Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver.
Dropping package!
I'm throwing you down so I can get you on the field. It'll randomly select one of the two of you.
S4.
And like I just said, our main goal here is not to play for pushing up the number of our bodies and kills. We need to get those samples that have the uranium off the planet alongside everything else. There goes the fireworks.
Gas strike incoming.
Requesting air support!
So.
How much time before the shuttle leaves?
No, the shuttle's not going to leave. Okay, so. When a shuttle is in motion, you need to stay in the area until it is fully down. Because they made sure to turn around and keep the extraction active, currently Pelican 1 is hovering in the area and is waiting until any diver is in extraction radius to land back down on the planet. So now that he's out, we just need to get to extraction with the samples. There's currently a giant horde between us and that. There's still 6 minutes and some 50-odd seconds left in the mission, while I'm currently leading around a pack that is between me and those samples that are currently over here on the area of M1 Ping, which was the body where Quarantine died, because that was likely the player that was in control of the lion's share of the sample. I have to assume, and I can only assume because since no one communicated it, I have to just go off of mindset. You get here after hours of playing. Assuming I live this long enough to get reinforcement, I throw the body in the direction of safety and continue leading this horde in a direction away from the danger. And then, by running a very, very long circle around myself,
Gas strike incoming.
Calling down a sentry.
I create the space necessary for breathing room.
Throwing supply beacon. Requesting advanced weaponry. Last reload.
Damn. Broken leg. Can't run.
What samples did you drop?
None. We need to get the samples that are at the M1 ping.
Calling down fortifications.
And the egg that's in the field.
That one.
Unfortunately, that's not the lion's share. The lion's share has our uranium in it. It'll show you when you collect it that it'll have all the samples inside of it. So basically, right now, you need to survive for another 35 seconds, and then you need to get to those samples and get that egg, and then get out. That's if you want to maximize what we have. The mission's already completed, so we get the base necessary reward for completing the mission. But we're trying to leave with the samples that we collected. Because Carmine made a selfish choice, and chose to basically run off and do the opposite of what the call was, which was to get off the planet and leave safely, we now have to do it unsafely.
Additional reinforcement funding approved.
Calling in reinforcements. Reinforcing.
I'm going to just blindly assume that you're standing in place for a reason. Because the samples are in the field. If we don't have the samples, we shouldn't be standing here. Because we're running out of time. One minute 22 to the next reinforcement drop. So, my marker should still be up on the map. That M1 ping at the CF unit is where those samples are. That egg symbol in the field is the high-value asset target. That is the egg sample. We need those two things.
Trying to get up.
That's a spore launcher. That's hard. That's hard to heavy. You cannot bullet that. It's okay. You're learning. It's hard anti-tank armor. He is basically a variation of these of the Charger. So you have to use anti-tank against that.
Orbital inbound.
Another Finger of God. Assuming that the first Finger of God was the first Finger of God, he has one Finger of God left. So, in this situation, if the goal is to try to survive to get the samples off, now I'm connected. I lagged out here, which means you're about to drop from the lobby. There it goes. Now I'm getting redeployed to the field.
Request approved.
And now I have to make this happen.
Point me to the enemy.
Come here, Mr. Egg. It's really stupid that that happens to work out, because that means everybody else gets shafted because of my internet connection again. But what can you do, chat? 57 seconds on the clock. 55 seconds on the clock. I'm going to assume you can hear me even though I disconnected there for a second. So, Alex, in this situation, what we needed to do is what I just did. You needed to grab the lion's share of the sample, grab the egg, and exfil off the planet.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
That's what we had to do the entire time. The reason we couldn't do that is because a player decided to go play his own life and make the game difficult. And you see how drastically more difficult the game became? That's the problem with Helldivers. I apologize to everybody who just dropped on the planet. You ended up dropping into situation snafu. We were sabotaged by a player.
Another sweeping victory for Super.
And while I'm on my live stream, I basically had to try and explain how to survive these situations to a new player. Apologies. But at least you get the full recognition of our drop. So, the call that we made before was to get off the planet once our reinforcements hit 0. Because the person who was in control of the lion's share of samples decided to not follow the call and died by himself alone, he forced us into a series of conga line of mistakes and situations that then made the completion of the mission impossible. So he made Super Helldive mode into, I don't know, Nightmare mode. So difficulty level 10, the equivalent of difficulty level 15, or level 99. What we needed to do was to collect the lion's share, get the egg, and then, by whatever means necessary with however many divers was still on the planet, before they died, get back onto the planet.
Mission accomplished, Helldiver. One small step.
A lot easier said than done. A lot easier negotiated than done. It is some of the gayest shit that you could ever deal with.
Good luck out there, Helldiver.
Black power.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
Shaking my damn head, dude.
Engaging orbital
Yeah.
thrusters.
That is what I deal with,
Allied destroyer
usually,
has
on
left
a
squadron.
99% basis.
Orbit.
It's real bullshit. My internet disconnecting there is also bullshit because you guys should have been rewarded for the work that I did there. But because my internet dropped me where I did, I dropped at the last known location of the player that was in control of the samples, which was his body on top of that Thief site. But that is... Yes?
All I need is common at this point. I have 53. I have not gotten a single ship upgrade.
It's gonna take you a bit for a second. Like, a lot of the easy common samples, people used to farm them on the extermination missions that would only have common easy samples. But, because you basically need those samples, I'm going to start lowering down difficulties. The smallest we could go, and you still get access to super uranium, would be extreme. But we're going to do hard. That will give you more orange and green, rather than you needing to worry off of orange, green, and purple.
Our city must be reclaimed.
Heavy machine gun.
It'll also do easier missions. So, on this mission type, some of the difficulties that we've been dealing with is that we've been playing around the upgraded version of an enemy, and then having a main mission goal on top of it. In these missions, they slowly work you into understanding the damage and the power of these heavier units by giving the ability to face these heavy units as a mission goal themselves. In this mission round, one of those happens to be an Eradicate Terminate Store mission and an Eliminate Impaler mission. Inside of the city,
You have a strategic eye.
you have Cleansing an Infested District by Shriekers to introduce you to Shrieker-infested towers, as well as restoring the air quality by destroying spore spewers. By doing these mission types, you will begin to learn what these enemies function like and act like, while also dealing with normal mission types such as eradicating terminate storms, enabling oil extraction, and spreading democracy. So instead of having 2 mission goals with maybe 1 sub-objective, you're going to have, on highest difficulty, up to 4 mission goals, 3 of which might be sub-objectives, or 2 mission goals which have 2 sub-objectives within themselves, and a bunch of other additional side objectives. This one is another one that is in Baylor, and is a Blitzen Search and Destroy and a launch on ICBM. So, we're going to use this one, because it doesn't require one that puts us inside the arena.
Hellpod Prime. Engaging orbital thrusters.
I'm certain that all of this is going in one ear and out the other. But basically...
No, I'm just trying to figure out what to buy next for a stratagem.
My suggestion is you want to unlock all of your supply depot. That's inside the PAC, the Patriotic Acquisition Center. It's the first ship module center. Or Patriotic Administration Center, to be exact. Donation license, streamline request process, hand carts, superior packing methodology, and payroll management system. That would be a support weapons deployed with maximum number of carryable magazines, so decrease support weapon stratagem cooldown by 10%, decrease cooldown for all backpack stratagems by 10%, resupply stratagem boxes refill support weapons with maximum number of carryable magazines, and reduced reload time for all support weapons by 10%. The last 2 are likely going to require you to have super samples. Hand carts should be green and orange, minimum.
Well, let's get these greens, because I only need like 7 more, so I can actually get that first upgrade.
Mm-hmm. Now, the caveat of the higher difficulty is that higher difficulty increases the capacity of how many samples we can bring back per mission. So, by going down the difficulty, we will increase the amount of easy and normal samples, but we will decrease the maximum number we can bring back. Does that make sense?
Alright, so guard dog. No, I'm kind of... I need more firepower, man. Mortar's fine. Napalm did not seem to do much on that. I'm gonna bring the cluster.
Cluster is good.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
Recoilless.
Engaging orbital thrusters.
It's a process.
Synchronized.
It's a process, Callum. Usually, once you're ready to go to the higher operations is when you start having more things to unlock with. Technically, that's technically the gate that's actually supposed to be in effect here. We should have been playing at 6 the entire time. But because I'm experienced enough, I know how to give Alex the suggestions to give him the loadout that would give him the ability to deal with his combat. The autocannon is a 2-hand backpack. You won't be able to use your guard dog with it. Not unless somebody else holds your team reload. Is that laser or is that quasar?
It's laser.
Laser can work, but considering what you're dealing with, you need anti-tank. So, I don't think you have quasar. No, quasar's in another pack, I think. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. My brain's having difficulty understanding. If you are gonna go run with that, I would probably say the eats the guard dog, and then an in-hand weapon for you to deal with most of the other enemies. The mortar is probably fine. So in this situation, you're running what we call the scavenger loadout. The scavenger loadout is going to require you to find a support weapon. They spawn in the maps, so it's not like you can't find them. But the support weapon will basically be random. You're just going to be running around assuming that your eats is your standard support weapon. So basically, you run around the map, and when you see a heavy unit, you pull out your eats, you shoot your first rocket, you carry your second rocket, and you do that again until you run into another elite unit that requires anti-tank option. Because at max you only want to run one backpack, because you only have space to run a singular backpack at a time. Yeah, that can work. Decisions, huh, Alex?
Shush. Gotta figure shit out.
I'm only teasing you.
I'm trying to just figure out that I'm just taking the Dominator. Fuck it.
Yeah. Your primaries and your secondaries dictate what you bring as your stratagems. If your stratagem doesn't have the ability to deal with a heavy, your primaries need to have it. If your primary doesn't have it, your secondary needs to have it. If your secondary doesn't have it, your tertiary needs to have it. Fortunately, in this mission type, you're going to see a lot less heavier units. They're not going to be swarming 10 at a time, attacking us all over the map. At max, probably maybe 5.
Still hurts.
It does. In the past, it would have been basically relatively the same. They had to change a lot of the spawning rules about how the units work on the map, because it used to be a lot more difficult, even at this difficulty. Plus, with less units, that actually means more space for POIs.
Alright, I'm just saving my other 2 savages for later.
Got a sample.
Yeah, maximum 28 is actually not that bad.
The sample should greatly aid in the war effort.
So basically, until you get space drop optimization, points like this, where you can see stems and grenades and ammo packs, this is how you're supposed to resupply yourself across the planet. You take what you need, you use what you can, and you load up to your maximum before you move. Because this mission is a lot more peaceful, you'll have the ability to move at your pace on this planet.
Deploying equipment package.
Eyes bigger than your head. And that's a bug breach. On terminated missions, you cannot let your guard down. Any terminated can start a bug breach. Fortunately, it's not 50 billion units coming out of one hole. But it's usually enough. But usually you're going to get a couple of special enemy varieties. That's not doing any damage to him. That will do damage to him if it hits him. But unfortunately, you cannot aim precision strikes like that. They're a distraction tool. However, I am wielding a heavy machine gun. It does 1/3 damage, but I'm able to punch a hole directly in his mouth. This is a very special tool. However, in order for it to work, it comes with only 2 magazines. That is an impaler.
50 meters. Port weapon inbound.
So now, if you had a second one, this is where you could have used that precision strike.
High priority target eliminated. Justice served.
And ipso facto, the job is done.
I'm surprised he still got off his tentacles even though he died? What the
Yes.
hell?
The tentacle instance is not connected directly to the life of the body. It's not like a Bile Titan, where a Bile Titan will stop spitting because its head is gone and dead. The Impaler will have his arms out on the field, and then he will retract his arms once the Impaler that summoned the arms stops attacking. Ideally, you think it's he dies, so his arms immediately stop. No. It's like something flailing around in death. It's gonna keep flailing around until it's fully dead.
Bug hive spotted.
It's a very easy to confuse, but very likely to understand misnomer.
Reloading. Throwing grenade.
Terminate outpost urged.
And this is a medium bug nest. These will usually sometimes have samples as well as ammunition packs nearby the wall of the holes. You can usually tell what is a small sample because these little pustules will give off gas. You're not noticing the small pustules.
I'm looking for ammo. I saw an ammo pack. I need to grab it.
Right there. Don't collect this, don't collect this, don't cut! How is he going to... Oh, never mind, that you collected that. Okay. Still, I didn't need you to collect it. I wanted you to pay attention to what it looked like so you understood how to recognize it at a distance. So, small, orange, top yellow. It's going to give off gas when it vibrates. That's a small sample. That's how they appear on terminate planets. They appear differently on every planet. I hope you memorized what it looked like!
Oh, brother.
Information game. Knowledge. Thick. Dense. There's also another type that it looks like, where it looks like a little plate disc. That's usually when it's being collected.
Danger.
What are you saying?
No bomb stuck in the side of a
Yes.
charger?
Yes, that's a POI. That is a deceased Hellbomb charger. Basically, it is a bomb that if we wanted to use it to deal with a horde that was chasing us, we lure them in the direction of the Hellbomb, and then we remotely deploy the Hellbomb. They are a common enough occurrence.
Reloading.
Else here? I don't see anything.
No. So, another thing you'll have to learn is noticing POIs by your heads-up display. So, come towards me. Do you see how, when I face this direction at 61 degrees, you see there's a question mark?
Yeah.
And when we zoom in far enough, you can see, as we get closer, or usually when it's disguisable enough when we get closer, that there will be a question mark pinging in the direction of the zone. That is how you find POIs. The closer you move towards the POI zone, the map will then tell you what kind of minor or major point of interest you came across. So those should be lost up, littering up to me. That was the alternate form of it. And this, do not collect this. Come here. This is one of the forms of a rare sample. This is a mushroom pustule. This physical object here is the sign of where they are. They grow out of this corpse flower looking structure. The other form that they look like is they look like a purple crystal that'll vibrate with a noise similar to that noise that you just saw. That is usually the rare crystal samples.
Found something.
You already know about the tier 1, level 1. So, a secret thing. Stop, 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 stop! So, something that you need to learn about these is that when you walk up to them, you think that you need to be on top of them to open them. No, you do not. These have an aerial range where they recognize the casual salute. Whenever you open them, because it assumes that you got rid of your casual salute from your remote bar, you have to get on top of them to activate the standardized casual salute. But if your casual salute is actually on your emote bar, you can use your casual salute to open them at a little bit of a distance of range. So you can get on top of it close enough to recognize the salute, then activate the salute, and that gives you the ability to activate them. You can keep moving. Ow. So, bug nests, secondary objectives, and POIs in the field. Bug nests are usually where you're going to find samples. The only time where you will not find a certain type of sample is super uranium. Super uranium is the special super sample that will always be found around a certain structure that we'll cover when we're on a difficulty that has super samples. They start appearing at difficulty 7. For now, because the only samples that we can find are green and orange, only commons and rare samples will appear. To save a very long discussion, basically, every single object when it's spawned into a mission is spawned into a special ID for the map. Every map has a specialized ID specific to that instance.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
So, back at that last section, I believe it was this POI, you can pick them up. That carry case that we found, where we... Okay, yeah, that's the alternative rare sample. It looks like a geode crystal pointing out of the ground. Back at that last site, when we were in front of that case, we found a super credit container. On every planet, the game procedurally generates what will be on that planet, based on what's supposed to be inside the difficulty. So, if I were to rerun this mission, if I Alt F4'd out of the mission, it would register as me as having disconnected from the session. And so, it would save the position of that on the mission standard to where I am. If I dropped back into that mission, in that case, I would always find whatever I found inside of that container. So, if I found requisition slips inside of a tier 1 or tier 2 or tier 3 loot container, I would always find that container. I would always find requisition slips. I would always find super samples, or excuse me, I would always find super credits. I would always find common samples. I would always find war bond medals. I would always find rare sample. If it's a sample, it would only have ever one type of sample. But usually, rares are what appear inside of a tier 1 container. If it had been...
You want to do the honors?
No, you can do it. If it had been any other kind of object, it would have always been that. And support weapons can also appear inside of those containers, as well as appearing at random sites. So if it would have always had a support weapon, it might not always have that support weapon, but it will have a randomly supplied support weapon that you can use on the map.
Objective completed.
Going prone reduces explosion damage to by 90%. Moving forward. So yeah, session ID, it's internally saved to the mission. There are ways to manipulate it, but it's not worth manipulating, because you shouldn't do it anyways, because it's going to then turn the game into a tedium hassle. So earlier, when I mentioned What you could do, so that you could do something like farming super credits, that is how you do that. You lower the mission difficulty all the way to the mission difficulty 1 to 3, because on mission difficulty 1 to 3 is where you can only find common samples and the other attached that would be important to the game. So, you would only find grenades, you would only find ammo, you would only find these stems, you would only find common samples, and you would only find super credits, requisition slips, etc. Break action shotgun, which is a random world drop only support weapon, etc, etc, etc. In the event, okay, this is the other common sample. It looks like a disc plate. This is commonly going to be around sites like this. They're just the same as greens. Whenever you find these objects, because it's saved to the session ID, super credits are immediately added to your collection and are saved to your account when you find them. For every player. When you pick them up, they are saved for every player. We got turned around. Stupid ion storm. They are always saved whenever you find them. For samples, they only come back with you if you extract with them on the ship. It doesn't matter if it's a timed extraction, it doesn't matter if it's an emergency code extraction. They will always only ever save when you get onto the ship with them. So, if one wanted to farm, the way to do it would be doing it at the difficulty that is lowest for what they're looking for, and then just running the missions. That's your only option. If you wanted to farm super credits, you would basically have to run the mission enough times where you are maximizing the amount of containers you're opening, because on mission difficulty 1, on the most minimal difficulty, the amount of map space is actually reduced. They're much smaller.
Orbital coming in down.
That was a random explosion. One of you must have threw a grenade.
I threw a grenade late.
Yeah, I have a grenade pistol. Eventually in the future, you'll have one too. But I think it's inside a demolitionist pack.
Actually, how do I heal teammate?
How do you what?
How do I do the heal teammate?
On top of a Helldiver that has got some points of damage missing, you stand on top of them and you press E. Ow. I was assuming that you were trying to give me one. That's why I stood. That's why I stood still.
I was trying.
You might have not had any vials to use, because I'm looking at your vials and I notice it's completely red.
I got one.
You just probably didn't get on top of me in time.
Freedom, triumphs over tyranny once more. The extraction shuttle awaits your request.
Look at guard dog over here.
It was luckily the one that was on my back.
Liberty, take me!
Alright.
Deploying equipment package.
Now, going down turret.
rifle. No, there's also 4. Okay, that's fine. Ah, because it blew up, that's why. Okay. But yeah, that's how you would do it. If the Helldiver is damaged, I'm going to lightly tap you. Damn! That's way too much.
Brother!
Calling in reinforcements!
Okay, burst too much. Semi-automatic. I'm going to tap you lightly. If a diver is damaged, they will have an icon appear on top of them that will then tell you the interact key and stem. Then you stem them. Did you have any other question? Okay, one more point.
Map, west, 200 meters.
I hate rocky terrain. All my homies hate rocky, grassy terrain. Okay. You see that beam of light in the distance at 223?
Yep.
That is a escape pod giving off light. That is yet another way for you to figure out if there are still points for you to collect in the field. Not all points will have a big beaming light that says, I have loot, come loot me. But that's generally what it would look like.
Gas strike incoming.
Grenade's been thrown in there.
Mission at 20 minutes
Oh,
remaining.
come on. I hate backsplash. That was grenade toss. And there's the grenade explosion. I'm playing at half speed, but basically, because we have grenade pistols, usually assume that the person with the grenade pistol will end up closing the holes first, because where you probably have 4 grenades on you that are not immediate concussive impact explosives, I have 6 grenades inside this pistol. If I was still wearing the street sweeper armor, I would have an additional 2 grenades for a total of 8 inside the pistol. It's convenient. It's easier than throwing my grenades. I use these for clearing out packs that are clustered. This, of course, is another advantage of convenience. It wasn't until like maybe 1 or 2 months ago that I actually bought 2 packs worth of super credits, or rather, 1. 2, no, there was 3. There was 3 premium war bonds worth of super credits. All the bonds that I've collected, I got from free-to-play, the hard way, which was very, very, very time-consuming. This is a different type of drop. This one is going to be one of the grenade-heavy plots, because it has 1, 2, 3 grenade outputs. Sometimes it can be grenades, sometimes it can be ammo. But there should be 2 sides. Yeah, this is a 2-sided one. On one side is this, and that's the rare sample drop. And then on the other side is going to be common samples and ammos and stems. Usually there's only 1 stem box. And I'm going to drop this and let you pick it up. So, for sake of example, I'm going to lightly tap you. And 1, I'm going to lightly tap you. 2, I'm going to lightly tap you. This is for a reason, don't worry.
No diver left behind.
I'm going to lightly tap you. 4. Okay, so I just used all 4 of my stems. This box is a full reload of stims. And a 1, and a 2, and a 3, and a 4, and a 5, and 6. I used all 6 of my grenades just now. This grenade drop, on normal drops for users, is a full round of grenades. So if you have 4 grenades and you use all 4 of them, this will reload all 4 of your grenades. So go ahead and throw all of your grenades in that general direction. And now pick up that grenade back. See how I reloaded all your grenades?
Yeah.
This is how you actually solve the resupply problem. You're supposed to be going from POI to POI, not just ground pounding across the planet. Now if I use it, it's only going to return 4 grenades to me, because I have 2 extra slots because of my armor. This is the armor effect. If you had the medkit version, you would have an extra 2 stims, and it would only give you back 4 stims instead of 6 stims. Follow? Say yes.
Mm-hmm.
So, going from POI to POI is preferable, but by standard, unless you have a LiDAR station active on a map, we're heading back towards extraction now, you won't actually be able to tell what is what. So, when you're crossing across the map, you have to pay attention to the POI callouts, because then your diver will move in range of it, this is grave site, and you will be able to find whatever it is that POI has. Basically, think of it like this. The map is an empty canvas, and you don't know where everything is. Obviously, we only have 14 out of the 28 and 7 out of the 20 samples that are actually requisitioned and dropped onto the planet from the generation cycle. So somewhere on here, another one in the direction of M4, are sites. Do not destroy, do not destroy, do not destroy, do not destroy! He needs to learn. Are sites that have the objects. Now, get close up to this. Do you hear that?
Allied destroyer has left the squadron.
You hear it?
Yeah.
That has samples. Back up, back up, back up, back up. This is a level 2 storage container. This can only be opened by destructive force from an explosive. Sometimes people use concussive incendiaries, sometimes they use concussives, but this can be opened with a standard grenade. Technically, it can be opened with anything that has explosive force. And as you see, 2 shelves. And if you were running the EAT setup, which you are, this stalwart would become your support weapon for the mission, for as long as you can use it. And that's another way that you get prepared. Also around here, on the top of the site, there will usually be common samples as well as grenades, ammunition, blah, 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 blah. I can't believe that man got so angry that I told him not to open that he rage quit the mission because I was teaching new players. Oh my lord. Oh my Lanta. Okay. Wonderful. That is actually perfect. So we're going to close this orbital cap. We're going to close this hole. And then we're going to move in the direction of that giant rock. We can run away from the enemy. If they chase us, if the stragglers chase us, we can be able to kill them as we're running away. Sometimes it's easier to kill enemies by herding them into a single direction. So, that giant rock right there. This is actually a very important object you need to recognize at a distance.
Watch out.
This is one of the consequences of mortar. The mortar doesn't see us, it only sees the enemies, so it's shooting at the enemies while we're trying to stay alive. Ow. So, this structure right here, this physical structure. This physical structure is what is supposed to mark a super uranium sample supply. In every mission, this rock generates, but only on mission types where you can find super samples will you usually find them around them. There are 2 types of formations. This is what we would call a fake rock. You have well, not samples, but you probably have common samples, if there are any here, surrounded by supply boxes. So this would be a fake rock. A real rock, air quote, or as people like to call it, dick rock, cock rock, a normal super uranium supply would have liquid metal super uranium sticking up as interactables around the object. Usually maximum -1, so N -1. On a mission where there would be 4 super samples, you would find 3 super samples around it. On a mission where there are 5 super samples, you would find 4 super samples around it. On a mission where there are 8 super samples, you would find 7 super samples around it. This object can be actually noticeable if you zoom all the way on your map. And you can actually see this from space, but it's very hard. On any planet where there is a normal desert or normal planet acquisition for super uranium, you will always find the super uranium at this object. The only time you will not is if it is a conquered city map. Conquered cities have a special place where they spawn, depending on if it's an Illuminate map, an automaton map, or a Terminid map. More on that when you see them. Basically, it's so unique you have to take a screenshot to recognize them. But it's specific to that location. So now that you know what that rock looks like, you know that whenever you see that rock on a mission where there's super samples available, you can only ever find the super samples there. There are some missions where you will randomly find super samples, or you'll get a notification that says that there's 7 out of 8, but we only have 7 out of the 8, and there's like a missing 1. On those planets, what it's counting is it's counting the additional bonus high-value asset. Remember, on the last planet, the egg? That's the bonus advantage, it's subjective. That's where it technically is not a +1, but a +2. It's 2 extra plus 4 rares. So, somewhere else on the rest of this planet, assuming I'm not holding it, and here's one of the extra formations, you can usually find rare samples like this around the extraction point. It usually helps to do a little loop, because you'll hear them before you see them. With common samples, you have to notice where they are. With rare samples, you will always hear them before you see them.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
So I did a little loop. Inside of the field of this is a common sample. Go behind this rock. There'll probably be another one, but it's not guaranteed. Unfortunate bug reach from this one little small bastard. How dare he? And now, because we've more or less found them, because we don't have extended UAV, this is where we call extraction and leave the planet. Doesn't matter who's holding them, as long as everybody makes it home and they're holding on to the samples that they have on them, it will usually be enough to get us off planet and profit from getting off planet. Because now that you know what things look like and you know what they are, and you know what you can do with them, this is where you can completely start, you know, brain empty, immediately take things. Like you were earlier. I know, it's very hard, and it kind of feels a little bit at my pacey, but I'm making sure you have the knowledge. Because now that you have the knowledge, you can apply it as quickly as you want. Because I'm playing at 25% speed. It's thick, it's dense, there's a lot of knowledge required, but because you now have this knowledge, I don't have to explain this to you again. So now you can tell somebody else this information. Everybody learns differently. Yeah, everybody learns differently, but it's important to recognize things for what they are. Because this changes entirely when you go from planet to planet. The one thing that remains consistent is that rare samples will make noise. What the samples will look like, where you can find them, how you can find them, the structures that spawn specific to that faction, they all are different for each faction. But as long as you have this base knowledge, you can be able to ground pound across the planet with relative ease. Relative being the relative term. The only other thing that I could tell you about is how to use your stratagems, but you use your stratagems how you use your stratagems. Some people use precision airstrikes to try and clear out a pack that has not been spotted and hasn't moved yet, because when they haven't been alerted and they don't have a Helldiver to run towards, they're going to stay in the same place, and then they die. Some people will use orbital gas strikes the way that I do, to put them on top of a naturally opening hole, so that all of the normal units that will be killable will get themselves killed by the gas. Blah, 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 blah.
Countdown initiated.
But nothing left to
Stand
do
by
but
for
to go
takeoff.
out.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
And this is basically the cycle. Because these lower level difficulty missions are designed for you to understand what weapons work well against what enemies and what weapons don't work well against enemies. Because the reason why support weapons appear in missions is that if the support weapons didn't appear inside of missions for you to use them in order to fight enemies that had a higher penetration value than you were able to fight, you would basically be permanently locked in a mission with no way to complete it. So, since these enemies have weak spots, at least the Impaler does, with missions like these where you hunt commanders, you hunt Bile Titans when you get to the point where you are trusted to have a reliable anti-tank option, where you kill behemoths, where you kill charger-driven behemoths that will not have as much leg plating available as others, the game will expect you to be good enough that you'll be able to master that. Then as you move up the difficulty, it'll stop sending you towards simple mission types where it's like, kill X amount of enemies on the planet. And it'll start giving you the harder mission types like what we're currently facing. It also helps you on these difficulties to play at this level so you can easily target farm the samples that you're looking for, because super samples do add to the number of things that can spawn on the planet, as do the amount of objects that you put in containers that can spawn on the planet. Because they're weighted.
Now that is what I call a
And the way to think about weighting is that wherever you could find something, you also have the chance to find something else. So, everywhere where we found a common sample and a rare sample, we could have also found any of the other objects that could have been inside of a container.
Alright, donation access license. Purchase.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Alright. That was affirmative.
How many do you need now?
More samples.
More
of the
samples.
common type.
I was looking for an exact number, but that's fine.
Hold on, I can give you an exact number of how many I'm gonna need.
The war rages on. Choose where you will give your aid.
80, 100, 80, 60.
Okay.
Another 60? And another 60.
Mm-hmm. Hello, de-escalator. 50, 51, 25, 45. Jackboot. 50, 45. 61. 8. 53.
And I do need more,
55.
I do need more medals.
Yep. That's the easy part.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpod Prime. Engaging orbital
So,
thrusters.
now that you know the basics, now we can start moving at full speed.
Orbit synchronized.
Okay, so, looking here at the planet, you can see that this is a three-part process of a ICBM launch. An ICBM launch can comprise itself of three full parts. Optimizing and rerouting the oil that is going to be used to launch the rocket, the retrieval of the launch codes that are going to be inside of a divot field that you have to get in order to launch the rocket to begin with, and the reactivating power generator that is going to require you to activate the generator that will be able to supply power to the launch site that will allow us to launch the rocket. On these mission types, it'll choose two of those three. Then, all of these red zones, as it shows you if you hover over them, are the enemy presence of a potential zone that either belongs to a pack, a patrol, or a guaranteed nest. I'm going to put us closer to the illegal broadcast. And then I'm going to bring the GL-52 de-escalator in the guard dog. And leads. And the gas strike. And now we can start playing individually away from each other. Because now we can be able to make use of the UAV extension. Now, inside your armor types, there are different types of armor that have different purposes. In medium armor alone, the game starts you off with extra padding. Basically, extra padding gives you the effect of additional armor as though you were wearing an armor class higher than the last armor class. 150 is the baseline of a heavy armor, so a medium armor piece basically has no direct benefit to you other than increasing the amount of damage that you potentially can take wearing that class field. I do not think that there are many that exist among Scout. Let me double check based on what I have. No, not really. But every armor passive is different. Amongst these armor passives is a very specific armor passive that reads Scout, or the other one that is inside of the Truth Enforcers. The important thing about the Scout loadout is that on that Scout armor, if I can fucking find mine, there it is. The important readout on the Scout armor is that it gives you a marker placement that allows you to generate a radar scan from your marker every 2 seconds for the person who's wearing the Scout armor. It also reduces your personal range where enemies detect you by 30%. This is basically the stealth armor. This armor, combined with the UAV ping, allows units that have the Scout loadout to show people on the map where they are, where they're going, and where they can find things. The reason why this is useful is that when you're trying to find samples, the detection range of your ping is what dictates your ability to find that object. By giving yourself Scout, you are denying yourself the potential benefit of all the other armors, like Democracy Protects, and Medkit, and Engineering Kit, and Servo Assisted, and even the demolition armors, like Ballistic Padding, or Fortified, or Siege Ready, or even the Martyr, which will blow you up. And you're instead taking a benefit that gives you the ability to see things around you. I'm going to go in with this, because I have access to it, because these do have to be unlocked over time, or some of them you have to buy from the Superstore, which costs you super credits. I don't advise buying things from the Superstore. That's if you actually have the super credits to throw around. You want to put your super credits into buying more war bonds. So for people who had literally nothing else to buy, that's what we ended up buying, because we were buying for fashion. For me, I'm going to go around the map and try to find those things. You try experimenting with a new loadout and see how you feel about that loadout and how you can make it work. Because generally enough, a loadout like ours, depending on how much you're attached to mortar, is all you would ever need to play at this difficulty. It's very easy, it's very relaxed, it doesn't require a lot of you. Blah 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 blah, blah 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 blah, yap 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 yap. But you can play at this difficulty and you don't really have to feel overwhelmed or pressured. If you play with Scout, it makes it even easier, since enemies won't recognize that you're nearby them as long as you stay out of their detection range, which usually means you don't pop off a random shot at a pack, blah 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 blah. And you basically can be a ghost. Get in, get out, nobody knows you're there, unless the mission objective requires you to kill somebody. They changed some of those objectives. There used to be ones, and there still are some that are different, but there used to be objectives that you had to activate a drill, and that drill would automatically bring patrols and invasion packs towards you, and you had no choice over it. They've changed them because players found them boring and repetitive. they added different variant types, including the ones that used to be on the lower difficulty, which was the democracy flags. They used to only be inside of difficulty 1 through 3. But they brought them to the upper levels because they figured, hey, we'd like to be able to play capture the flag too. So whenever you're ready.
Trying to ready up.
Launch initiated.
There we go.
Any questions that you have? Any burning questions at all?
No, at this point it's a matter of just getting in and learning with experience.
That and acquiring more stratagems.
Yep.
Right now, most of your mission critical stratagems that you'd need for other planets, you don't have access to yet. That's why I haven't taken you to go do Autons or Illuminates. Even though the Illuminates are the easiest, because the Illuminates only require you to have light penetrating, the bugs give you a full understanding of what it is to be fully prepared and ready. So, you see how we see further ranges around us because of the ping that's coming off of my body?
Yeah.
And you see how I can now regenerate a ping from my M1 ping that shows you that there's enemies around that illegal broadcast?
Oh.
That's the immediate power of Scout.
Freedom requires firepower.
Deploying equipment package.
Incoming. Bug breach.
And we run away. There's Cockrock. Unfortunately, there's not necessarily anything that's going to be planned to be around it. But knowing it's there is nice. Oh, wow. The escalator is actually around reloading stratagem. That's interesting. So it's not cartridge load like the other one. I'm pretty sure that this is an electric field force, so I want to see exactly how much this covers. A lot.
Covers a lot, it seems.
I don't know how big the explosive force and how big the electric force is, because it zaps.
Found something.
Right.
Not too big.
But they're just ahead of us.
Mm-hmm. And now, in this situation, if I stand right about here and I salute, that's what I was trying to show you. There was 2 question marks.
Yeah, watch out, mortars are coming in.
Yep, here's the other question mark. That right down there is also another type.
Found something.
And this site usually has
Allied destroyer leaving squadron.
my connection. No, my connection. It's always my connection. My always connect. I hate. You should be able to reconnect in a second. Unless it wasn't my connection.
Hunting down support weapon.
Bag's empty. Sending out an SOS.
It was yours, because it disconnected you.
I see. I figured it had to either be me or you. I looked at my bar and I saw that my thing had gone to 0, so I knew it was me. I was going to say, this hydroform site is one of the many different versions of sites that will have tier 2 storage containers. It will have it'll have an ammunition cluster in a position around a sharp drop into the terrain, and in that terrain it has 3 different variations. This was a rare sample variation. Hill drop, then this, and then a rare sample, or samples plural, embedded in the wall. The other version would be the exact same thing, but there would be a storage container in that position. And then there's one where it's just a pool of water. There's nothing underneath the water. Helldivers can't swim. You'll drown if you stay in the water long enough.
Noted.
Requesting advance
Oh, where'd you go?
Over here.
Oh, you're still behind me.
That's the edge of the map.
Oh, that was in the map.
No, we're in the okay. Press tab. Scroll,
I see it.
Scroll wheel. Yeah, we're on the edge of the map. If we went any further in that direction, we would be outside of the play area, and then the game would yell at us, and then we have 10 seconds to get back in the play area. And if we don't, we're traitors, and we'll be orbital bombarded until we're dead. Because the only correct punishment for betrayal is to pay for it with your life. Hail victory. Okay. This is an illegal broadcast. I'm going to tell you the way that you're normally supposed to do this, and then I'm going to show you the way that every player has learned how to do it. The way that an illegal broadcast is meant to be shut down is that it has a console nearby it, where that console needs to be engaged with after you clear out the enemies so that you can shut it down. Now here's what most of us do.
Objective completed.
Yeah.
Any object with
blow it up.
Yes, any object with a destructive force that can destroy a normal objective that is comparative to heavy penetration plus explosive has the ability to blow up the illegal broadcast, and thus you just destroyed the console directly. You don't even worry about having to do the console whatsoever. Now that option exists there so that if you didn't have the ability to blow it up, you could deactivate it normally. This matters in terms of the autons. They have some specific types of objects that specialize in disabling our equipment within a range of 150 meters. Because these are Terminids and they don't have that kind of technology, this is instead an objective that basically challenges you on whether or not you have the ability to do explosive capability from long range.
Sample found.
Ah, that's the bug. If I shoot right after I load, it wastes my ammunition. Got it. So now, we're at a power generator site, excuse me. I misspoke for a second. Console has to be turned on, and then it has a 5 to 7 step process it needs to go through before it activates the generator that then needs the latch to be pulled in order to be powered on.
Engine terminal.
Then, once it's on the last step, it will start saying on the reactivate power generator status to that the generator is calibrating. After which, the only thing required is for you to throw the lever directly on the object.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Usually around the area of objectives like this and other side objectives, you're going to see the rare samples and the common samples around the area. As well as in this area, some spare ammo packs. More at higher difficulties. And then the only thing left is to pull this switch. Whatever you do inside of missions, where it matters, if there is a giant enemy like a Bile Titan standing on top of the power generator switch, do not kill that Bile Titan, because his physical body, until it disintegrates into the map, is going to block the ability to activate it, because you have to physically stand to turn on the object. Lure him away from the object, then kill him, so the body doesn't block it.
Found something.
Okay.
Sample collected.
This is a downed ship. It usually has an object and then an additional rare sample.
Tagging location.
One of the ways to know that you have fully looted a sample area is that if it is an optional objective that you can access, it will have a chevron diamond appear once the objective is fully looted. So, when I get closer to this optional objective that I'm nearby, this minor place of interest will appear. And it will appear with the image of a diamond. That diamond is the game's way of telling me that this is a POI that has not yet been fully looted. This is a additional side objective. That is what would we call a... what do they call them? Colonial outpost. It will always have a tier 2 object underneath. It can be anything. In this one, there is an anti-materiel rifle and a medal. Above, there will always be...
Why did you say anti-material? So weird.
Because that's how it's spelled. It's not spelled anti-material. It's spelled anti-material.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Support weapon.
Read and reap. Anti-M-A-T-R-I-E-L. Anti-material. I read it how I call it.
Must defend prosperity.
Today we learn...
There's a sample that's stuck in the ground. Unless someone got it.
Where?
Oh, someone got it.
Okay.
It was right up top of there.
There are ways to access them. We haven't even gotten to underground POIs. They sound exactly what they look like. Samples are buried underground. An empty emplacement tool, a shovel, is on top of the ground nearby it. Put shovel in hand, right-click to zoom into the ground, because if you aren't zoomed in, you'll just be bashing something like you're bashing it with a shovel, and you dig to dig them out of the ground. It used to be that you could just squat down and you could be physically laying on top of it, and you could pull them on the ground by going prone, but that's not what they wanted, so they patched that. Can this close a hole?
Still there.
No, it cannot close a hole. So the de-escalator is meant for... And, well, actually, no. Let's test this correctly, Carl. It's worth the test. So no, the de-escalator does not work the same... Well, it works technically the same way, but it doesn't work exactly the same way. It doesn't have explosive force, so it can't actually close the bug hole. So it's anti-personnel only. I was over here.
West, 100 meters.
So, a small forward about the, but Carl, why are these all things designed this way? Weren't there junkier ways for these to be done? Yes. But the jank was the problem. So, remember, what did I call him? Not Joel. Greg. Remember Greg, the Helldiver designer that decided that the only way to truly enjoy the game is to struggle session your way across the map? Say yes.
Affirmative.
That works. In his infinite wisdom, or lack thereof, between going to a site, trying to figure out where to find rare samples at sites such as bug holes and bug nests, such as these, and everywhere else where it is relevant, alongside experimenting with equipment to understand how to properly use the equipment, Greg, in his infinite wisdom, or lack thereof, wanted to have it so that, well, if you wanted to have a janky way to do something, it's possible to do it. Such as, you don't actually need to use the shovel, you just need to use this, and this. However, in his infinite wisdom, Johans, the original CEO, now current creative lead, standardized everything because, as I announced on the stream when I broke the news, as they were preparing the game for the eventual knowledge that I already knew, simply because I knew what the news was, but as everyone discovered in real time, was them preparing the game to bring in the Xbox players, they had to remove a lot of contingencies and a lot of difficulties to make simpler the process of learning how to play the game. So, giving the War Bond token inside of the update that will be made to the War Bond medals, or rather the War Bond token. Oh, good. We found an underground one. Come here. Removing the... God damn it. Removing the difficulty of finding, or at least in the case of the Super Citizens Edition bundle of Helldivers 2, ways to satisfy the player base that doesn't want to feel like they're wasting their money, changing the complex, difficult, and not easily understood complex parts of the game so that it simplified the learning difficulty curve for newer players. Blah, 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 blah. Also that players could be able to work with each other to bring in and onboard a new generation of Helldivers. Come here. Right here.
Tagging location.
Hey man, who are you talking to?
Well, Alex, and then by extension, my live stream chat on 5 platforms.
Cool, that's cool.
Do we have a charging tool right now?
Yes, I'm standing on top of it.
Outpost destroyed.
So now you go into second view, and you dig, 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 dig. There, it's really down in there.
Jesus.
And then, once it's uncovered enough, you can grab them. I can tell you from experience, be very careful when you put the shovel down and pick up your support weapon. I have watched people blow themselves up because they hold down left click. That should be enough.
Supplies.
And then you pick them up.
Hold on, there you go. 1, 2.
In preparation of bringing in the Xbox divers, slowly over time, Johans, Friendship Bunker, Johans slowly took out the tedium of the game and made it so that people could actually be able to get into drag and drop gameplay. Because there's too many things that required people to understand, too many complex pieces of equipment, and too many parts of... I didn't get down fast enough. Too many complex pieces of equipment, and too many difficult concepts, so that they could be able to play the game, that it made it feel like players were going to be gatekept from content, which they absolutely were. And there's super credits. And 2 samples. And you got some ammo, you got some grenades.
Found something.
And I'm gonna take some of these. Take some of these. And the first things that he did was that he standardized things like patrol frequencies and patrol patterns, because they were by no means fair. They're probably some of the most they were some of those bullshit things that you could have had in the game in totality. Enemies that appeared out of nowhere, like literally you look one direction, nothing. You still are staring in that same position. 55 enemies appear out of thin air because they spawned in front of the Helldiver. We like to call that a Joel reinforcement. And those are Spore Spears.
Hey, this is Spiel. Can we get rid of them?
Yes, they're blocking the field of view in the area. The nursery spears have the same effect, and the spore charges have the same effect as well. It takes a little bit of demolition force to destroy them. Unfortunately, expendable anti-tank has just enough, except when it starts having drop-off damage in a distance. So you end up having to get a little bit closer and use things with higher destructive force to really take care of them. I don't even think the de-escalator actually has the explosive force necessary to even destroy these. But considering I just got this piece of equipment, testing! But basically, anything that was...
Where are you? Hold on, I'm coming. I'm gonna help out.
Okay. This is also the extraction site. So basically, anything that was considered difficult, bullshit, or completely unfun, and was just arguments of tedium for the sake of tedium because it really feels fun to struggle across the planet, he ripped out of the game and replaced it with a much better functioning formation of something that was much more fair. And what remains is now the backbone of every mission having a standardized plot that, with enough time, you can learn how they work.
Is that floating thing? Oh, it is.
It is armored, so this is where the explosion comes in handy. There are weapons that you can use as stratagems or as main hand weapons that will just naturally pierce the armor of a Spore Spear's explosive force. Unfortunately, I'm not carrying them.
There you go.
And I'm gonna shoot this one. That one took only one rocket because somebody put 2 pepper points into it at distance. And around the area, of this, you will also find samples as well. Usually these are thick, full of enemies. So if you have anything that can use explosive force, like the other grenade launcher, you would basically shoot this at a long distance, and then you would move in the area and pepper them to death. And then after you pepper them to death, you would just collect your samples after they've been depleted. Or you drop a fucking 500k bomb on it. That usually requires you to be a lot closer, which means you're in the Spore slack. There's also things like the autocannon. An autocannon doesn't lose its explosive and damage capacity drop off at distance, even over 150 meters. So you see a Spore Spear in the distance, and you blow that motherfucker up at a distance, and then you just remember to go there, because the units nearby the object follow the same rules of anything that have targeting to find Helldivers. So, let's say I was using the autocannon. If I'm within 100 meters, the enemies will recognize that a Helldiver is in range, and they will attempt to walk towards me to find me. Then, until they find me, they're going to keep walking in that direction until they no longer can confirm line of sight. I can demonstrate using these small little bugs. This bug will stick its head up, and will notice that there's a diver, and now it screeches, and it runs towards me. This is how all packs move. That there's a patrol over there on the other side of this object that's walking through the extraction point. Enemies have what we call a surprise state. When you do anything that creates an object, they're going to recognize the sound and start moving in the direction of it. You can use that to take them by surprise and kill them. So as we move towards this miniature bug nest, the enemies, if there are any in the area, because we do not have bug spores active, will be pinging on the map in targeted circles red. If I put down my ping, it will do a double ping and reconfirm that position. When I appear around the corner, if I attack these, any enemy in the area will recognize that I'm now here and will start marching towards me. This is the point at which an area is no longer considered in stealth. There's only 2 types of form of engagement with the enemy. Well, actually, no, that's a lie. There's 4. But 2 of them are the exact same, but they have the exact same function. Stealth, which is quiet. Combat, which is loud. Patrol, which can become loud if you have already been spotted. And situation recall, which is breaches. Breaches, bot drop, Illuminate ship arrivals. Each one has their own state. Technically, the Illuminate one is a special version, where theirs can only be triggered by their sentinels. They don't do any unit can summon. The bots have their own as well. Only commissars with summoning pistols can be able to call for a bot drop. All other units don't have the capacity to. They're not allowed to.
That's Mag.
There's probably like one more POI. Yeah, right there. In that direction. All of these things were standardized, and I know them intrinsically as a truth, because Johans designed them as such. Beforehand, when it was Greg, it was guesswork. Part of this was because no one on the player base studied. The other reason is because the Helldiver Discord and the Helldiver subreddits are the worst places to find information. Annoying people don't like sharing knowledge. Because if a content creator guards information, they can get people to click on their content and artificially boost their numbers to get people to give them views and make them feel indebted for gatekeeping the solution and selling it back to them. So all of the things that I've been yapping about, imagine what's a content creator? Glitched Unlimited. Imagine it was instead in a 15-minute Glitched Unlimited video. You'd think that'd be good, right? I want to learn how to do X, Y thing. I'm going to click on this content creator's video. It gives me the information immediately. Thanks, Helldiver Stew Guru. Now imagine each of the things that I've been telling you for free, and the things you've been watching me do over the course of this mission. 100 videos. Each of them are 15 minutes long. Do you see the problem?
Yeah.
You have been a stalwart line.
Alrighty.
Extract when ready.
Now we just gotta find where the last few samples are.
Well, we could. More than likely, there's a chance that we probably passed over them, or it's in a encounter that we haven't noticed, because with this planet doesn't have a LiDAR station. But this is pretty much the lion's share. The thing that you need is green, but we have found everything but 2 pieces of orange. I would say 20 is a good amount to find on any planet for common, and 20 is a good amount to find on any planet for uncommon/rare. So with this amount, we can actually extract.
Alright.
It is possible to find, at least on these planets. We'll talk more about that on the Conquered Cityscapes. It is possible on planets to find 100% of every drop that the field has. But it's usually not advisable. This is good enough. Granted, most people don't even have patience to look for this many, but that's a separate conversation entirely.
Calling in extraction.
Type slower, Carl.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Uh-oh.
So now, because I have scout armor, I can place my pen here. And you see how normally where we would only be able to see them as they come closer to us? Because of the increase of the size of the UAV, you can now actually have forward knowledge of where they're coming from so we can position ourselves. The reason I'm having you say yes to make sure that my internet's dropping and that I'm disconnecting.
Sorry, I am just
Blitz out of your mind?
I'm gaming.
Yeah, you're gaming.
I'm in a flow state.
Because we have the scout armor, This is how we protect ourselves when we are trying to, quote, farm for whatever it is we're looking for, while still being able to manage the mission objective.
Oh, there's just still a spewer out there.
There will be. Elite
Oh,
summons...
wait, this is the one we just been at.
Yes. It's the summoning of an elite unit is not tied to whether or not you have been spotted by a pack. It is actually an entirely random timer. You can see a Bile Titan in the distance. You can see a patrol that has a Spore Charger, Behemoth Charger, or normal standard Charger, Blackhead Charger, we call them. They can be around without necessarily needing to have been summoned by a player. If they notice you, they will chase you until the ends of the earth. All units do this, but the Terminids are designed to do it. So because we know where they're coming from, I can just stand here and pelt them with the de-escalator. Which then enables us to then have things like your Mortar Strike, then attack them when they're further away from us. Which then makes it possible for the rest of the divers to be ready to go.
Preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
And that, more or less, is the simplest part of all of the necessary knowledge for POIs. Most POIs are not, like, explicitly special in this way. At least amongst the Terminids. The Terminids are the basic unit, and thus they are technically the medium difficulty faction. The Illuminate can be the easiest faction, except inside the concept of a cityscape. When inside of a dominated city, they become the hardest faction. And the automatons, they are a little bit more difficult than a Terminid, but they are a little more easy than a Illuminate. And the reason why is because you can actually blind them. More on that when we cover an Auton.
One more mission and then I should be good. I'm gonna take a break before I start my stream on a different game.
Okay.
Because I've been playing since what time? When did you start?
My stream says 6 hours ago.
Holy shit!
I do this for a living, bro. Time doesn't exist to me.
I mean, I get it. I'm getting a little hungry. That's the thing.
I eat at my console. I have a little tarp. I put it on the keyboard.
Yeah, but I gotta go downstairs and come back upstairs.
Yeah. These are choices.
Allied has left squadron.
Okay. Oh, right.
Hey, so how do I find your streaming?
Single player crawl on all platforms. Caramel occasion on X.
So you said single player crawler?
Single player crawl.
Alright.
I need 6 more rares. God damn it.
I kinda wanna try the mines.
Mines?
Either the incendiary or anti-personnel. Incendiary sounds fun though.
Basically, anti-personnel will just place a mine and it blows up. Gas mines will place a mine, blow up, and create a gas field around where it blew up. Incendiaries will place a mine, blow up the mine, and create a fire field around where it blew up, along with the explosive force of the damage. So, you take a normal anti-personnel explosive mine, you put it on the ground, you blow it up. Whatever effect the gas and incendiary have, they put that effect on the ground, around the area where it was blown up. It can work. You just have to use them well. So, you throw them on top of where you are, when there's a pack chasing you, not into buildings where you're trying to clear.
I changed my mind. I'm getting the autocan sentry.
Okay. That one is a lot slower when it turns and acquires new targets than the Gatling and the machine gun turret, by design. It sacrifices mobility for range and power. So it has the ability to basically one-tap an entire field full of heavy units as long as it has the ability to see them.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Oh no.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay, I just wanted to let you know. Usually whenever you use the autocannon, you have to pair it with another turret to clear the field, because it will acquire everything. It'll attack normal enemies the same way it'll attack heavy enemies. So you need to have a secondary turret that will wipe the field for the light and medium armor enemies, so it will target the elites. Rockets does the same thing as that, but they're a little bit more mobile, and they will actually shoot at larger targets. These are the ways to work around them.
Okay. Alright, so my next question would be... what war bond to really go down next? Because I'm close to getting another one.
Which one do you want? That's the easy
How
answer.
good is the Democratic Detonation?
Inside of Democratic Detonation, you have the CB9 Explosion Crossbow, the GP1 Grenade Pistol, which is the pistol that I've been almost using as an exclusive workhorse ever since I unlocked it, the Expert Extraction Pilot Booster, which will allow for you to lower the time that it takes for an extraction shuttle to reach the extraction beacon, which makes it faster exfil. The R-36 Eruptor, which is heavy penetrating marksman rifle, that is marked as an explosive rifle, that enables you to heavy armor penetrate against enemies, so it becomes an anti-heavy enemy object. It's not anti-tank, it's anti-heavy armor. So if they are not necessarily susceptible to heavy armor penetrating, you'll still need to use an anti-tank option, but most of them usually have weak points that you can get around this, as long as you know where to shoot them. So, Bile Titans this can work against, but it's not going to do the full damage the same way that a recoilless rocket or a salvage rocket will. It will pierce through the hole of the chargers, and it will destroy all other units, at least amongst the Terminids. You have the BR-14 Adjudicator, which is medium armor penetrating, and alongside the Adjudicator on the first page, you have the G-123 Thermite, the anti-tank, anti-personnel sticky. It is a very effective bundle, because alongside the X-Bow, which is medium penetration and explosive in a one-hand pack, dealing 260 damage on its explosion target, you also have the Adjudicator, which, even though it is a 30 capacity round assault rifle, as I have recently maxed it out alongside my other assault rifles, with an exception of a few, it is a medium armor penetrating weapon that is extremely hyper accurate because of its medium high fire rate of 550 rounds a minute, or a second rather, supplied by its capacity of 30 bullets. If you use... I need to speak inside the armory to look at this. If you use the ammo capacity armor, load the armor, there we go, which is either the XR-24 Street Scout inside of light armor, or inside of heavy armor, no, not the FS Battlemaster, nope, not the Marksman, the SR-18 Roadblock, which both are equipped with Siege Heavy, which increases the ammo capacity of all weapons by 20%, and the reload speed of all primary weapons by 30%, makes it and all other weapons that can be used as a primary workhorse into an effective workhorse. Alongside the rest of the things you find in the pack, which includes the Thermite, the Adjudicator, the X-Bow, the Grenade Pistol, as well as the Eruptor and the Expert Extraction Pilot, it makes for a very effective anti-personnel, anti-tank unit to pick up, because since it's on the first page, the Thermite is an immediate pickup with your medals. Then, because you always have to unlock the pages as you go, as you get the 100 super credits, and the thermite, and the adjudicator, you'll get access to the groundbreaker, which will give you a medium armor engineering kit that will give you access to having reduced recoil when crouching and prone by 30%, alongside extra inventory and holding capacity for throwables, as well as the Demolition Expert, which is a highly effective light armor that allows you to move faster and have better stamina regen because it is a light armor. So you get access to a medium version, and you get access to a light version that has the same fit but different colors. Applying this alongside the Eruptor, as well as the X-Bow, as well as the Grenade Pistol, as well as the Thermite, give you multiple primary, secondary, and tertiary grenade slot options for anti-tank and anti-heavy units against enemies. So, if you want to use the crossbow, where it becomes your primary, you get a one-handed crossbow that has a capacity of 5 pieces of equipment that you can use to clear out AoEs, which then would ask you to use a support weapon that would give you the ability to deal with light armor penetration against enemies in large packs, which basically means you would have to use a guard dog, or
Alright, then
a
at
machine,
that point,
or a machine gun of any
that'll
type.
be the next one I'm getting.
Okay. It'd give you the ability to use the guard dog, or any type of guard dog backpack, alongside a light armor weapon, because your main hand would have, at minimum, medium armor penetrating with a capacity of 30 to 5, or heavy penetration with a capacity size of 5. Now, the armor that I called out is an armor that you can find inside of Force of Law. No, not Force of Law. It is the other one. It is... believe it... No, it's not. No. Is it Servants of Freedom? No, Servants of Freedom is Martyr. These one is inside of Urban Legends. The Urban Legends armors are inside of that pack. Those are the ones that have Siege Ready. But because Siege Ready is such a very specific armor that is specifically specified for your main hand, it was basically an Illuminate designed equipment pack that was done by Johans. Democratic Demolition was one that was done by Greg. That's why it has no armored passives that actually give you alternative ways to use your armor. It's a very straightforward, this is for bringing explosives. Right around up until, I want to say, chemical agents, or maybe Viper Commandos. A lot of those war bonds are very straightforward. So, not counting the standard war bond, Steel Veterans is a little bit of everything. The Liberator Concussive used to do something entirely different. It used to be explosive, but now it's considered a stun weapon. The Senator is the first heavy armor penetrating sidearm that will give you a revolver deagle worth of power. It is very effective, especially during autons. So that's like one of the things you needed in order to do auton missions. The G10 Incendiary is important, as is the Breaker Incendiary, because the Breaker Incendiary is a tracer round weapon, and the Incendiary is your first fire grenade. This clears packs, as long as you time them, the same way you do with your normal grenades. Unless you're not using concussives. If you're using concussives, you just throw that shit at the bitch in front of you. If you're using these in the capacity to pre-fire and then clear an area as a point man, you have to aim them and still work around the timer. Flexible reinforcement budget is pretty much throw it on, set it and forget it. The Jar Dominator gives you medium armor penetration with a capacity load. The Dynamo gives you access to servo assisted, which will help you with throwing the grenades that are in the pack. Blase, blase, blase. Whereas things like Democratic Demolition, very straightforward. What's another one that was done before those ones? Let's see here. I'd have to probably go all the way to Cutting Edge. Cutting Edge, that's almost all energy weapons. The Las 16 Sickle, the Punisher Plasma, the Arc Blitzer, the Las Dagger, the G23 Stun, very straightforward. Same thing with Localization Confusion, which is the only booster that allows you to increase the time between enemy encounters. Enemy encounter means bug hole. Bug hole, enemy bot drop, illuminate warship call. Then Polar Patriots was motivational shocks, which gave you the ability to recover from being crowd controlled by something like a EMS effect that comes from being attacked by something like acid. Tenderizer, the armors for fortified, the SMG pummeler, the incendiary impact, the purifier, the verdict, this Arctic Ranger, assuming that you didn't get access to one of the other Arctic Rangers, which was a Superstore edition. And then you start getting to the, I call them meme ones, even though there aren't really memes. The Viper Commandos, basically Space Vietnam, which is talking about Malvern Creek. Liberator Carbine, the Bushwhacker, the Twig Snappers, which was when you start getting this is when you start getting armors that actually do something that is off meta, which is melee damage. Peak Physique gives you melee damage. There are others that also do melee damage, but this is the first one of that kind. And it's also the first one where you start getting skins that are specifically only used in one way. Like the skin on a undergrowth vehicle pattern for the fast mobile vehicle, or the undergrowth exosuit pattern for either of the exosuits, and the K2 throwing knife. They're very meme-like, even though they shouldn't be meme-like. But this one is most important because this is the one that contains experimental infusion, which gives you temporary movement speed and damage reduction when you use a stim. It's something to work towards as a chase item. And then you have the ones like Freedom's Flame, where it's pretty much all fire with absolutely nothing in between. Skins for the exosuit and vehicles, a badge for fire safety officer, emotes, crisper for a sidearm, firebomb hell pods, which gives the AoE effect of fire around your hell pod when it drops in, as well as any hell pod that has equipment inside of it. So, any equipment that can be called down as a blue, any equipment that can be called down as a green, it gets a fire effect when it drops. The same way my stun pods gives a EMS effect when it drops. These ones would basically turn them into automatic death machines. You find a pack, you see the pack coming in, you throw the stratagem towards it, you use your resupply pack, or you use your green or your blue stratagems as a way to give a mobile bomb that you drop on the enemy, while it then does its secondary effect. Most of these war bonds are very, very one note. When you start getting towards things like the Truth Enforcer, this is when you start getting a mix of things. I really don't like that the custom shit that you don't need, which is the reskins, are in here. But things like Dead Sprint, things like the SG Halt, the SGM Reprimand, the Bloodhound for Unflinching, which is the first sign of getting higher armor rating paired with the effect of Scout, help prevent Helldivers from flinching when hit, provide a higher armor rating for a medium armor piece, and have the effect of Scout that allows you to place them, well, half the effect of Scout. Placing marker pins that will be pinging every 2 seconds. These are only really accessible to you if you already have some of the baseline ones. So, in my opinion, things like Steeled Veterans, Democratic Detonation, Servants of Freedom, Urban Legends, and Polar Patriots are what I would call foundational, necessary war bonds. If what you want is a tool to solve every problem, this is the war bond that would get you that tool. For anti-infantry, for example. Other war bonds, optional. You don't need it, but it's nice to have, so you can have an alternate. Eventually, we will have access to all of them. But assuming that we don't have access to all of them, that's what you're going to have to work off of. So, Once you have all of the pages of the standard Warbond active in Helldiver's Mobilize, this is where you start looking to buy other things. Fortunately, if you don't already own, or if you do own the Steeled Veterans edition of the game, the Super Citizen edition, they will give you a Warbond token that will enable you to get whatever Warbond you want for free once. Only once they enable it in the game around, when did they say? August something? The way that you'll know that you'll have it is that when you click on the button, it'll ask you if you want to use your free token. And you just basically choose whatever one you want. Because originally...
Okay, so basically...
Yes. So
when I get that Warbond token, use it on the Warbond you want, and then use 1,000 credits to buy the other one that you're probably going to work on as well.
Yes. Because every Warbond has at minimum 3 pages. And on those 3 pages is 100 super credits. Because there is 300 super credits inside of each pack, basically imagine that however many credits you have left to collect is going to jettison you in the direction of getting your next unlock. So let's say you spent $20 on the game to get 1,000 super credits, or rather 2,000 super credits. Brain hurty. I need to look at it.
Suspended. Hellpods Prime.
How much was it? $20 for 2,000 and... 2,100. So $20, 2,000 and 2,100 super credits. Because $10 is 1,000 super credits. So 1 Warbond's worth. The $1.99 and the $4.99 are not worth it. Don't buy them. The basically $2 and $5 pack is not worth it. Don't buy it. If you spend $10 on the game, that 1,000 super credits will get you technically 1,300, because you're buying the 1,000 to unlock the premium Warbond, and then playing over time, gathering the Warbond medals to unlock the pack. You will then get back 300 super credits. So technically, you're paying 1,000 to get back 300. So it's a net spent total of 700 super credits. If you bought the 1999 pack, each Warbond you open with 1,000 super credits will be 300. So 300 plus 300 would be 600. So you would be spending 2,000 to open it for 1,000 each, and you would get back 300, which would return you a rebate of 600 super credits. So if you naturally unlocked a super pack by collecting 1,000 super credits by farming on difficulty 1 through 3, and then you bought $20 worth of super credits, so 3,100, you would have a leftover amount of 100 super credits, because it gives you an additional value. So 100 plus 300 plus 300 plus another 300 from another pack, which would then mean over the course of however many missions you run, to then get the rest of the super credits, you would only have another 100 super credits worth of effort left to unlock a 4th Warbond. And anytime you're in a mission, you will usually find anywhere between 10 to 30 super credits, unless you get very, very lucky and you find the very, very rare 100 super credit drop. So basically, you unlock the pack, and then over time, you give yourself a bit of a buffer, so you'd have to farm less, and you can play more. And then eventually, in the future, when you have all the Warbonds cut up, and you don't have to buy anything else, you will simply unlock everything. And then you'll stack you'll stack super credits until the next Warbond comes out, and then you buy that, and then it pays towards the future of the next Warbond, and so on, and so on, and so on. In my opinion, it is actually very fair, the way that they designed it. They designed it very fairly. Playing for free and just hard farming on difficulties 1 through 3, it's boring, but it's there. Alternatively, paying for the ability to unlock it, purchasing it for however many X dollars, is also fair. So the $20 is a high value. It is very much worth it. This is not... That's not my guard dog. I almost went down with the supply pack. But,
Allied destroyer.
however you choose, whether you choose to play free-to-play, and you earn the 1,000 super credits yourself from 10 super credit drops, or you buy the money to unlock them directly, you're basically getting 300 super credits worth of content.
Has joined squadron.
Welcome back, City Mushroom. You're getting 300 super credits worth of advanced progress towards your next war bond pack. It is tedious if you choose to do it the slow way. It is kind of balanced if you choose to pay for it. I wouldn't tell somebody to drop $100 on Helldivers 2 to get caught up on their war bonds. If you choose to spend $100 on this game in one sitting, you must have a lot more disposable income than me to spend. But buying $20 worth of super credits every month, you can do that. $500 paycheck for most people's jobs. Take $20 out of that, spend that on Helldivers. You'd be caught up within about 2 months. Depending on how much you casually play, on or off. I had this conversation the other day with another person.
Go now, and shoot you fall. Remember this. Every day is a good day to die for democracy.
Calling down support weapon.
Deploying support weapon.
Calling down support weapon. There's something here. Tech pack inbound. Bunkai. Reloading. Calling down a sentry.
Nah, I'll just leave the mortar up. I'll leave the cannon for something else. Cool.
Calling down a support weapon.
Mortar cannon's doing its work.
Have a taste of democracy.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Oh shit. Watch out, grenade. Okay, so what's the next one?
New mag.
Well, according to the map, directly in front of us.
Alright.
Seep site.
Location north.
Tactical asset nearby.
You guys can handle this one. You don't need me.
I found you.
Alright, so got the samples here. High yield artillery?
Dropping package.
On a Seep site, there are different types of randomly generated missiles that can be loaded into the capacity of the full loadout.
Explosive.
There are several different types, but they're not all guaranteed to spawn inside the same mission. You can find napalm, static field, smoke, explosive, high yield explosive, mini nuke, and I'm forgetting one.
Dropping
Whatever's located there.
Incendiary?
Tagging location. Southeast.
Yes, that'd be napalm.
Napalm.
Inside of each site, whatever missiles are randomly generated to that site, you are only allowed to load 5. Once you have loaded a missile, you cannot unload the missile. The order in which you put them in is the order in which they are then summoned. So if you put in 5 smoke, you will get 5 smoke. If you put in incendiary mini nuke, high explosive 3, you will get smoke, then incendiary, then high yield 3 times in a row.
Objective completed.
There you go.
Now, the unspoken rule is that the person who finishes the site and loads the missiles is responsible for the call out of the tool. This is called firing the sieve blind. We don't know what it says because we don't get a call out from the sieve artillery stratagem on what the stratagem actually is when we're looking at it. So, whatever you loaded, a normal call out, this is just for sample.
Let's see. There was a white tip. There was a white, orange, and then 3 green.
I'd have to look at it. But the sample type that I just did is the basic call out for what it would look like. So that call out that I just said is explosive, napalm, static field, mini nuke. I'm going to have to run back and look at what you loaded, but that's what it should look like. Everybody understands what it looks like. It's very standardized. If you've never seen that before, I'm sorry to tell you, you were gatekept from this information by a Redditor. I'm sorry. Because we worked out that call sign ever since the first days of Helldivers. But unfortunately, by the natural nature of just time, some people learned, some people didn't. And unfortunately, more people were put at the mercy of not knowing than knowing. I'm on my way to the site, and I will type out what it looks like.
Yeah, it's 6 minutes left.
Oh yeah, this is a blitz mission. Ha 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 ha! Basically, you want to run in the direction of either that hole or that hole. The M1 ping hole is basically the site that has the most holes, because it's big.
Alright.
I mean, you don't have to do it together. This is a hard mission. More than likely, the 3 of you can separate into a 1-man team and a 2-man team as I'm on my way to the M1 ping. And we can
I'm
then...
heading there right now to the M1 ping.
And then we can 2-on-2 with Battle Buddy. Let's see here. Static.
Calling in a mortar.
Static field. Napalm. And that is 3 explosives.
Found something.
So assuming that's... Nope. Okay. That's wrong. This is right.
Tagging map.
This is necessary information that you need to give divers when they're working together. Because if they don't know what the fuck they're throwing out, they're gonna think, oh shit, I hope we got those 3 mini nukes that I saw, but the person who loaded's like, oh no. No! Not the lag! Anything but the lag! Pain.
Sending out an SOS.
Pain. I hate my lag. I hate my lag. I have to assume he's still listening through the stream. So, because of the order in which they were done, that order dictates when they're launched. There have been plenty of times, like the example I'm about to use, live fire round example. Nope, I was wrong. That is smoke. I'm blind! There are
I had 2 rare samples on me.
basically what happened is that they dropped where you were. That's what happens when that happens. From my perspective, you disappear, and the samples drop where your body last was.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
So is the sea still the same?
Hmm? Yes, the thief is still the same. I apparently called them all the way out of order because what's actually inside there is not what's inside there. I blame the fucking color. I can't tell what the color is because I wasn't there loading it. So going off the color of what it looked like to me is not what it actually was. Sag.
Oh, fuck. Charger's really right on me, though.
May Liberty guide your safe extraction.
We should get out of here.
Yes, we should.
Requesting orbital strike for prosperity.
The gas strike will remove the majority of the horde that's still chasing you.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Yeah, but I have a charger on me, so that's a problem.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Freedom never rests.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
So now, we get to have the fun part. Which is now where we have to go back towards the dead bodies. Get him on the field immediately.
1 minute left. Destroyer preparing to leave.
Calling in reinforcements.
So now, we get to have the fun part.
Calling down supplies.
Where we are going to have to fight our way back to extraction across the planet. And on the way over, we hit the points that are still available and run the entire way on foot.
Problem is, the destroyer's leaving.
No, the destroyer's not. So, before, we were doing what we call a called fortified extraction. We call for Pelican 1 to pick us up, and then we get to leave. On the last planet, when we ran out of time, or rather, no, that was when we had requisitions. So this would be the actual one that I'm describing. So what's about to happen is, if you didn't throw down all of your blue names,
Requesting advanced weaponry.
you're about to get locked out of all your stratagems.
Reinforcement budget depleted.
And now, the only thing that is left on planet on site is the stratagems that are available based on what was here, which means the Seaf. And now, we're in low orbit stratagem callout. This is a forced emergency evacuation call for Pelican 1. This is a forced emergency extraction. Now if you die, it's instead of saying dead when you run out of acquisitions, it's instead going to say orbiter left low orbit, or destroyer has left orbit. We have 1 minute and 22 seconds and counting to get back to the extraction point, to extract the samples and leave. It's not going to take us that long to get across planet, but we basically have to keep moving. So basically, keep running.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Reloading.
So, run in the direction of the blue beam that's in that sky. We have 22 minutes to get closer to that blue beam, and then we'll have 18 seconds from when it touches off to fully getting out. It's likely we won't make it because we're so far across planet. And thus, the downside of Blitz missions. I forgot that it was a Blitz mission. So now, Pelican 1 is going to begin lowering to the extraction zone. And then it starts the 20-second countdown. And then after it hits the final second of the 20-second countdown, it will stay there for another 5 to 3 seconds. And then it will banish us on the planet. So all the samples that we collected are not going home.
Damn.
Hence what I meant by extracting is an option. It's not a requirement.
Our heroes gave their last, but they died having done their duty.
Hence the Chaos Creed. All divers or no divers means either we all complete the mission, or something has gone categorically wrong, and our only goal is to complete the objective that was left in front of us. I'm blaming myself for that. But the mission was completed. Fortunately, there will be other missions in which you can collect samples, so it's not that big of a deal. That's actually one of the pitfalls of a Blitz mission. You don't get the ability to visit every single objective. You don't need every diver going to the same location twice. Each diver picks a direction, and they basically control the mission and play their lives. Because if they don't play their lives, they're going to run out of time. So there's no hand-holding technique. You can't go from one location to the other as a group. Simply because there's not enough time to cross the planet to do so. There are boosters that would allow you to do so, like Dead Sprint and Vitality Booster. Because Vitality Booster would reduce the amount of damage you take from your direct HP pool.
Has left squadron.
And would allow you to keep running for longer. Alongside the Stamina Regen Booster, that would give you more stamina to work from and a faster stamina regen. So you're not having to do the dive strategy, where when you run out of stamina and you still need to get closer to something, you have to run, then dive, then run, then dive again. This is the only technique that helps you to get out of situations where you've been stunned by something like a static field force or a acid attack that has slowed you down, or you're physically being pinned somewhere because of the slow field of an ice flower. You have to dive to get out of the zone, so you're no longer being slowed. Then you're going to have no stamina, because the consequence of getting stuck in that field is that it immediately drains your stamina. Hiccup. All of these are quirks about the game. If that's your first forced extraction, it's not something you commonly deal with. Sometimes, a mission goes so fucked up that you run out of time in general. And doing a forced extraction gives you the amount of time that would be necessary for the plane to arrive for you to get back to the zone. So metaphorically speaking, it was possible within the 2 minutes, I think it was a 1 minute and 30 second extraction. It is possible in the 1 minute and 30 second extraction to get far enough across the planet that if the mission had timed out where we were, instead of being all the way across the world, we were halfway across the world, and we had access to a fast recon vehicle, we could have thrown down the fast recon vehicle as we were passing that single extraction point for the beacon, gotten in the car, and driven back to extraction. But unfortunately, nobody brought one. So, it was not available. On some planets, on higher difficulties, a vehicle for fast movement across the city or across the planetscape can be available, but it's not guaranteed. It's the same thing as all other POI interest points. It can be there or it cannot be there. Usually this is the limited planets where it's most common to be found. Any planet with a cityscape, not a conquered dominated city, but the little city ordnance blocks, those little colonization zones will sometimes have a moving vehicle inside them. But usually what happens is that somebody throws something inside of it and their orbital destroys the vehicle, so we can't use it. Otherwise, you'd have to bring your own vehicle to the planet. which that's just on a cooldown. That's just on a cooldown timer. I think the timer is like 6 minutes. But that's pretty much the ins and outs of pub stomping through the planets.
Alright.
Play at this difficulty using the loadouts that you have been. You could probably do it solo even, but you play at this difficulty, you start up a mission, you keep playing them until you fill up your war bonds. You get 250 war bond medals, you spend your war bond medals, you then slowly continue getting more super credits. As you keep filling out the rest of your pages and you unlock literally everything that's necessary and essential, which is basically a non-cosmetic. Then you buy the cosmetics to go through the next page. Buy the things that you need that are essential. If the next page requires you to spend down on another page, you get the minimum number that you need to move the page forward, so you're not wasting those medals on unnecessary upgrades. You buy those upgrades, you spend your samples inside of your PAC at the same time, and you continue filling up your warbond pages until literally the only things left are the cosmetics. Then, as you fill out the warbond medals to then purchase those said cosmetics, you get the super credits necessary to unlock the next warbond, and thus the cycle continues until eventually you get caught up on your drops that you have 100 super samples, up to 200 rare samples, and I believe the number for commons are 500 common samples. And after collecting all those samples, you then only have the experience. My ear's itchy, and he sent me a friend request, and I accepted it. You then only have the experience that goes into the primary weapons due to the new weapon customization update that they dropped during Battle for Democracy. That allows you to level up your weapons and customize them so you can better be able to control their handling and ergonomics in combat. And that cycle continues until you eventually max out on everything with the exception of super credits. Because then you'll have too many war bonds, which by that I mean war bond medals. Because these war bonds are basically battle passes, but they are always accessible. They don't go away that you miss out on because you weren't there to buy them before. You get your medals to max capacity, and then you try to spend them on something before you run out of space. Because if you leave the game for a significant amount of time, and by that I mean you go off and you play other video games, what will happen is that anytime there is a major order that is successful and has been won, or any reward that they give to players, such as the capes, it will accrue that number, and it does not store those warbond medals. So if you leave the game, and hypothetically speaking, tomorrow they gave a 100 warbond medal injection to all players, if you were over 250, those 100 warbond medals would be wasted.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
So basically when I came back to the game after I don't know how long, all those warbond injections basically got wasted.
If they were just warbond purchases, or rather if they were just warbond medals, yes. If you were at 250 capacity, they don't save and they don't stack up, and then you get to spend them as future currency. You either are at 0 or you're at 250. It's binary. No overflow.
That's really dumb. They really should not put a limit to that.
Well, metaphorically speaking, the idea is that as a warbond comes out, each battle pass warbond would have been acquired on the day that you had the super credits to get them. Assuming that you had the free-to-play version of, man, I unlocked all the warbonds, now I'm going to build up for the next warbond. Warbond comes out, you spend the 250, you then have 0, or close to 0. You leave the game for maybe, an extended period of 6 months. You come back to the game, 60 warbond medal requirement, 60 warbond medal requirement, 30 warbond medal requirement, so on and so on and so on and so on. So between the last two events, between this one and now, you have the warbond medals that you would have received during major orders, and you have the overall game-wide rewards that they've given out, such as the capes for the Steam sale, or the capes for the Steam downvoting, the capes for Super Earth, etc., etc., etc. And then you have the rewards that would have been given from those major orders. It would count all of those war bond medals up to 250, and then it would stop. The same way that it counts up to 50k requisition slips, and then it stops. Ideally, inside of the Democracy Space Station, for any of the contributions that you have available to you, you can give away your oversupply stock so that you can then get access to more. So, inside of the Democracy Space Station, ever since they added it, for the Eagle Storm, you would give away some of your common samples. For the Heavy Ordnance Distribution, you would give away some of your rare samples. For the Orbital Blockade, you could give away a max capacity of 50k of your requisition slips. And this is how it funds the ability to provide the DSS tactical actions when they have met their donation goal. And when looking at location movement, every time you go to the Democracy Space Station, you at least have the ability to vote on where you want the space station to relocate to next. Currently, there is a choice of all the planets that you can go to. Gatria, Curia, Sylph, Genesis Prime, Veld, Fact Bay, Oslo Station, Astanu, Super Earth, multiple instances of Super Earth. But 88% of the votes is currently voting for the next location, which will be moved in 54 minutes and 5 seconds and counting, to Gatria, for the purposes of successfully completing the major order. One Helldiver, one vote. And once your vote is casted, and the war machine moves to the next location, it then unlocks your ability to then choose another location based on vote. And this is how people move things around the sectors.
The bridge is yours, Helldiver. Take us to the fight.
I don't know if you have the ability to access it from the Galactic War table, but if you can...
I do. I already voted.
Yeah, you would press the B button. You can also press the T button to bring up the hints. It walks you through things like the War Bond table, the Galactic War table, what the major orders do, what to do when you want to play inside of a sector that's active for Galactic War, etc. You did say that you wanted to do one last mission and then go eat. Are you going to eat?
Yeah. But I was also going to stream today, but I think I might have missed my chance because it's 11:52 now.
Oh well. Reflex sight, tube sight, reflex mark 2. None of these affect the ergonomics, which sucks. So that one is the one that has no attachment. This is the one with the flash hider. This is the one with no attachment. Loss of 2 on the foregrip. Okay. Remove the laser sight. Reduce the vertical coil. Put on the vertical foregrip. Bring down the sway. Torque reflex sight.
I'm gonna close the scan for now.
Okay. And extended max. Increase the capacity to 70. Lose 2 magazines. Negative economics 15. It's already got enough bullets. I think sorting magazine's the way to go. Welcome back again. This is probably going to look ugly as hell. Oh well. Reflex sight. And Arctic pattern. Let's see where it is on the ground. Submachine guns don't get used enough. What time is it? It is 11:55. Did I get kicked from y'all's game, or did you kick me from my game? I didn't kick you from your game. I got kicked from the mission. Whenever my internet disconnects, which is the protocol that happens whenever internet disconnections happen, players get sharded into a different version of their mission. So from my perspective, when my internet drops, all of you retain yourselves in the last instance, and I get dropped from the instance. I then get pushed into my own instance by myself. It used to be that if I was disconnected, I would just simply drop from the game entirely and either be bounced back to the ship or crash to desktop. Instead, they changed the network protocol so that instead what happens during a disconnection that has an interruption too long for it to restabilize back to the session, so rather than just heavy lag, it's a hard disconnect of connection and then a reconnection of connection. It drops me into my own instance that is saved client side, and then it reconnects and establishes to the server when I am in extraction. It then puts me back into network connection mode, where in that instance where I was disconnected from the online session, I'm then put into a version of what I'm going to call forced single player online session. So it'd be the equivalent of if I went from having my matchmaking privacy from public to invite only. I get pushed into a new instance of the mission as a shard, with or without crossplay, and then that connection then attempts to reestablish connection and availability to another 3 units worth of Helldivers. So, if I'm in the mission and I disconnect, the 3 of you stay in that shard, I get moved to a secondary shard, and then begin populating the other 3 slots in that shard. Then if I get disconnected from that shard, I get moved from that shard into a 3rd tertiary shard, and the cycle repeats again. This was a solution originally for people getting disconnected from lag and bad internet issues, because that was the biggest problem during the launch of the game. The fact that you couldn't be able to connect to a lobby with a player, and a player kept getting disconnected from your lobby. But in actuality, the reason why this was instituted was because what would happen to players, especially the players that are being manipulated by toxic players and toxic divers, chaos divers as we call them, or just trolls in general, they would wait until the penultimate crux of a mission, after you did the hard work for them, finding super samples, gathering super samples, doing objectives, whatever, and then they would kick you from the mission. They would get to benefit the lion's share of your effort and work, including completion of the mission and your samples, and you'd get dick. Instead, now, if you get kicked from a mission, instead of getting bounced back to your ship, it instead shards you into a different version of the mission. So let's say I'm on Super Helldive. I did 90% of the work on a mission. I collected 99% of all the samples. The very annoying, very bad, very loserish, because I usually reinforcement dive, very loserous player who's mad at me for using my microphone, for being knowledgeable at the game, about having a certain tone of voice, not using my real voice, which is much deeper than this, and being informational, whether I'm live streaming or not, decides, I'm gonna fuck this guy over, fuck this guy, how dare you know so much about the goddamn game, and will punish me by kicking me from the lobby. In the old version of the netcode, before Johans took over as creative director, I would be kicked to my ship and I'd get dick. I'd get salty, I'd be mad, I'd be annoyed, justifiably so. I stopped playing for the day. Instead, I get sharded into a different version of the mission. It sounds like I'm saying sharted, but I'm saying sharded. S-H-A-R-D. Sharded into another instance of the mission. And then I can continue the mission from there. So let's say I'm put in a position where there's only 1 requisition left, I was kicked from the mission, and I was already dead. I then drop onto the planet with that final requisition, and I can then continue playing the mission from there. So I could be able to salvage a bad situation and turn it into a good one. And I could even then, just like what happened in that mission, where that happened to us, where I got sharded, when they were waiting for us to respawn, when that player that fucked us over going to that Sieve station got killed with the lion's shares of our samples on the planet with a high-value asset that needed to be rescued. I dropped back down on its position in a new shard, and new players loaded into that mission that were rewarded the reward for having completed the mission with all of the slots available. So, a Chaos Diver that tries to ruin a player's game, to punish them because it's my ship, it's my lobby, I do what I want, but they do so as an asshole, has the ability to reward 3 players with the lion's share of effort and work and rewards for having completed, so that to alleviate the issues of the fact that there is no true administrative way to control people playing the game unless their account is associated with a PlayStation Network ID. If they're playing on console, this is the only way that they can receive punishment. And most of the time, people don't bother with it anyways, because unless it's text chat, none of it is a bannable offense for kicking. It's only if it's text chat, because of the rules of PSN. And I suppose the same thing will apply to Xbox when they get here. But it disconnects them from that server session and puts them into a new shard, and that's what happened. I have very bad internet. I have Comcast internet. I use Xstream. It's very bad, and it likes to disconnect randomly all the time. So that's what happened. Happy 4th of July, Buster! Yeah, I don't kick people out of my missions unless they're being an annoying... I don't like saying that word. I'm not going to say that word live on camera. I'm going to use the word AIDS pig. If they're being an annoying AIDS pig that's trying to dominate this conversation and the situation for reasons that are unsocial, I will usually kick that person, and only that person, and the people who are being nuisances. If it's just a normal disagreement, I'm going to use my words and I'm going to talk it out with the person, whether on camera or not. If it's just conversation, I don't usually say anything, because most of the time I don't even use my microphone if I'm reinforcement diving on a player. Because I get in the game, I go do something, I go edit, I go eat, I go watch another episode of TV, I do a little bit of editing, and then I get to play... How many users do I usually give myself? 3 operations worth of missions, so 9 missions worth of time as a treat. Play 9 missions, go do something else. Play 9 missions, go do something else. Play 9 missions, go do something else. And I'm usually doing so as a reinforcement diver, going in through quick play on the Galactic board. So that's how that works. Did you happen to have any other questions today, Mushroom 4? You can ask...
No, man, I'm good. I gotta go.
Okay, no problem. Have a good day. Happy 4th of July.
Yeah, man, you too.
Goodbye. We found so many nice people today, Chad. This never happens.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
How are you today, Buster? I'm doing okay now. The start of the stream was definitely not like the middle and the end of the stream. Although I'm not quite sure if I want to end the stream. I know I want to eat food because I have to go cook my own food. Because I cooked for my mother, but I didn't cook for myself.
Command of the galaxy's liberation.
The only thing that's already prepared is rice. And like maybe one sausage I made last night when I was watching 1883. But I can actually show you how my shit started up. I mean, today was more or less a good session. I actually show you what I did. Let's see here. My session. And then here. And then live stream. And then the thing. Okay. So the way that my session started up is it started up with this bullshit. In the beginning, my internet decided to fuck me something hard, and I had the longest disconnection I think I've ever experienced in the history of the game. I had dropped into a mission with a person who was already a part of my friends list. And that user either didn't recognize me or didn't know that I was somebody who he's already played with on camera, and decided to act like a fucking annoying person. No, not the tweets. The tweets was what I was doing last night when I was watching episodes of 1883. oh, those missions! I didn't get on tape. I didn't record those. I just recorded the chat. I should have recorded those. It would have made for funny stream content. More on those later. So, what happened is I was in the mission, and this player, who is now banned from my chat because he decided to come in the game into the chat room and act like they usually do. He was just basically acting like he didn't know where the fuck to go, didn't know what to do, didn't know what to say, blah 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 blah. Said, bro, it's my first time playing the game, despite knowing that I knew it was not his first time playing the game, because even if he had decided to stop playing from the last time I played with them, I played with this player at least a month and a half ago. He decided to act annoying. He didn't behave about his behavior. He tried to be very, very egotistical about how he chose to speak to me. And at some point during this mission, I think I tab out here and return to the ship. Unless this is
Helldiver.
the one that I did after I reconnected. This might be the one I did after I reconnected. No, this is the one I did after I reconnected. I think it was this one. Yeah, it's this one. Okay, so earlier. I think it was right about here. No, it was one of those ones. I need to see the load in. Because I came to the planet, and I set myself up, and I said that I would connect. Yeah, I did. So, that user there, level 8 cadet Swidlocks, this person was on my friend list because I had already been inside of about 12 dives with them, and did the same thing that I did with Alex today, onboarding him and helping him learn the game. He was inside of a mission alongside another experienced player, Mr. Ping, and another level 1 cadet level player, Obama official. This player acted like an asshole, acting as though he couldn't listen to callouts or hear callouts, and basically executed me while we were running away from an objective together, didn't apologize, and then tried to get egotistical about it. Then went to my live stream chat and acted an ass. It should be somewhere further along around out here. Because this would be when I returned from the mission. Because this is then when I experienced the massive disconnection. Because Alex mentioned it. This would be when I called the person out on it. I basically did everything possible to make sure that the mission was already done. When the mission was fully complete, yeah, this was the mission. When the mission was fully completed and they could be able to extract, I told them, you have a bad attitude, you're going to have a hard time, have a good life, play by yourself. Disconnected, immediately report the player, and then remove him from my friend list.
Let us cleanse the galaxy of aliens.
Then, at some point, after the disconnection, I reconnect. Right there. Cephalox. This isn't a single-player game. Streaming on 200 platforms and watching yourself on all of them isn't 200 viewers. As you already know, Buster, I stream at maximum to 5 platforms. YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, Kick, and X as a broadcast, like I am right now. At the time when this was happening, there was a total amount of 247 people, roundabout, somewhere between 200 to 300, between the 5 platforms. More people watching on X than they were the other ones. But a handful on each, about 10 of us at the start, but probably less once we got disconnected the first time and I had to put the X stream back up. About 5 to 10 here, 5 to some odd number on Twitch, whatever. He goes to the YouTube stream, says this shit. I call him out about it. I take his shit off my screen. Move on from the situation. Good conversations the entire way through. Played a bunch of situations with this squad where I basically talk to them about a lot. Then from here till around about, I think, here, Alex was a part of the squad. And for, this would be where? 5 hours on the dot. And right now it is 7:11. For the last 5 hours, I've just been helping Alex fully understand how to better play the game. That was more or less my day. From here to here, missions, teaching Alex, and helping newer players. Because I kept getting a drop of new players. So I gave them advice on what to wear as a basic loadout. You can see that Alex was starting to rock basic things like, he's really attached to the mortar. He really likes the mortar. He likes the set and forget playstyle of the mortar. Wait until he discovers other sentries. But, guard dog, I bought the de-escalator. I found out that the de-escalator is round reloaded and it has no explosive force, so it can't do bug hole closure. Boo, boo, hiss, hiss, boo, boo. But I know that it was made for Illuminates, so that's like whatever. I don't really care that much. Since it was a teaching moment, I decided to make it a teachable moment and learn what the de-escalator could and couldn't do. I've also leveled up the last of the rifles that I care about. I know the reason why. That's exactly what I thought it was. It is indeed good to throw at enemies while you then run away. It is. 100%. I believe you. But, inside my loadout, I have done the last of the assault rifles that I intended on getting to maximum of 25 because the adjudicator really fucking needs the compensator to bring that bullet spread all the way low. And the flashlight vertical foregrip to bring it low as well. Otherwise, it's got your shit looking like this. Or like this. I brought it lower so I could get access to the 10x sniper scope because it feels like it's never accurate enough. Unlike the workhorse, the tenderizer, which I can use with fucking iron sights. The adjudicator feels like I'm aiming a fucking needle through an even smaller pinprick of a hole whenever I'm trying to shoot something with it. And that's with or without the scout armor to give it more bullets. It almost feels necessary for the adjudicator. It didn't so much for the tenderizer, but it definitely did for the adjudicator. Even though it was medium armor penetrating. Like, the tenderizer's damage was just more relevant, and the adjudicator, even though it was medium armor penetrating, it just felt like it did less. And it's only a 5 bullet capacity difference. I unlocked the pacifier, but I haven't used it yet. And at some point, I'm going to have to work on the Liberator Penetrator, because I'm pretty sure it's not any better or any different. Because I feel like the Liberator itself, once these 3 are available to you, we'll discuss the Liberator Concussive eventually. But I feel like once these 3 are maxed out, you can use any one of these. Use this against the Illuminate. Use this against the bugs if you're feeling frisky. Use this at any place where you want medium armor penetration. Now I'm working on submachine guns. And I'm working on the MP Knight. Doesn't have a lot of customization. I don't think it needs to have the 1.25 tube dot, but I do know that it needs a little bit of help. Like the flashlight foregrip and at minimum the compensator. Because there's a world of difference between the vertical spread. Which is all I'm really aiming for. To be fair, close up, if it could work close up on holes, it'd be OP as fuck since electric round can penetrate heavy armor. That is true. Yeah, I'm definitely of the opinion that the Adjudicator is a very weird semi-automatic, automatic firing battle rifle. Because the Tenderizer having almost little to no recoil means that the iron sight actually is much more preferable. And the forward grip with the P90 turns it into an actual weapon that's usable. And the closer that it's going to have to take to get to 21, makes the compensator relative. However, I have experienced the all-encompassing and all-penetrating, at least on Terminated planets, of a hive guard hunkering him down in front of me, and now I can't even shoot under its undercarriage to get to its hind legs. And I've experienced that. I feel like with the P90, I should start experimenting with bullet capacity options. I might start pulling out the heavy machine gun on a bitch. Simply because, even in burst, it does so much damage, but not enough damage to things that need to be exploded. So, where the tenderizer would blow up the head of a Terminated hive commander, I need to do several bursts with the Knight. And that's if I'm conserving ammunition. I've only recently decided to put it on full auto, and it pisses fucking... It just pisses fucking ammunition. So, not a lot of shit. If I don't put it on burst, I have to keep it on auto, because I'm not putting it on semi. Who the fuck uses this weapon with semi-automatic? And so, because it pisses ammunition, assuming that I'm not back-attacking them, because none of these weapons are silenced, please give us a silencer. Please give us a silencer, at least for the submachine guns. I feel like I need to have a bullet weapon, or I have to take a guard dog to give myself medium penetration. So that when I'm moving through a wave, if the guard dog's not killing the bile variant enemies myself, I'm bursting all of the small fire. And then if I come across a bile commander, I pop his head and I run away from him. And then, if I get attacked by a charger, I pull out the heavy machine gun and daka 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 daka. And then against the Bile Titan, I use an expendable eats. And that's it. And then I get to have one additional drop. And that's like gas grenade, usually. On Illuminate missions, it's usually either the Gatling or it's the machine gun turret. On bugs, I tend to favor gas. I've been trying out Strafing Run. Strafing Run can work sometimes, but I prefer gas. Because the problem I have is controlling the AoE of enemies around me where I don't want to be. I don't usually stand around long enough for enemies to come chase me. But with other divers, I usually have to work in their target AO, so I usually take the gas to choke out the choke point. I've also been finding myself putting a lot of trust inside of Gatling Rocket Sentry, and then having my heavy option on the off swap, and then using the fourth position for the strat run. It feels correct, but at the same time, I don't like having to depend on the Eagle, simply because that doesn't feel like it's enough. That's my logic behind the loadout. Because I basically invented an additional loadout that works off of that. Granted, I was pontificating on the concept because I was trying to understand whether or not the setup would work for Alex, since he doesn't have access to everything, obviously. And pretty much that setup was what I came up with. He's more or less immune to most of the enemies on difficulty 7 and below. On difficulty 10 and above, it can work as a light infantry unit, but it needs to have a jump pack if it wants to be mobile. At which point you'll need to have an additional choice. And obviously, for Illuminate, that will be fine, but for the Terminates, it's not. Autons is an entirely separate conversation, because you can't go to Autons without at least carrying a one-handed, heavy tank option. I haven't tried using the explosive primary for the Eruptor yet. I know that I can do it, I just don't like it. Same way I don't like the exploding crossbow. I don't feel like I have enough rounds. With the Street Sweeper option, I have enough rounds using the Scout Armor. But I like my grenades, because I use the Concussive Incendiary all the time. If I had the gas, I'd do the same thing with the gas, but I don't have the gas yet. Because basically, anything that I actually have levels in is a weapon that I actually use. So, I've been favoring this, I've been favoring this. I just finished leveling up this. I'm going to probably level all of these up because I like being able to carry things without having to depend on the secondary, because I'm not using the grenade pistol if I have to carry a secondary along with that. Obviously, the Senator is a choice. I unlocked the Verdict from the Polar Patriots. I haven't been using the Ultimatum because I find it too hard to use, and I haven't gotten a chance to use the melee. If I have to choose to use a certain melee, I'm probably going to try to use the Sun Lance over the Stun Baton, because I don't have the Saber yet. But I could use that too if I have to. But I've just been favoriting the grenade pistol to close holes and to also blow up Illuminate ships. Since obviously I shouldn't use it to try to blow up factory striders, but when I'm dealing with factory processors, I usually put a fucking recoilless rocket inside of that. So eventually I'll be working my way through all of these. I started with the Knight because it had the highest fire capacity. If I didn't start with that, I would have done the SMG, but the Stay 11 SMG can't be modified. So, you know. And then, of course, the Slugger was my often go-to deal with medium armor penetration versus anything. Slugger to crack the plate while moving across, since it's basically a DMR. And then the Breaker Incendiary, because anything that is going to be a bug is going to burn to death. Because I don't like the Breaker, because I prefer to have the Breaker Incendiary. Because the damage from the pellet spread of the Breaker is made up for the incendiary effect on the shotgun. And the Breaker Spray and Pray, I got to try a little bit more of before the customization changes were rolled through. I prefer it when dealing with a bunch of enemies in a pack, but I also would just rather use a different object if that's the case. And considering that that's the case, the Punisher is the light armor penetration version of the Slugger. So finding a way to use both of these, instead of using the Punisher, I would use the Slugger. And it kind of would be the exact same problem again. Because medium armor penetration versus light armor penetration. And the fact that you have to reload the rounds in this makes it even less tenable. I haven't tried the rest of them properly. I know that the accelerator rifle is meant to be slightly better now, but I haven't gotten to it. I haven't tried the scythe. I know that with the double-edged sickle, I like what it's supposed to do in theory, but in practice, I find myself wanting a lot. And the Scorcher, well, the Scorcher's the Scorcher. And then I unlocked the Purifier, and I haven't gotten to that one yet. When I get there, I think I might like the Purifier more. But I have to get there first. And then, of course, everybody knows him. Everybody loves him. The cartridge-loaded Jar Dominator, which is a alternate version to the Slugger. You get the ability of having stagger, and you have the ability to have the same type of damage and the same type of fire rate. But it's got a 15-round capacity, where this has a 16-round capacity. Reloading its bits throughout its loadout. I believe it's like 40 shells. 40, 60, 80 shells. You load 20 at a time. Blow people up. Click, 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 click. Versus having the capacity of, like, how many? 6 magazines with a capacity of 15 shots. Kind of balances itself out at the end. Stun Baton's a mean weapon. Just use the lance. True. I also feel like the crossbow is overrated, too. I agree. I remember you rocking the flame round shotgun way back when. Me, I have been using the 50% armor whenever I have to actually use or choose to use it. But I also find that when I'm using this stupid-ass fucking armor inside of light, the Obedient, because it's the only one that is resistant against fire, gas, acid, and electrical damage, because I don't have any of the other specialized packs yet. Whenever I find myself on the Obedient, it feels like a punishment. If I'm using this with the sickle and with the Vitality, it feels like a punishment for taking the dual-edged sickle. I get to have infinite ammo in the form of my primary, but my secondaries then get forced into locked slots. And if I want to actually have the ability to have the case to cover the shit that I need to, I then need to carry a guard dog to make up for the loss of my bullet capacity, or I need to be using something that will allow me to use a one-hand option alongside my other beam weapon. So then, guard dog, normal guard dog, laser cannon, illuminate, primary to focus down normal things, laser cannon to laser pointer off the faces of the overseers, also using the rapid fire of the double-edged sickle to take down the armor, popping straight through into the mouth of the hypership with the grenade pistol, and then I'm at the mercy of whatever else I bring on the stratagem slot, which has been machine gun turret, Gatling turret, and either the orbital barrage or the 500 kg. It's literally been nerf for nothing else. And whenever I have to run that setup, because that's my best for Obedient, and it would be any other of the other ones that ran it too. But, 50% resistance is actually a lot, except you still get one tap by the lightning spires. It feels like a punishment when I'm using the sickle. Because I have to run the armor, and I have to run vitality. But I've been using the scout armor, and I've also been using the heavy version. The roadblock, alongside them the entire time. In fact, the roadblock actually got me using the heavy armors more often than not. Because in situations where I would have been wearing medium and light, and I would have definitely died, I've been dying less because of the siege ready. Sure, I move slower, but faster reload and more ammo. The more ammo is the highest draw to me. It could have just more ammo capacity, and I wouldn't care. Because it affects the ammo inside the support weapon, it affects the ammo inside the secondary, and it affects the ammo in the primary. Having basically 3.5 extra magazines per slot is great. Because it means 2 more grenades in the pistol, it means 1 more heat sink on laser weapons, and maybe like 2 extra capacity of equipment inside of support weapons, and it means 2.5 more magazines of weapon capacity in the weapons. I know it's rounding down, so instead of 2.5, it's giving me 2. But there's a difference between having 7 magazines of a weapon that pisses ammunition and 9. Because where I would have ran out of ammo if I wasn't running the siege ready, when I go looking for another POI worth of yellow box ammunition, I'm able to survive that much longer in the street so that the turrets can do their job and I can conserve my ammunition from place to place if I was using a bullet-ready weapon. Which is why it feels like the Laz dual sickle is a punishment. The dual-edged sickle feels like a punishment because every time I have to wait for its goddamn heatsink to be done, I could have just pulled out a fucking gat and blasted him! I really only know how I feel about it when I take it into a Illuminate map. Right now, the major order is to do the bug planets. And we're almost done. Like, this was like at 25% last night. So, the successful common samples will be done soon. But liberating Gatria will basically be, I think, a 1 day and a half project. Let's see what the website says. Right now, looking at the galactic map, the website says it'll be done in a day and 8 hours, which is about right. Because it's weekend. Granted, it's basically 4th of July Day weekend, but people are going to jump on this, and it'll probably go from 1 day, 8 hours to like 22 hours. 16 hours at the shortest. Because right now, there's pretty much like nowhere else people are inside the quadrants. Not accounting like the double and triple digit numbers. The next place that people are at is Genesis Prime, Sylph, and Curia. So like, the bug divers are here. The farmers are in Sylph, because they don't like Gatria. The Illuminate divers are on Genesis Prime. You got a couple of people that are like in other places such as Veld, Estanu, Fact Bay, Whatever they like as the planet that they want to go on to, and the side of the sectors like Orion, Jinyi, and Draco is where they're farming. But the majority of most of the super credit farmers are on Sylph, if they're not on Astanu. If it was me, I would choose Astanu because I prefer Astanu's loadout for those farming planets than those ones. But it's basically this and this. Overall, on my experimentation, I find that the roadblock is much more preferable than the Street Scout. Even though the 550 speed and the 125 stamina regen is relevant, I find the armor rating to be the world of difference between being 1-tapped and being 4-tapped. If I get swarmed, you're still going to die instantly anyways. But unlike when before, like the piece of content that Jay Funky was a part of, that review that his friend did for Helldivers, that was like put out like months ago, before Battle for Super Earth, where they standardized the damage ratios for what would be protected by armor. The roadblock armor is just one step above the relevant type of power you expect. I want there to be more versions of Siege Ready. And I would like for them to replace all of the bland versions that exist for Fortified. Like, this could be Roadblock, this could be Siege Ready, this could be Siege Ready. You can keep the servo assisted here. Technically, I don't even think that armor looks like it's servo assisted. No, it doesn't. Like, this could be Siege Ready. This could be well, this technically looks like a fucking tank shell, so you could probably get away with this being Fortified. This should be Siege Ready. This should be Siege Ready. This could be servo assisted because it actually looks like a servo arm. This can be even better for fortification for explosive armor. Like, we need more of this for Hecht. We need more of this. Not less. We need more. But anyways, it is what it is. Just before you go to work, heads up on the pacifier. Be sure to use it with siege armor because it eats it up. Yeah, I did notice that. I noticed that since it's a round reloading weapon, it starts at 40. I'll see how much it has on a test run. But bye, Boster. See you around. So much to test. So much to test. So much to test. We're only so lucky that there isn't any fucking helmet bonuses. Otherwise, it'd be so goddamn complex. Oh, the capes! Oh, the capes! I gotta work out what you're gonna go with. I still have those 6 left. I guess I'll do that after I eat. Anyways, it is 12:33 a.m. It is officially Saturday! I will see you all later. Goodbye, everyone. I hope you had a happy 4th of July. Happy birthday, America. Happy birthday, Super Earth. Goodbye, everyone. I'm hungry.